Okosunu baby subamia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasiozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. There it is, right there. Here I am. There you are. Here we are. If I did a job, so there it is. Yes, I think it's better positioned this way. So there it is. Here I am. There you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another banger. Another day, another session with your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow. So how have you been? How was your day? I hope you enjoyed the little entertainment that I provided earlier on. I gave the keys to the platform to the kids and let them go wild. So I hope you enjoy some of that riotous behavior. A bit of it overspilled once in a while, but then of course young people are what can you expect? So expect more of that. The excellent Kaizorian, he was hosting a few sessions earlier on. Just a bit of an introduction to that chap that was hosting earlier on. Some of you may have seen him. Hopefully, a lot of you will go and watch the watch back. The guy that was hosting it is a Kenyan intellectual with a Pan-African outlook. It's a British-trained Kenyan intellectual with a Pan-African outlook. So he brings that sort of language. So you know, for a long time, we've been saying we want to pivot the conversations around here to make it more encompassing and more expansive. So that's the expansiveness of it. So you can give me feedback. Let me know how you think it's going. And we'll be bringing other personalities to host as well in the course of time. So we're just experimenting with this. We'll be bringing other personalities. We'll be having themed sessions around there's a lot of innovations to come. So just stay dialed in. But whatever innovations that will come, you will never escape my ugly mug. As soon as it strikes 9:45, 10:45, wherever you are, UK time, then know that one man went to mow is going to labor your senses. So here I am to labor your senses once again. So how are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. And here we go again. So strap yourself in for the journey, whatever it takes us. But before you strap yourself in, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. So we need that like to be really going up aggressively. There is no reason whatsoever why we should not be hitting a minimum of 100 likes. And if you're watching it on watch back, because I know a lot of you, because of the timing, sometimes a lot of you are watching it on watch back. So if you're watching it on watch back, still click on the like button, still subscribe. So it's not just for the live session, it's in perpetuity. If you are watching this 10 years from now, still continue to click on the like button because that's an essential part of the whole narrative. So click on the like button, click on the subscription button, and then of course, the raison d'etre, the magic potion, that little thing that you sprinkle to spice it up, is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So for all of everything, the magic, the X factor, that little, salt-based something that you sprinkle on it to zhuzh it up, is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that's the magic button right there. That's hyperlink that says StreamYard. And that hyperlink that says StreamYard invites one and all to come and participate. So we want to be as expansive as we possibly can be, to take as wide a variety of opinions as we possibly can get. And the only way to do that, the ticket to ride is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to board the journey, then your ticket to ride is that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and then hop on board on this magic mystery tour that is the One Man Went to More platform. You can get on board though. What's that song? It's a bit like Hotel California. If you are of a certain vintage, then you will know that song. And if you are not of that vintage, then go listen to it. So go listen to Hotel California, the song. Who sang it actually? Let me quickly find out. Who sang Hotel California? Yes, who sang it? Yeah, the Eagles. Yeah, I'm not going to play it, of course, because for reasons of copyright, but go listen to that song. You can come in, but you will never leave. It's where it lands. So it's a little bit like that. And your tickets to ride, like I said, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come be part of this magic mystery tour that is the One Man Went to More sessions. So the Eagles, yes, Bishop is just telling me, Bishop, hop on board. You know, we like to kick off with you. So yes, come be part of the magic mystery tour that is, yes, Jimmy is telling us it's the Eagles as well. So yeah, so hop on board the magic mystery tour that is One Man Went to More platform. There'll be tears before bedtime, but there will be also laughter before bedtime. So that is how it happens here. There will be tears and laughter before bedtime. Your senses will be jarred. This is what happens here. Your senses will be jarred because the traditional position is your rested thinking, the things that you've accepted as norm in whatever vintage you are, they'll be challenged with logic. So, and that will jar your senses. So your senses will be jarred. So come have your senses jarred and come have your prejudices unpicked, and let us introduce new prejudices to you. So all of that is really to canvas you like, you subscribe, and then of course come join on the screen. So what will be the backdrop to the conversation? The backdrop to the conversation, been a while since we spent time with him. We're back with P2B. So I cannot recall the last time we visited this fella, but we're back with P2B. So Peter Obi replies Jonathan's former aide, denies bribing Arise TV presenter Rufai Oseni'S, avoids expressly stating if he gave broadcaster money for father's burial. So controversy. The other name for controversy is Reno Omokri, and the superior name for controversy is Rufai Oseni'S. So it's a bit like Dumb and Dumber, but controversy and more controversial. So when these two elements collide, it's a bit like when I think of Reno Omokri, I think of when I think of Reno Omokri taking on Rufai Oseni'S, I think of Bobrisky taking on another, cross-dresser called James Brown. It's just scratching, it's like claws out and scratching and gouging each other's eyes. So that's how I see these two elements, these rather skitty sort of characters. Peter Obi replies Jonathan's former aide, denies bribing Arise TV presenter Rufai Oseni'S, avoids expressly stating if he gave broadcaster money for father's burial. So we'll spend time there just to see what is going on between the two rather effeminate sort of characters that we have on the Nigerian social media landscape. Well, the media landscape as well as the crossover to social media. So we spend a bit of time with that space. What did I do to remember this? So we spend a bit of time with that space only to land on matters more serious. 25,000 naira replacement fee for faded number plates legal, says VIO. So VIO will be the vehicle, something or the other. But this is now, you see all of that debt that Nigeria is owing, you are going to pay it, is what Tinubu is saying. Tax all taxables and squeeze them till you squeeze the last drop of blood out of them. So the squeezing of Nigerians continue, and Tinubu is going to milk every ounce of blood in your body. 25,000 naira replacement fee for faded number plates legal. This is VIO. So another stealth tax by the looter from Bodillion. So that's another stealth tax by the looter from Bodillion. So another stealth tax by the looter from Bodillion, but another wayward act from the brutish rascal from the creeks. So looting from Bodillion, brutish from the creeks. Brutish from the creeks, FCTA demolishes multi-million naira Abuja duplex. So speak none do. That is what that's the phraseology on the streets of Nigeria. Speak none do. Do you know what that means? Speak none do. It's just because you're not down with the kids, you wouldn't know it, because you're not with the streets the way I am, so you wouldn't know it. So I am with the streets, so I know what it means. Speak none do. Say it and do it is essentially what that means. Speak none do. So speak none do. FCTA demolishes multi-million naira Abuja duplex. So exactly as is stated at his inauguration, exactly as he's acting, Yemsen Wike now once the builder in the creeks, now the destroyer at the capital. The destroyer at the capital, but this one is ungodly. We've always known this, but we never knew it was to this degree. Nigerians criticize Dangote cement price gap, 5,200 at 5,200 naira at home, 1,500 in Benin Republic. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect that I may not be. Dangote, he does not have a cement plant in Benin Republic. He does not, unless I'm mistaken, and I don't see any reason why he would. So Dangote does not have a cement factory in Benin Republic. So that is then to tell you that the cement that Dangote will be selling in Benin Republic will be cement produced in Nigeria, exported to that space. So what justification then? Nigerians criticize Dangote cement price gap, 5,200 naira at home, 1,500 in Benin Republic. It's just ungodly. This is it. They will milk. It's just everybody squeezing it as much as they can out of the Nigerian person. And by the way, thank you, Prince Daddy, for the super chat. But I would like to see the comment section light up in super chats, just the multicolors. Like I said, Kaizorian was streaming earlier on, and you could see you could just see how his face was flashing up in multicolors. So this seems to be the only platform that does not flash up in multicolors. So make it light up like a Christmas tree. Make it light up like a Christmas tree is certainly lighting up in Taraba State. Nigeria is a country blessed with abundance. So that's just the categorical statement of fact. Nigeria is a country blessed with abundance. The only thing that we don't have in abundance, not only not in abundance, that we don't have at all is leadership. And that is always the killer. Taraba agog as uranium mining set to commence. So that's just another, if one country, if a country has just one of the many abundance that we have more steel than Russia in Ajaokuta and that axis. We have more gold than Ghana and South Africa in Zamfara, Ilesha, and that axis. We have more uranium than they have in Niger Republic, and we have more oil than everybody else. And we have plenty of other resources than everybody else. So why are we the way we are? Taraba agog as uranium mining set to commence. So in the land of plentiful, people live in abject poverty. And that is the conundrum that is the Nigerian state. That is the conundrum that is the Nigerian state. So why not leave Nigeria to see if things are better elsewhere? Zimbabwe's presidential election did not meet regional international standards for credibility. So this is poke nose, busybody, Amebo International, the United States, poking their beaky nose into the affairs of the African state, of yet another African state yet again. But really, what went down in Zimbabwe to have led to this is the wider question. I'm not completely au fait with the goings on in that space, but I'm somewhat reticent to onboard an American narrative, but I'm even more pained by the sort of things that were passing off as elections within the African space. But what went down in Zimbabwe is the thing. Certainly not anything that pleases the Americans. Zimbabwe's presidential election did not meet regional international standards for credibility. The United States international amebo. So international amebo. So that's somewhat the diet, but it's also a narrative of bring your own. So, and by the way, there's plenty of room on the platform. So let's not struggle to get a panel going, because you know, these conversations often start slowly and then it very quickly builds up. But if it starts with a bang, then then you can shoot to the moon. So if you have any intentions of joining, then hop on board now. So hop on board now. As you hop on board, let me take a micro break with the K guys, and then we come to the readout. But first, of course, as with tradition, the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
He did a video. He actually did a video. In that video, he alleged that he's my cousin. Rufai Oseni'S is not my cousin. He did the video, and that's why I said, in fact, maybe his parents should have named him Irolabi. Because the man, he just lies so much. Rufai Oseni is not my cousin. Yes, Rufai Oseni is a half-brother to, would I say, some people who are relatives of mine. So if he had been the same father with them, he would have been a distant relative of mine. But he's only a half-brother to them. I believe that he shares a mother with them, and he's not related to me in any way, shape, or form. However, his half-siblings are related to me. They are distant related. You have to understand one thing. I'm Ishakiri. And Ishakiris are not they are not much in number. I think we are about maybe 200,000, even if that. So all Ishakiris tend to be, what's what I'm looking for? We tend to be related, sort of, you know. So his half siblings, they are distant relatives. I believe that my mother was a kind of benefactor to them. My mother got his sister a job. The sister lived with my mother, and even the Rufai himself, you know, he used to come. Because, you know, obviously, if the half siblings are coming on holidays, we can't say that, okay, you should not come. So he would come with them. You know, he would come to my parents' house. My parents would take. I'm not happy saying all of these things. I don't even want to say it because.
It looks like a family problem, which I thought that because you mentioned Rufai Oseni'S name separately. I'm not very comfortable with it. I mean, this interview is about Chicago.
No, hang on, please. I need to say this. I only mentioned Rufai Oseni'S name in the context of the lie he told during that interview. I did not mention his name in the context of other things because he apologized to me in the presence of Mr. Nduka Obagbena, the proprietor of Arise Television, and I told him, I said, I forgive you. And if you look at it, I did a tweet saying that Rufai Oseni has apologized to me privately, and I've accepted his apology and I move on. However, immediately after he apologized to me, he left the studio and then called my brother and began to threaten me. And then my brother recorded the conversation. He threatened me, he said he was going to kill me, he was going to destroy me, he was going to take me out. So all of this, my brother now recorded all the conversation, and then my brother sent it to me. So when my brother sent it to me, I now called Mr. Nduka Obagbena and I said, look, this is the man that you made apologize to me. He apologized to me, he begged me, and I told him I forgave him. Immediately after he apologized, he left your studio to go and call me, and I played the recording from Mr. Nduka Obagbena. I said that, how can I now? That was why I now said, okay, well, that means that his apology was not genuine. But in this interview, the only reason why I brought him up is because he, in the course of the interview with Arise TV, he lied. And based on that lie, a lot of Nigerians believe that lie because they considered it news. And when, for instance, he gave that lie on Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022. This was 3 months before the election. Obviously, if you are watching Arise and you hear that Bola Tinubu did not go to Chicago State University and Chicago State University denied him, that means you are going to believe he is dishonest and you are unlikely to vote for him. That is called election interference. That is the only reason why I brought up his name.
So, let's wrap up now because I've basically asked you about what you know about Mr. Bola Tinubu and Chicago State University and the certificate. But those who also will argue that if you look at what the Chicago State University has put out there and what is submitted to INEC, there seems to be some differences. Have you noted that?
That is not true. Chicago State University has not put anything out there. And this is what I'm saying, that Nigerians should stop relying on social media. Chicago State University has not put anything out there. The only thing that they said in a sworn deposition in court is that Bola Tinubu, the current, and I'm quoting them, the current president of Nigeria attended our school, Chicago State University, and graduated with honors in 1979. Full stop. In Hausa, they will say, Chikena. They have not revealed anything about his records, about his age, about his gender, about his height, or anything else. All they just said is that we confirm that this man attended our university. He graduated in 1979 with honors. Full stop. If you want to see his academic record, we are not going to give it to you. But if the court gives us an order, then we will comply with that order and release those documents.
And there it is right there. Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan. This is what we say where I come from. Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan. What that means is in Ibadan, the fight is always ugly and out in the public. So I'm looking forward to this little spot, which hopefully will turn into a big kerfuffle between Reno Omokri and Rufai Oseni, who I like to think of, as I said, as Bobrisky versus James Brown. So there it is. So looking forward to that. So all guns blazing. What's his name? Reno Omokri lands within the Nigerian shores. So covered in some of his scatterguns is a narrative that Peter Obi paid for the funeral of Rufai Oseni'S father, and that is why, of course, Rufai Oseni has been lapdogging him pretty much since Peter Obi declared his intention to run for president. So now, right to reply, Peter Obi replies Jonathan's former aide, denies bribing Arise TV presenter Rufai Oseni, avoids expressly stating if he gave broadcaster money for father's funeral. So let's see now what the latest development is. Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 presidential election, has described the allegation that he bribed Rufai Oseni, a Nigerian television presenter, as malicious and cheap blackmail. A former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, Reno Omokri, had alleged that Peter Obi funded the funeral of Mr. Oseni's father by giving him money in cash or via electronic means. Omokri, on his social media handles on Friday, accused Oseni of open bias in favor of Peter Obi, noting that Mr. Oseni used the Arise TV platform as a medium to campaign for and launder the image of Obi. So if we pause there for a moment, there is no apologies, Thomas. I know you're on the screen. There is no equivocation that Rufai Oseni was campaigning, and quite aggressively so as well, for Peter Obi. And there is no refuting that Rufai Oseni was laundering Obi's image. It is beyond question. But quite why they would use that, unless, of course, the Arise TV itself had declared for the Labour Party, quite why they would use what to all intents should be an unbiased platform to present facts as known, to use it in that format that Rufai was allowed unfettered campaigning for a particular participant in a highly contested election. That is a wider question, but the question beyond refutation is that Rufai Oseni, he aggressively campaigned for Peter Obi, and it still continues to, as though the election was not already over. I'm not quite sure. I think Rufai Oseni is now wrapped up in the allure of that luster of attention that is getting from the obedience. Because if you look at Rufai Oseni, it doesn't strike me as anybody that would have gotten any attention, especially at any time in his life. He would have been sort of the class clown that would have needed to clown himself. It certainly wasn't getting girls. I think I can all agree that. So this probably in his midlife sort of space is where he's now getting the attention that he has always craved. And that is probably what is going on there. Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party, let me just start from the beginning and speed through it. Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 presidential election, has described the allegation that he bribed Rufai Oseni, a Nigerian television presenter, as malicious and cheap blackmail. A former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, Reno Omokri, had alleged that Peter Obi funded the funeral of Mr. Oseni's father by giving him money in cash or via electronic means. If I can pause there for a moment as well. What Reno Omokri is actually doing with this is calling Rufai out for a fight. So he's making this allegation now, which is being widely spoken about. I'm speaking about it. The whole of social media is speaking about it. So now, Rufai Oseni is now cornered. So he now has to come out and respond, because silence is not an option. He has to respond, and then if he responds, then Reno Omokri is going to dig him deeper into the mires of it. because where Reno wants to lead him to is the lie that he told about the Chicago University space, and that is really what is calling him out for. But is using this big hit to pull him out. Omokri on his social media handles on Friday accused Oseni of open bias in favor of P to B, noting that Mr. Oseni used the Arise TV platform as a medium to campaign for and launder the image of Obi. Omokri also accused Obi of having undisguised animosity towards him for his refusal to support Obi's presidential ambition. Arise TV and Mr. Rufai Oseni'S should kindly answer the following question. Did Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, fund the funeral of Mr. Oseni'S father by giving him money in cash or via electronic means, either directly or through a third party, in August 2022? And has that influenced Mr. Oseni'S open bias in favor of Peter Obi, whereby Mr. Oseni used the Arise TV platform as a medium to campaign for and launder the image of Mr. Peter Obi and his undisguised personal animosity towards me for my refusal to support Mr. Peter Obi's presidential ambition? I counsel them to think very carefully before they answer, Omokri said. So this is the tweet that Omokri put out. However, Mr. Obi, in a statement on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, on Monday, denied that he gave anyone money to promote his name, adding that he had never monetarily induced any journalist to speak or write in his favor. He said he was committed to finding solutions to the challenges facing Nigeria and that he would not be distracted by evil endeavors. So this just grand, highfalutin language that this guy speaks is just saintly sort of nonsensity. He, however, did not state whether he gave Oseni money strictly for the burial or at another time. He, however, did not state whether he gave Oseni money strictly for the burial or at another time, without the intention of inducing him to write or speak in his favor, as alleged by Omokri. So yes, it's a non-denial denial, isn't it? It's an ambiguous nonsensity. It's just a poof and a feather something that is thrown out there. So they call it word salad. You just jumble words together and it lands on nothing. So he's telling us that he has never induced any journalist to either write or speak in his favor. But that does not address frontally what is being levied, does it? Omokri's allegation was that such a gift could have influenced Oseni, so he could have given Rufai money to sponsor his father's burial without the explicit instruction to favor him in the media. And that would then make what Peter Obi said true on the surface, but not in the substance. So there it is. Omokri's allegation was that such a gift could have influenced Oseni's open bias in favor of Peter Obi. He wrote, "Ordinarily, I do not get involved in name-calling and mudslinging. Neither do I attack people nor try to defame their personalities in the course of my political journey. I have also avoided replying to cheap, wicked, or malicious blackmail publicly or privately in the same irresponsible manner that they are thrown at me. Anyone who has followed my corporate or political life know that I always stay on issues with my focus on finding solutions to societal challenges and ameliorating the suffering of the people. I do, however, need to clarify a few issues, especially since a third party is involved. There is a recent case where my name has been mentioned in a malicious and cheap blackmail against one of hold on. All right. I do, however, need to clarify a few issues. It's just there are things blipping at the bottom of my screen as I'm speaking, and it's distracting me. So, play Summer. Just slow down for a moment. Slow down. Play Summer. Slow down, man. Slow down with the messages. I do, however, need to clarify a few issues, especially since a third. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll pick this one up. So sorry. Whoever is sending the messages should just hold it back for a microsecond, just so I can do the readouts. Because when the messages come in, it blips to alert me and then it puts me off somewhat. Let me pick this one up because this seems to be Reno Omokri's response to Peter Obi. So I'll pick this one up and then I'll read it just after. We got it? Yes, we got it. So where were we? Right. I do, however, need to clarify a few issues, especially since a third party is involved. There is a recent case where my name has been mentioned in a malicious and cheap blackmail against one of Nigeria's best television presenter, Mr. Rufai Oseni'S, who has stood sternly for what is right and has challenged me fearlessly on some occasions while speaking truth to power. I have recently been mentioned to have bribed Mr. Rufai Oseni'S by financially sponsoring the burial of his father. Let me clearly state that this is a categorical lie. It is not true, cannot be true, and will never be true. Everyone who understands and follows my approach to things will attest to the fact that I do not give anyone money to promote my name. I have never and will never monetarily induce any journalist to speak or write in my favor. When I am invited to birthday celebrations or funerals, people know that I do attend. Countless journalists, media personnel, the less privileged, the wealthy, etc., have all invited me to their occasions, and they will attest to the fact that I honor such invitations, especially when people are grieving. I have never been to Rufai's village. Even at the point of writing this, I do not know where he's from. One then wonders why people could decide to tarnish other people's image for no justifiable reason. To those involved in such evil endeavor, I wish them well and pray that God will have mercy on them. I still maintain that our focus in Nigeria should be on rescuing our dear nation from the many challenges plaguing it. We should focus more on lifting people out of poverty. Millions of Nigerians do not know where the next meal will come from. So it goes on into that tirade. Of course, we all know that Peter Obi is still campaigning. So there it is. That's Peter Obi's response to Reno Omokri. But I was complaining that my thing was blipping. This was one of the messages being sent in. It looks as though Reno has now responded to Obi, or at least this is what has been presented to me. It says, look, so this is Reno now still within that space. You know, Reno, of course, like I said, is the Bobrisky to Rufai's James Brown. It says, look, I have a master's in law and I am not moved by empty sophistry. I asked a question that Mr. Obi has not answered and has tried to use semantics to dodge. My question is this. Did Peter Obi fund the funeral of Mr. Rufai Oseni'S father by giving him money in cash or via electronic means, either directly or through a third party? And has that influenced Mr. Oseni'S open bias in favor of Peter Obi, whereby Mr. Oseni used the Arise TV platform as a medium to campaign for, and so it goes on to the question, to campaign for and launder the image of Mr. Peter Obi and his undisguised personal animosity towards me for my refusal to support Mr. Peter Obi's presidential ambition. Yes or no? Mr. Peter Obi, you did not respond to that question. You said you did not bribe Mr. Rufai Oseni. However, that is not what I asked. Did you or did you not give money, either directly or indirectly, to Mr. Rufai Oseni? Yes or no? Simple. So, for Reno to be narrowly fixating on that particular question, and by the way, for Reno to be narrowly fixating on that particular question, that is to suggest to you that he has more than is giving out at the moment. So he's waiting for a response to that question before he then goes to the next phase of whatever it is that is embarked upon. And by the way, there is concern in the response of Peter Obi. Firstly, he need not have responded because this is a spat between Reno Omokri and James Brown, also known as you know why I call you know why I call Rufai Oseni James Brown. Let's see, Rufai Oseni. All right. You know why I call Rufai Oseni James Brown? Let me show you why. I just want to show you why I'm calling him James Brown. So if you look at this, you know, of course, Bobrisky is going to Turkey to try and morph his body from male to female. Rufai doesn't need any of that surgery. He's already, so this is what makes him James Brown, just a ridiculous guy, but that's me being silly. So let's get back to it. So it says, yes, so that's essentially the back and forth then, Reno Omokri versus initially Rufai Oseni, now sweeping up Peter Obi in that fight. So that is Reno Omokri. He's landed in Nigeria and landed with a bang. So landed in Nigeria and landed with a bang. So let's go on from there. So a lot of people already messaging me, querying the substance of this next storyline. Nigerians criticize Dangote cement price gap. 5,200 naira at home, 1,500 naira in Benin Republic. And this is as recent as, when was this written? This was written on the 27th of August, 2023. So these are recent figures, essentially. Nigerians have taken to social media to voice their dissatisfaction over a significant difference in cement prices set by business magnate Aliko Dangote within Nigeria and neighboring Benin Republic. The uproar began when a Twitter user highlighted the contrast in the cost of Dangote cement in Nigeria, where a bag sells for 5,200 naira and is priced in Benin Republic a mere 1,500. The critique has prompted citizens to question the rationale behind such a price discrepancy, especially given that the cement produced locally uses domestic raw materials. This situation follows recent criticism directed at Dangote for employing 11,000 Indian workers in its oil refinery, raising concerns about employment opportunities for Nigerians. Critics are voicing broader concerns about monopolistic practices and economic inequality, emphasizing the need for fair competition, ethical business conduct, and transparency within the Nigerian business landscape. So that So this latter half is something really that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. The monopolistic tendencies of the Nigerian business landscape is stymies, of course, by the very essence, it stymies competition, which then affects pricing points. So it affects the end user. So if somebody, and when you're talking about monopolistic or a monopoly, that is not to say that Dangote has exclusivity in cement production in Nigeria, no, but he has an abundance of that market that his decision essentially sets the market. That guy controls a good 70%, if not more, of the Nigerian cement market. So that's as near enough a monopoly as the influence impacts. Critics are voicing broader concerns about monopolistic practices and economic inequality, emphasizing the need for fair competition, ethical business conduct, and transparency within the Nigerian business landscape. The allegations also touch on Dangote's access to preferential foreign exchange rates, potentially providing him with an unfair advantage in business operations. As reactions continue to circulate on social media, some commentators have gone beyond criticizing Dangote himself, urging Nigerians to reconsider their consumption choices and boycott all Dangote products as a means of holding the billionaire accountable for his business practices. The discrepancy in cement prices has ignited a larger conversation about economic fairness and ethical business practices in Nigeria. The call for equitable pricing and a level playing field remains strong as Nigerians strive for a more just and balanced economy. So there it is right there. It's just ungodly. How many times is that? So 1,500 plus 1,500, so that's 3,000, plus another 1,500, that's 4,500, and you still get change. They're selling it for significantly less than three times what they're selling it in Nigeria as they are in the Republic. So Nigeria, they will milk you to the bone. If you're a Nigerian, no, they will milk you to the bone. So talking about milking to the bone, let me come to this one. Let me bring this one first. 25,000 naira replacement fee for faded number plates legal. This is VIO. The spokesman, Directorate of Road Traffic Services, FCT, Mr. Kalu, whatever, says the 25,000 naira service charges motorists the spokesman, Directorate of Road Traffic Services, Mr. Kalu Emetu, says the 25,000 naira service charges motorists for replacement of faded, this is how they've written it, of faded plates is legal and justifiable based on its mandate. Emutu made this known in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria on Sunday. He said that what people failed to understand was that there was no way the agency could replace faded number plates to motorists free of charge after they have used them for a period of time. The question people normally ask is, why should we charge motorists or ask them to pay a fine for what they got from us? So, for all of you living outside of Nigeria, I want you to reflect and think when you've ever had the need to change your license plate. Because as far as I know, and I've driven countless cars, my preference used to be a Qashqai, but now I'm driving a Peugeot my preference used to be a Cherokee, but now I have a Qashqai and a Peugeot. But for all of the cars that I've run through in this country, I have never once had to give any thought to the license plate. It always lasts the lifespan of a car. So quite why a license plate has an expiration date, and why then they have to charge you half the price of the car for you to replace it only in Nigeria. the question people normally ask is, why should we charge motorists and ask them to pay a fine for what they got from us? You see, everything in life has a lifespan. A situation where somebody uses a license plate, say 2 to 3 years, not minding the way the person was using it, and gets faded. How do you use a license plate? You simply stick it on the car and you forget it, don't you? Therefore, it is wrong for the person to feel that another one should be given to him or her free of charge. So only in Nigeria, it's just, you know, sometimes you just want to weep when you sometimes you just want to shed a tear for that country. And by the way, there's still plenty of space on the platform if anybody wants to hop on. Sometimes you just want to weep when you think about that country. FCTA demolishes multi-million naira Abuja duplex. So let's just have a the Federal Capital Territory Administration on Monday demolished a multi-million naira duplex, etc., etc. So that's Wike's policy, no doubt kicking in. So that's Wike's policy, no doubt kicking in. So let's go to this one. Hold on one second. Hold on. Hold on. All right. All right. Let's go on to this one. Taraba agog as uranium mining sets to commence. So another big space for money for the country, you would say. As the mining of uranium is due to commence in the Mika area in Kwaji Chiefdom in Taraba State, experts says the state and federal government will earn foreign exchange from the mineral, which exploration is the first in the history of Nigeria. The experts disclosed this at a gathering on environmental impact by the Federal Ministry of Environment, etc., etc. The meeting was at the instance of the Federal Ministry of Environment as part of requirements for the license for the exploration and mining of uranium. So, is that not? Is it lithium that Elon Musk is after in Nigeria? We have lithium in commercial quantity to the point that Elon Musk is begging us. We have uranium, which I think the French are coming for to abandon the Republic. We have everything in Nigeria. A retired director of pollution and health from the Federal Ministry of Environment, Mr. XYZ, who told correspondents that Taraba and the federal government would earn forex from the exploration, said uranium was a very special mineral which was used in generating electricity and for other purposes globally, but cautioned that it needed to be handled under strict regulations and guidelines from the regulatory body. Bayero, an indigene of Taraba and chairman of XYZ, noted that the proposed uranium mining project in Taraba had economic advantage for the state and the country. So yes. So there it is. What more can you say? Right. He said countries like Belgium, Bulgaria, Finland, Japan, South Korea, and Hungary sourced at least 30% of their electricity requirement from nuclear reactors, whilst France got 75% of its electricity from uranium. He further said, export of uranium for which there is a ready market will boost Nigeria's forex and the country's foreign reserves, as well as payment of duties, royalties, and levies. So there it is. So uranium in commercial quantity in Nigeria. uranium in commercial quantity in Nigeria. Let me land on this last one, and then we'll see if there are people in the room. Zimbabwe's presidential election did not meet regional international standards for credibility. This is the United States. The United States is committed to the people of Zimbabwe and their right to choose their leaders in free and fair elections conducted in a transparent manner. We commend those who sought to exercise their right to vote peacefully. Although the Zimbabwe Election Commission has announced results of the country's recent presidential election, multiple observation missions have expressed deep concerns and stated that the country's electoral process did not meet regional and international standards for credibility. For example, the Southern African Development Community and other international electoral observation missions cited problems with transparency, independence, fairness, and credibility at all stages of the electoral process. The United States notes in particular the systemic bias against political opposition during the pre-election period and reports from respected civil society groups that ZEC officials pressured election observers to sign altered polling unit results. So rinse and repeat, it's the same everywhere. Are these not the same set of whatever it is that is being alleged within the Nigerian space? But why the Americans are diving in beyond me. So there it is, and here they are. We've got Ajale Koko, we've got our Thomas, and we've got our Prince Daddy. So we kick it off as we are now. So let's kick it off then. Who wants to start first? Who wants to kick it off? Yes, and any volunteers?
Can I go one man?
I'm here, one man.
All right. Let's go with Ajale Koko, and then we come to you, Thomas.
Or does he want to go or what?
I don't know. Whoever wants to go can go first.
Okay, let's go if it's busy. Okay.
All right. Let's go to but Ajale Koko. Before we go into it, I saw you jostling with those rowdy youths in the earlier session. I mean, unbelievable. I can't handle them, but I'm surprised that
no.
Rascal from Somali and all this kind of
young boy.
My goodness me.
You know. So I saw them bashing hard on Tunaja. That's why I said, "Oh my God, they want to kill Tunaja." Yeah, I said, "Let me go in and rescue him." So that was what it's a good program. I mean, I like the session, but at least Kaiser, or what is the name of that?
Kaizo.
I think it should ensure that discipline reign there by not allowing the use of foul language and
and they call somebody a baboon, and Vin went wild. That I am not going to let this show continue. Why dare you? I am a soldier. We shoot you all. My goodness me, unbelievable. It's a different energy, isn't it? So
it's a different energy. It's a different war. I think it's a good show. If Kaizo can just make sure that if he can
those people are untamable, I can tell you that, because I spent weeks observing them before I decided to bring them here. They are untamable. Yeah, they're untamable.
It just have to organize the people and not allow people to talk on top of each other, and not allow the use of foul language, and whoever that is trying to act rascal can kick that person out, and so that they can send message to everybody that yes, we are here to talk about African issue, and we should be able be mindful of our language against each other, particularly when you are saying bad thing against another your fellow African participant or panelist country. You don't do that. There's going to be people want to defend their country no matter how. Well, I went in there because it's that South African young guy was talking nonsense about Nigeria. I said, okay, this is one of the young guys that not well educated. He doesn't have the knowledge of the history of what Nigeria have done, what Nigeria sacrificed in the struggle for them, to get their independence from apartheid. So that's why I went in there and said, okay, let's go and just tell them a little bit of the history of what Nigeria has done for them. So
you're a brave man, no, because they will not hesitate to insult you, those boys. But
Kaizo should be firm in the way that he direct that his own session. It should be firm. He should not allow rascality to reign there, because that can scare people away. They are intelligent guy, they are smart guy, but Kaizo should take charge of it and make sure that it doesn't allow.
Is a scientist, that guy.
He's a smart guy too. I like the way
he has a PhD in metallurgy and material science.
Wow, that guy must be a killer in mathematics and
yes,
mathematics and physics.
Yes, he's a real super brain. Let's get to it. So this headline now. Oh no, this actually wasn't where I was wanting to come in. I wanted to come in from the Dangote space. Nigerians criticize Dangote Cement's 1,200 at home, 1,500 in Benin Republic. So until I'm corrected, I'm working on the premise that Dangote does not have a cement plant in Benin Republic, and there is no reason why he would, because he has about 3 massive ones in Nigeria. So the cement that is selling in Benin are the ones that is producing in Nigeria. So why the sharp price disparity? And people now paying attention, they are now going through his business, and they're now saying enough is enough from this guy.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Please click on the like button. And how many people on the show now? How many people watching us now?
116 at the moment.
Yeah. That's a good number. But you can do the right thing. Everyone should click on the like button so that we can help the YouTube algorithm of this session. So, look, one man, I want to believe that Dangote have a factory or a plant there in Niger Republic. There's no justification for it. If there's no justification at all for that price, if it's transporting it from Nigeria to there, and he has to sell it that low with that far gap, difference in the price. No, I don't think it's possible. So I believe he has.
Would it not be something if they are exporting the cement from Nigeria to Niger Republic, and then they are smuggling it back into Nigeria because it's 3 times the it's just scary. Some of these things, it's just unbelievable stuff.
Lord. But you see, one thing we have to know is that cost of production in Nigeria is very, very high. Very, very high. Very, very abnormal. And the reason is because of, cost of electricity, cost of transportation, cost of other overheads that are too extremely high in Nigeria, and the valuation of our currency. So when we look at all these factors, you don't want to look at it as if Dangote is, overcharging us. And then the taxes that they charge Dangote too.
Not the Niger Republic or Benin Republic. Sorry. I'm taking the price there as we are speaking, but carry on there.
Okay, so the taxes that he pay in Nigeria plus the cost of production, it's very, very high, So I don't believe that he's shipping it or he's sending it for Nigeria there. I believe he have plants in Niger Republic, and the cost of production is cheap. I mean, it's low over there compared to what we have in Nigeria. So he's a businessman. He got to make his money. It's difficult to run.
I think what I'm seeing here, and this is just a quick Google search, is that the Benin Republic government, they actually cap the price of cement.
Oh, even if they cap it, there won't be any reason for him to ship it from Nigeria to over there and then bring down the price. That would be a very big loss for him, and no businessman will run business like that. So he must have a manufacturing plant there where the government give them all the enabling environment and how do I call it? Give them, maybe low tax and cost of production extremely cheap. So, and that is what it can do. When it's cheap, government cap it, and still it can still make its money, low taxes. So, and it's selling it at a reasonable price.
Should he be arrested? This guy.
Is it too early to make an interjection?
Okay, you can go. You can interject.
Okay, let's base our engagement on facts. Number one, that 1,500, whatever they are saying is, I don't want to use that word, BS. It's completely not true. That's one. The ex-depot price, factory price of Dangote cement in Nigeria ranges between 4,000 and 4,000, maybe 4,300, 4,400 or thereabouts. The remaining one, almost 1,000 different, is markup for the traders and the markup for the sellers and the transportation and the rest. So it is profiteering. Now, when Dangote, if he sells his own at 4,000, if the same product get to Benin Republic, number one, get the fact straight. Dangote does not have a factory in Benin Republic. If he still gets it to Benin Republic at 4,000, or let's say 4,200, their own markup is not as killing as that of Nigeria. So it might not be as let me finish now.
Hold on. Don't keep saying let me finish now. It's a conversation now. If you're going in a direction,
well, when you two are saying something, when somebody wants you, we say let you land.
It's too early in the session now. Just hold on.
Oh my God. You embarrass me all the time you say this thing.
No, it's not embarrassing you now. Just cooperate with the system. We do it with everybody else. It's not unique or peculiar to you. When you are saying ex-depot, that's different from cost of production. So ex-depot is how much they release it to then middlemen to go and sell. So that's different from cost of production. So that's what I wanted to insert.
So what difference does that make? How much they are selling it to their customer from their manufacturer, from their depot? I'm not saying the cost of the production. They put cost of production, they mark it up. So how much they are selling it outside, they are taking it out of their factory is what I meant. So using cost of production is neither here nor there because they have to mark up. There must be profit.
Yes, it is here or there because if it's still profitable at cost of production for them to sell it at 1,500 in the Republic,
there is no cement that is being sold at 1,500 at Benin Republic or Niger Republic. Rule that one out completely. That's complete lie.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Oh my goodness.
I'm asking now.
So because some people came on social media, this story, I don't know. I really hope that Dangote will respond. Sometimes you don't just respond to nonsensicals, but when we discuss, I just want to say that look, let's base our conversation on facts.
Hold on, Warpace. You are saying base it on facts. So you are saying that The 1,000. Hold on. You are saying the 1,500 is nonsensical, and the logical question to ask you is, how do you know? Which is what I've asked. How do you know?
Because number one, even the cost of production of one bag of cement in Nigeria is not even 2,000, not even 3,000. So you will not produce at over 3,000. I just told you that Dangote brings his cement out at over 4,000 because I have a major distributor that I know in Nigeria. Is over 4,000, maybe 4,001, depending on which of the plants you are taking from, whether it's Obajano, whether it's Okwela, whether it's which of the other, or depending on which of the location and the distance. So there is none of them that says less than 4,000, not a single one. So how do you produce at 4,000 in Nigeria and now transport it to Benin Republic and sell at 1,500? What logic supports that? So that 1,500 is completely nonsense. Now let's move forward. I don't want to take too much interjection.
No, but anyway, it doesn't cohere what you just said. It just doesn't. You know, because it's not the cost, it's not the ex-depot price that we should be looking at. It's the cost of production.
I just the cost of production now.
Sorry, can I interject?
No. You gave us ex-depot price, which is not cost of production.
Sorry, can I interject?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Bishop. Thank you, Wama. Thank you, Bishop. I calmly disagree with you. You know, we just fixed price to our own, the way we see it, or we want to say it so that we suit your narrative so other people understand. But it's wrong. Cement became 5,005 just recently. 3 years ago, Dangote was selling cement for 3,500. So I'm using the price of today to mark production of 2 years ago. Like every time Dangote produced cement, it came out 4,000. I think it just last year. Hold on, I think it was this year. It went to 5,005. Not even the last 2 years. Now, at 3 years ago, when Dangote was selling for 3,500, he has been accused that they are selling cement in Ghana or the Republic for 800 naira. But not today. They are accusing him. So the more the price goes up, things are changing in the world. That's why the price is going up too, at the extent of 1,500. And again, people are accusing Dangote that he's selling cement for 1,750. It's not just a mere people or obedient. These are people who carry out a survey and find out that he's cheating the people, and they came on public domain to say it with facts. So why are you saying that we should not listen to mere rumor? These people are liable for suing, or you don't know that? And it's not today Dangote has been accused of all this. If WikiLeaks leak, it was called, his nickname is Beggar of the People, that is making people's dry. That is not really giving anything to his people, they're not taking from his people. Bello and Dangote has been in fight for another year now. Bello have blocked Dangote's cement factory down, the one in Kogi, for no remittance of 10 billion for local tax. Dangote has been doing this, has been making the people, and now we're supposed to look at it holistically and criticize constructively. Not every time we support illegality, like we try to support somebody like we are bashing Dangote. Dangote has been doing some wrong. Let's call him
Number one, I am not supporting anything. I'm not supporting any illegality. You have your biases, and we are making these our biases to overcloud when we should reason, when we should base our argument and conversations on facts, hard facts. You are speaking from the point of emotions and biases. So it's okay. I will just end by saying, is anybody willing to stake a bet that there is no 1,000? We will send somebody from the money. I'll put $5,000. Let's what's his name that is in Lagos? Let him go to Benin Republic. We'll sponsor him, Ekene, to go and do a market survey tomorrow. Let's put 5,000. I'm taking $5,000, and I will send it in now, not tomorrow. If cement is 2,000 there, I will lose that money to anybody that is on this list. If you are ready to take that, I'm going for it. I'm talking about. You don't want me to say. You don't want me to learn to say my facts. If you are ready, take it up. There is no 2,000 cement in Benin Republic.
Hold on. You're not stating facts. You are stating subjects.
I have told you. No, you did not let me talk. You did not. You did not. I don't know what reason. For what reason you are doing that to me?
No,
You
okay.
did not.
Wait, Bishop. Let me just say this. Let me say this and don't say anything. When I say hold on, and it's not unique or peculiar to you, any and everybody here, we all say that to you. So it's not targeted at you directly. That's the one thing. And when people are telling you hold on, especially me, if I feel that you're going on a direction of travel that the fact that you are laying does not marry up to, then I want to pause you to interrogate those facts that you're presenting. So it's not to run through and then so that's just it. It's not you personally, it's the conversation. But let's get it back to Ajane Koko. So Ajane Koko, people are now paying attention to Dangote, and they are talking about now boycotting him. Do you see that? No, they are saying boycotting Dangote products now. Do you see that? And is that justifiable as well?
It's not possible to boycott his product. Reason being that he constitutes a larger share of the market, cement market in Nigeria. So to boycott his product means that a lot of dealership in that business will close down. So it's not Dangote alone that is going to suffer. A lot of dealership will close down, and a lot of retailers as well, they will close down, and that the economic setback will be very huge. So, but what we can do as a country, we have a responsible government, is to really take a look of this and see if it's overcharging the people. They can call him back. They can set up investigation team and they can find him. That is the way it should work. But Nigeria, like I said earlier.
Ajane Koko, good evening. Can I say something, please? Just 30 seconds. Dangote is a businessman. The last time I checked, if cement is too expensive, Nigeria can stop buying it. But I don't think you are saying they should checkmate. No, I don't think that is. We are not in Western world that the government.
But he has a near monopoly, is what Ajane Koko is saying, and it's very difficult to boycott him.
Ajane Koko, that's what I'm saying. One man, if Dangote cement is too expensive, stop buying it. Buy the cheaper ones.
From where? He has a Niamo. He controls 70% of the market.
No. We have other cement. One man. We have Elevant. We have Lafarge. Cement.
So sufficient enough to meet the needs.
Yes, we have other. That one man. Dangote is not only person selling cement in Nigeria. There is Lafarge. If we are going to E4, there is the.
We know. We're talking about market size. That's what we're really talking about. We know there are other competitors, but market size.
Dangote control 80% of the Nigeria cement marketing. It has a main monopoly, not even a main monopoly of Nigerian cement manufacturing, producing and selling. Lafarge and the rest of the artists.
Legally or illegally?
Let me quickly say this. Yeah, let me quickly say this. Dangote get a lot of subsidy from all this cement stuff people don't even know. From query to whatever bitumen he's getting. He's almost digging them for free. In my state, I know. Almost for free. And people don't talk about that. Jisoo, bitumen, whatever they use for cement, Dangote is getting it almost for free. The arbitrary government is giving to him, yet our cement is still more expensive. This fight has been on for long, but just now it's coming to light. Anyway, I'll leave the floor for the next person.
Okay, so I was going to ask if what you said earlier, if he's doing legally or illegally, but you just made a claim. Of course, I don't know. That gets the bitumen and all these other things for free or at a huge discount from the government. So, in other words, if that been the case, does he have a contract with the government to have a ceiling on the price of cement? So those are the things we need to know. There's a lot of claims being made, as just like Thomas was saying. I'm assuming it's a free market, and anybody's allowed to come into the cement industry and compete. You mentioned Lafarge and perhaps the other ones out there. So if Dangote is not doing anything illegal, I don't think we need to stifle him.
Yeah,
And show him.
Praise Daddy, sorry to interject you. He's doing illegal because he's controlling the government. Why? Because he's controlling the government not to cap the price, just like other country does. Japan, even the Republic, you have to cap your price. NFPC right now, there is NFPC PLC or limited right now. It's capping fuel prices for 560. Why did you just leave it?
Hold on. The government cannot cap the price now. Like Prince Daddy said, it's free market now, winning buyer, winning seller. So that's
but there's a regulation of prices so that you don't exploit the people. Even in America, there's free market. There's still regulation of prices. As a Jalo Coco, he has a shop and you can tell. You cannot just put 50,000 on price of what is that the government is not beyond 5 naira to 6 naira. It's not happening. So the government is controlling the government to make it that free that you can do anything you want and go with it.
Well, Dangote is not unique when it comes to what we call this capitalist mentality in trying to dominate the marketplace. Now, when it gets to a point and the government thinks its actions or inactions are detrimental to the states of Nigeria, then they can intervene. But until that point in time, is a free business person allowed to charge whatever he wants to charge? It's supply and demand. Supply and demand.
Continue to extort Nigerians, Abi.
Well, you can call it that, which that's what a lot of business people do. Even a Kene would not sell lower if you can sell higher. That's just the way it works. So again, it's if you allow the market to be free, when the government senses that, hey, what is private individuals doing is hard on the economy or the nation, then they intervene and try to come to a consensus. But trying to stifle him right now because he's making profit, that's the beginning of part of being a tyrannical state, as far as I'm concerned.
They could levy him with a heavy tax. That's usually how they control that.
And he's going to pass on the tax cost of his production, of his selling price to the consumers. Is that where we want to go?
If you price beyond affordability, then you just have the stock on the shelves.
That's what I'm saying. When the price goes so high, it becomes a supply and demand issue. And I just saw look at Colata's response right there. Let's import from China. They have cheaper cement, I guess. Then if that been the case, well, it's
Prince, sorry, you're not getting it. You cannot import cement into Nigeria. Abasajo have done that for Dangote. They killed Ubeto.
I get you. See, I understand. Nothing is set in stone. Things do change. Policies do change. You can't import cement. Dangote's price is getting so high, it's unaffordable. Now the government will be compelled to allow people to import cement. Things change. It's not always set in stone. Why you get stuck like this? Policies are there to be rewritten and changed or amended. So I know they don't import cement right now, but if the people can afford the price and I can get a cement in from China for $2,000, well, we got to do something about it. I mean, because even the government would want construction to continue because it helps with the development and the economy to grow. They want activities to continue in the economy. So it's not in the interest of the government to continue to hold on to a policy that doesn't favor the import of cement when somebody that monopolizes the economy or the cement industry keeps jacking up the price. There has to be a rebalancing of the economy.
Yeah, Prince Daddy, sorry, I'll push back a little bit. See, what you said is nice, and if the government is really working to the way we expect to be working. But the problem right now that we are complaining the government is not working the way people expect to be working. That's why the Dangote and his likes are expecting Nigerians. Yeah, it's like not only this cement. Because not only the cement we're talking about. Not only the cement we talk about.
All right. Let Bishop come in and then we get back to Daniel Coco. Bishop,
yeah, I still maintain what I said. There is a statement now. I'm just saying this statement. I've not read it from Dangote. I think it was released a few hours ago. I don't know if I can send that link to you. If you can read it.
Send it to me so that we're up to date with the conversation.
It says, give me 2 minutes now. It says Dangote clears on cement price misinformation says Nigeria's price lower than other West African countries. I'll find a way to send it to your whatever. Like I said to you when you first read it out, it does not support logically could make sense, because it simply means what Kulata says. If people can smuggle rice for lesser profit margin from Benin Republic to come and sell in Nigeria, then it will be easier to smuggle cement. If cement is actually 1,500 and it is 5,000 in Nigeria, that is 3 times. That is 3 times. But let me send this to you if I can. I will try. If you can read it out, I will appreciate it. So that we don't waste time. It's logically cool. And if the production is so low, then other people will be able to catch up with him if he's selling at that high, even if he's the only monopoly, since he's not the only one. There are other cements that are manufacturing. Let's even say he controls 80%. And if people are able to sell at lower price, their market will boom. It's simple logic. Well, I'll try and send this to you. It's just a release. It's a very recent release, a few hours ago.
All right, send it in, but it's a cartel as well, so there's a lot of price fixing in that space. But to Kulata's question, Ajane Koko, it says if Benin cement is that cheap, then it presents an arbitrage opportunity for Nigerians to import cheap cement. Abino Biso. So essentially, what we were saying, that you just smuggle it back in.
We have said that earlier. Maybe Kulata.
Yeah, but to a wider question that I wanted to ask you, Ajanle Koko, is Dangote, is it not becoming a problem for the Nigerian state? Is Dangote a problem for the Nigerian state?
Well, I don't want to subscribe to that it's a problem to Nigerian state, but rather Nigerian state is making it possible for Dangote to spread its monopolistic power in all sectors that he engaged with in Nigeria. So if you look at the cement sector, Nigerian state make it possible for him to dominate that space, they empower him to dominate that space. Now we have seen the oil sector, Nigerian state make it possible for him to dominate that space. Now, very soon, he said it's coming with, what do you call it? With auto vehicle. We don't know what is going to happen in that sector. So, but look,
it makes me uncomfortable the way that guy's name is pasted all over everything Nigerian. You know the road from Apapa, from the Tinkan Island into the city. He's building that as well because he has a construction firm too.
Yeah,
cement.
That was actually a good. That was also based on tax incentives. So
yes.
But I have a quick one for you. What happened this morning on this platform? I wanted to ask if he's still with this pro Africa, whatever, the way they dealt with him this morning.
You mean Ajale Koko?
Yeah,
it's not for the. Why did you call me? You tried to deal with me. Yeah, why? But curiously, they didn't deal with Ajale Koko.
They didn't deal with me. It's too Nigeria. They were trying to cut off the
head. How is that pro-African thing? I'm like, they don't like.
They didn't let you speak the other day too when you were there. I was listening to you too.
Africanist, Pan-Africanist stuff. You see how they feel about you now. So just to say, go ahead with your comment. Just
yeah, but I saw you in the comment section, but you were not blaming up to No, come for it goes bass. It goes bass.
They didn't even let him speak the other day when he was there too. But he had to run away. But
the one thing I will say is their conversation can be they are highly informed, very intelligent, but very prejudiced. Very prejudiced.
One man. Remember, you have to remind them of what Nigeria did for the country. They don't even know the role Nigeria played in the liberation.
They didn't know.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
But
you have to understand that these are people in their early mid-20s. So their only understanding of Nigerian is what they hear, that they're all drug dealers and they're all after their women. That's all they know.
Sorry, Mama, which show was that?
Oh, I have a guy that is hosting, like is doing a cameo hosting on the platform.
Are you able to notify all the shareholders if we give you approval or not? Oh, you have gone to Agbado.
No, he's not in Nigeria. No, he's
no. Ajaloko, please.
Kenyan.
Ajaloko, please tell me to someone send a letter to one man. Want to someone in court? Me, one piece will be here. It won't take approval from us first. Then there will be someone come show. How will the shareholder? How are we going to when we're board of meetings and discussing? How are we going to defend you, one man?
One man, nobody approved that. Nobody approved it.
Nobody approved that. You cannot just go out and start creating shows without really the shareholders approving it.
But we've been saying we wanted to vary from.
No, someone is a general. It does not.
One man is a real one man. It's a real one man. It's maybe a one-man decision. Don't mind.
I saw it, Bishop.
Solomon is a general. We are in democracy right now, so you cannot take the decision alone. Rather, we do not have a rubber stamp Senate. We, the Senate, are not rubber stamp. We opposite it. How can you do that, Mama?
But Ajale Koko enjoyed it. You know?
Enjoy with
I saw those guys bashing Tunaja. I say, see how they talk to Tunaja now. See how they rubbish in Nigeria. I say, no, I have to go in there.
Ajale Koko, Tunaja has been with those guys for 2-3 years. So they
know each other.
They go deep.
Hold on. I know that because when he came in, it was time to be logical. You know, we are all brothers, we are all Africans. It was given his usual. I'm like, they play, they are watching you. Next thing I know, it was yelling. What do you mean? Yes.
You know, it was quite a thing, but we see how it goes. I want to bring that space here to see what we are making of it. But no, I see this Dangote guy as a problem that has to be solved. It's just it's as simple as that. You know. Let me take you to this space.
Let me tell you one man, Dangote. Yeah. If you are in Dangote's shoe and you are giving so much support by the state, won't you take advantage of it? You will definitely do even more than what Dangote is doing. We have a country that, number one, is hostile to business. That is number one. Then when you have people like Dangote that stick his neck, have so much money, pumping so much money into manufacturing. Manufacturing is the most difficult thing to do in Nigeria. So he's put his money down. He's contributing to the GDP of this country, and not only to the country, he's even exporting to neighboring country, thereby is making it possible for our economic activity in that country to function. So it is an economy within an economy. So, but we have people in the position of authority that make it impossible for other people to come and compete with him. And that is the problem. It is not Dangote. It's the people in charge that are supposed to allow, competition, that didn't allow that to happen, that empowered Dangote to spread his business empire like that. So, and the taxes, there was a day I was watching his interview. Dangote said the total of the taxes that he paid is 55%. That is not a good country to run business. I mean, to to engage in manufacturing. You can't pay 35% tax, and you want to remain in that kind of place. In that kind of
I agree with you. That tax is too much. If it's 55%, that is
for
way
him
too
to
much.
remain there,
Hold on.
remain in that
Is it 35 or 55?
55.
That is way too much.
55.
Nobody can survive that. Even Japan here is 40, almost 40. Business corporation tax.
I guarantee he's not paying 55%. It's not.
Yeah, that is not paying anyway.
Openly. He said it on
Of
the
course,
TV.
he will say anything to get away. But do you know, Bello and Dangote has been in court for since a year plus now. The biggest Dangote cement refinery is been on lockdown. Bello seal it up for Dangote's owing 10 billion naira on state taxes. Has not paid.
Okay. That
10 billion.
That guy should be commended.
Sorry to cut you guys. Can you clarify the actual price? Because I'm reading that they said it's actually almost like somebody saying that is the price of cement in Benin Republic is about 4,600 CFA, about comparable to the same price Dangote is selling it in Nigeria. So
who's saying that? Who's saying that?
I've been Bola in the comment section. Can you clarify? Do you live in Benin Republic? Just to clarify, because I'm trying to. Because he's saying that it's not true that 1500.
Yes, I've been trying to check as well. It's the price of cement in Benin Republic.
Yeah, we know the actual. It's not. Maybe I don't think it's 1500 naira. I'm not sure myself.
Well, what Bishop was submitting earlier, it made perfect sense. I mean, if there's a price difference, it wouldn't be that huge. That would didn't make any sense, and it wouldn't make any sense. And I was going to say also, before Dangote was Abiola, right? Okay, and before Abiola, of course, we have all this Carnegie, Vanderbilt overseas in other countries. People monopolizing an economy or an industry is nothing new. Your question, one man, if Dangote will become a problem in Nigeria, of course it will become a problem at this rate, and it's natural. There's nothing unique about it. It will become a problem. Until
is he already a problem though? Is he already a problem?
That's a good question that I can answer, but we would know.
The problem is epidemic. Dangote is a cancer to Nigeria economy. If we continue,
I would say that's extreme.
That's extreme.
That's extreme. We don't appreciate.
That's the problem. Sorry.
No, I think people have a problem.
Hold on, what please? Yeah.
I don't have a problem people making money, making a lot of profit. That's not a big thing. But got to keep in mind to do all these activities and be involved with so many production and industries, it takes a lot of investment, a lot of time, dedication. So if it makes profit, so it just shows that Dangote is a human being. We always take advantage of situation if we're not checked. So Dangote will become a problem if he isn't a problem right now. There's no doubt about it. And it's up to the government to respond accordingly. Yeah.
Babati, the prices seems to vary from platform to platform. I'm now seeing somewhere they're saying it's 3,699.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So that one is more believable than 1.5.
Okay. Okay, sorry, Babati, but let me repeat to Prince Daddy. I said Dangote is a cancer to Nigeria economic growth, and yes, I stand by it. If Dangote continue to grow like this or continue to operate like this is how cancer grows in the body. It keeps spreading. Before you know it, it will take over everything. Go and look at so many sectors that is locked down and it's not producing anything because Dangote monopoly from rice to whatever millet and the rest. Where is Dangote factory in rice? They're all locked down. You use monopoly to lock them down, and price of rice now in Nigeria is skyrocketing. People cannot import it. People cannot create their own factories like that because Dangote has a monopoly over this. Just like Rockefeller during the oil boom, he was controlling almost all the oil company.
I want to move on from there, but land that point, and then we move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I almost got through. But anyway, I'm going to control the government and it's control the prices. So we have to break down monopoly from Dangote if our economy wants to grow. Because Dangote controls so many things in our economy, and it's not good for us to grow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So, Ajale Koko, let me move you then to the contractor between Reno Omokri, Peter Obi, and Rufai Oseni. So the controversy started when, you know, Reno Omokri is back in Nigeria and it's been flashing all these photo ops with Nuhu Ribadu, Goodluck Jonathan, etc. But yes, so showing off that look, you know, the eagle has landed. You
That's
know,
right.
yeah, but of course, you know, this guy, he has a particular thing for Rufai Oseni, and I think he's on a mission to expose him. So now he's now come out with this narrative of Peter Obi paying for the funeral of Rufai Oseni's father. So now, and is fixated on that particular point, and he continues to hammer it. So if it's established then that Peter Obi did pay for the funeral of Rufai Oseni's father, does that then completely destroy Rufai Oseni? And then does that also call up Peter Obi in that halo that he has on his head?
Well, you see, Omokri statement is not very specific because he said that he should tell him, Rufai should, or what do you call him, Obi should clarify if he paid him by cash or by money transfer. So which one are we going to hold as factual? It should be very, very specific in a statement. If you really mean that he paid him by cash, it should say, yes, you are paid by cash. If it's by money transfer, he should mention it specifically. So, but is showing two sides on this thing is not really too specific. So that indicates to me as if it's not really sure of what he's saying, or maybe
You know, Ajanle Koko, I'm not sure we can say that he's not, because he's gone to a specific space in Rufai Oseni's life to say that this was what happened in that space. So he must know something for him to say that. He did not say that he paid for his children's school fees. He did not say that he gave him bribe. He did not say he gave him a brown envelope. He did not say anything other than he paid for Rufai Oseni's father's funeral, burial. So that's quite specific. So does he know something is what you have to, is really what I'm thinking.
It might be making that statement to not, you know, be very specific, so that at the end of the day, if they lie here and there, now Obi came out and said he has never paid anybody, he has never paid any journalist, he has never paid anything. So Obi he has clarified his own reputation there.
Is this Yes Daddy Mark II? Is this Yes Daddy Mark II? Because it's a non-denial denial, isn't it? Peter Obi said, I did not bribe any journalist to promote me,
yes,
which is completely different from what is being alleged.
That's
so it's
right.
A non-denial denial, isn't
it? Obi has said something now. He did not bribe. That is number one. And we are waiting for Rufai to say his own part, and we know what is really happening. But in the real sense of it, if Obi gave Rufai some money for his father burial, that is in accordance to our culture.
Thank you, Ajale Koko.
Hold on, let Ajale Koko land. Would that not be deemed as trying to influence him?
I will not say that. You see, look, our culture is our culture. We have to accept it. No matter what profession that we practice, our profession does not say that we should not practice our culture. So if Obi is showing compassion and sympathy and showing love by giving him something that, look, I know you have spent some money. This is what I'm giving you to help you. There's nothing wrong in it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Angelico, sorry, I agree. But so the people at the airport and the shipping port, they're practicing their culture, right?
No. That one is different. That one is different. He lost his father, and we know what we do when somebody lost his father. People bring gift. So if Obi is complying to our culture by giving him gift for the loss of his dad, he has not done it. Obi have not done anything wrong. Neither did what do you call it?
Rufai.
Rufai.
I thought about it, and I do agree with you actually. But let's not pretend that it doesn't. I mean, seeing Rufai on television, we should not be confused. Is biased towards other parties, especially the APC, when it comes to the support of Peter Obi. Therefore, Oseni cannot be objective, and we see his interviews, the lowball questions, and how he frames the question and attacks the other side. It's not a fair arbiter. It's not, and I think we all know that.
Hold on. The question we should ask is that when did Oseni dad pass away?
Thank you, Angelico. That was what I want to ask.
I think it was 2022. They were. I think the narrative was in 20. I think he said 2022, didn't he?
Even if it is 2022, it is not only Rufai that sounds supporting Obi in that studio. It's the entire Arise News.
But he
so
overtly.
Do you want to say everybody? Do you want to tell me that Abati that spoken against Tinubu sometimes? Are you telling me that Obi bribed them too?
Yeah, but Abati, he gives us a veneer of neutrality somewhat. The rest of them gives somewhat of a sheen, a veneer of neutrality. But Rufai is unabashedly just is campaigning for Obi now. We everybody knows that.
Well, I don't
openly campaigning for him.
He never openly campaigned. He asked questions and he bashed APC for bad governance of the state. That might not time well with APC supporter, people that support what do you call it? Buhari and Tinubu. So you might interpret it as if, he is partisan, but we all know that APC destroyed that country. And for our right to stand up and speak against their bad governance all the time, I think they're doing good for us as a country. The press should play a leading role in checking the excesses of these criminals we have in the position of leadership in our country that have brought us down to where we are today. As a country that fit for no purpose. So when
sorry.
Yes, you can say something.
Yeah, please, can you refresh one man's mind and his co-APC supporter or particular supporter that when the owner of China's mother died, both the PDP, APC, Labour people were in that funeral. They all donated money to Abayomi, what's his name called. So is that was a bribery too? We saw on TV.
Yes, we can't be mischievous. We can't allow Omokri to use his political sentiment and his efforts to destroy somebody
So you find nothing wrong with that?
I find nothing wrong in it.
That Peter Obi funded the burial of Rufai Oseni.
What does it mean by funded?
He signed the check for it. That's what that means. And you don't feel that colors how Rufai Oseni has been reporting on the election.
Out with his fact. If what does it mean by funded? If Obi gave him gift, there's nothing wrong. It's in line.
Sanwo-Olu gave him gift too. So now Sanwo-Olu is bribing Rufai to James father's burial.
So that is in practice of our culture. Why should that be mischievously described as a bribe by Omokri?
No, see, it's not about him getting a gift for his father's funeral. It's more about exposing Rufai on how deep he is when it comes to this politics. So Rufai is not a fair guy, just like I said. We all know that when it comes to this politics, is not fair in his analysis. And it's just to expose him, really, because Rufai likes to pretend to be holier than thou. But it has its own shortcomings also. Remember when it comes on television, he talks about it is the kind of person that tells everybody else the right things to do. But when it comes to him,
it's sanctimonious and moralizing all the time.
Exactly, and I think you also brought. Sorry, Angelica, a few months ago, maybe last year, sometimes when he had an encounter with a police officer, and the way he behaved. And even threatened the police officer that was going to call the governor because he had him on speed dial, and it behaved so badly. But when he comes on television, he tells everybody else how to behave. Now he had an opportunity actually to present himself and show the rest of Nigerians how to behave, regardless of your position or title in society. He didn't do that. He behaved like the rest of us. So who the hell is he? Is the question.
Prince Daddy, let me ask you this question: is Fox News co-host presenters are they right? Are they married right or wrong?
The co-presenter. Come on, see, I know how this game works. See, the right television. Well, they all are Labour Party obedient leaning. If that's what you want to know.
I just ask you a question. Fox News, first channel in America. Are they married right or wrong?
Well, to answer your question right now, they're not right anymore. They used to be starkly right, not anymore. They are, you can't even call them middle. They just they fluctuate back and forth. So I know where you're going, and I'm not against.
Sorry, since I was born, now I'm about my 50. I've never seen where Fox News support Democrat. Democrat from all the presenters, they are best of the best. They all against any Democrat government.
See, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Hold on, why are you putting Useni? Hold on, one man. Why are you putting Useni on the spotlight? If he's putting a party, these are news presenters. They all have their lineage. There's challenge there that has lineage to PDP. If Arise have lineage to Labour, it's fine. TVC can have lineage to APC. It's political.
I agree with you. I agree with you. No. I agree with you. And I said, some of this, even here in America, for example, even the newspapers, they announce their support or alliance to a political party or individual. They do that all the time, but that's not the problem. I'm just trying to point out Rufai as an individual that is duplicitous in the way he presents himself. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if he supports Peter Obi. That's not even the problem. I've seen the picture that woman showed earlier with him and Peter Obi hanging out. That's okay. But don't think we are. No, I mean, we're not smart enough to read between the lines that this is what is going on. But it's the Rufai person that I'm talking about. Dr. Bati's there also, Aya, and what you call it, the other lady. They all, we know where they're leaning. That's not a big deal. Just like you said, then you have TVC, you have Channels Television, which is more neutral than the rest of us, and TVC is more APC or Tinubu leaning.
And also, in addition to that, Prince Daddy, the Fox and all of this, they are factually, officially are partisan and they openly tell you that they bat for one side.
Correct.
But Arise TV, they present themselves as honest arbiters of our facts and truth. So they present as non-aligned, but then the bias of that particular journalist it shines like a beacon.
Let me tell you one man. What Reno is doing is what is described as assassination of character. He is just trying everything to destroy Oseni and for his name to keep reigning in the news media. This incident, Papa Oseni died in 2022. We went through the election activities, presidential election, electioneering process, and all this. Why didn't he mention it? Why is he coming up with it now? He knew that all this. Why is he coming out with it now? It's just. I think he should be questioned too. He should be questioned. I don't see anything wrong in what Obi has done, if Obi have even done so by giving Oseni money for the burial of his father. It's in line with our culture. We can culture away for one. What is described as some people are saying professionalist ethics. Which professional ethics? We say that your father died, somebody is giving you a gift, you say you are not taking it. Did you
minimum
ask for the gift?
Yes.
Let me say this. You will come in.
Yeah.
Did he ask for the gift? If he didn't ask for this gift, it is not bribery. He willingly gave him the money.
No. You don't have to ask for a bribe.
No. It's not a bribe. It didn't ask. It is for an incident that happened.
Okay. Is it an inducement? Is it an inducement?
Not a gift. The gift will come from various quarters. When such an incident happens to you.
No. Am I be culture whatever keep standard? Do we really want to fix our society, or when it comes to our own issue, we bring three things: religion, age, and culture, so that we hide under what we are at, we are airing, and we use that to excuse ourselves. The minimum journalistic standard is for full disclosure. Journalists will always use that word for full disclosure. Was there any point Rufai made that? He didn't.
Full disclosure of what?
When journalists have something, they always have full disclosure. They will say it.
Disclosure of what?
Baba Jaluko, this argument does not make sense anymore. Rufai Oseni is not the only son of Pa Oseni. And Rufai Oseni is not the elder statesman of Oseni family. They are up to like 500 in the family. Now, if Peter Obi is happy to know one of them and donate money to the burial of their uncle or the brother or younger brother of Rufai Oseni, then you say Rufai Oseni should come out and declare his burial for crying out loud.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, wait.
Hold on.
Why are they not talking about Saulu gift and the other APC gifts?
Can you not hear me? What, please?
Sorry.
Yeah, hold on. Let the Prime make a comment. Baba make a comment, and then round off that space. I think we've been there too long. The Prime.
Okay. Let's put it like this. If Rufai Oseni is just reading the news, it's different. But when he is trying to project opinion that he has been induced by gift, even the Bible says gift corrupts the wise. Why are we shying away from it? That is one. The second thing, and when you get gift like that, it is let me say hello to Peter Obio. He gave me something to support my father's burial. Then people will understand that, okay, you have made disclosure of that. As a civil servant in America, you don't take gift. Baba Janle Kuku, you know that. So if he had collected something from him, he could have disclosed it at one point. Then it becomes normal. But not disclosing it and trying to continue to paint this narrative like everything he's doing, he is not induced. He's trying to fool the whole lot of us. We should not hide under culture of anything. Even in some position where you are, when you get some gift, you have to say it. Somebody gave me this. Then people will understand, like, okay, they can balance your actions and inducement. If he didn't do that, that's wrong. He's a public figure. It's against journalistic ethics. And secondly, he has become a public figure. He has made himself the news. He's no longer saying the news. He is now the news. It's not good for journalism. How does it, please?
All right. Thank you. Sorry, what piece? If my voice came across a bit abrupt there, I think it may well have. But coming, Baba.
Yes. Good evening, folks. Thanks for the opportunity. First, I want to talk about the profession that is called journalism. It demands high ethics. I was listening to, I think, Erin Bennett, a lady who works for CNN, a couple of weeks back, and she was interviewing George Conway, the husband of Kellyanne Conway. I guess we all know her. And before the interview started, she made, I will call it a disclaimer also. He said, "This man I'm about to interview is my brother-in-law." She was upfront with it. And I realized that's what their ethics really demanded. That's how good that guidelines for journalists are. She was upfront. Nothing. This man is my brother-in-law, so you will know where he's coming from. And if you're a journalist like in the US, let's talk about Tucker Carlson. When they say Tucker Carlson, you know exactly where he belongs. You know he's a Trumpite. Definitely. So our own journalists.
Sorry, Baba. 190 million views. The interview with unbelievable, but carry on with Trump. 190 million views.
So this is the thing. Reno Omokri and Rufai, they are family. So we died in their fight, we don't know. Because according to Omokri, I listened to his interview on Sheyin Okinbaloye podcast. He said El Rufai and his half-brothers and sisters holiday in their house. That his El Rufai half-brother and sisters are his own cousins, but they is not El Rufai. El Rufai is not his cousin. He comes with his half-brothers and sisters to their house, so they go really way back. They go way, way back. So if he said something, there is something there. And I start to wonder the way he pontificates every morning. That's not journalism. It's like he lectures everybody. And he goes verbose once in a while. And I get really surprised. That is not journalism. That is 100% undiluted partisanship. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Ajanle Koko, and then we go on to Bishop.
Well, thank you, Baba, for telling us that they have a kind of family relationship, Rufai and what do you call him? Omokri. So, but for Omokri, to come and spread this I call it nonsensical information that is aimed at generating controversy around Rufai. It's just unbelievable because, and I will maintain my position. Obi have done nothing wrong to give him gift. Disclosure, he doesn't have the responsibility to disclose anything to the public. He might have disclosed to his boss, so person give me money, so person give me money. They gave me gift, for my father burial. If that is in conformity with the ethics of the profession, as far as the organization is concerned, good, as long as it discloses it. So disclosing it to the public, I think that is, how many names will it disclose? So if some other friend he have in APC, maybe some other political friend gave him some gifts, so you have to start mentioning the name and other that gave him money because he's a journalist. He have to be mentioning all the names. So I don't get it sometimes. So, but our culture, as far as we are concerned, allows that, and the profession does not say when you are in a situation like that, you lost your dad, and you are given a gift from different quarters. Your profession does not deny you, would not never deny you from accepting gifts from people. So, but you can interpret it the way you like. I know all of you, majority of you doesn't like Rufai, so you're not going to see anything good in what he did. There's nothing that he will ever do good to you people, because a lot of you are just Tinubu supporters. You don't like him from time immemorial because of his confrontational way that him and his team on a rising go after, deliver against APC bad governance. We have seen it up to date. Go and look at what the Bureau of Statistics released on our economy. The poor result, poor economic performance. The second quarter, very poor. What are we talking about? And you say we shouldn't speak when they are doing their job, speaking against them, and that is partisan? Look, we can do better. We should not go after Rufai. He has not done. So Omokri is looking for cheap popularity, is getting it, and I hope Buhari will speak, Rufai will speak on it, and it will end there. So that's my take, one man. Let me leave it there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellently put by Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So let's move on from that topic to another. But on our way to that other topic, let's acknowledge the super chats. In the old tradition, we used to read them out. Kulata, it says, that is bribing a journalist. There are ethics in journalism, Ajan Lekoko. It is simply unacceptable. When do we start excusing bribery as a culture? So that is Kulata trying to poke at Ajan Lekoko a little bit, and then Ola comes in with a super chat as well. He says, if Obi funded Pa Oseni'S burial ceremony on the surface, it was not legally wrong. However, the political association will suggest ethical issues. So somewhat aligned with Kolata in his opinions as well. So thank you for those. Keep them coming. Keep them coming as we move the conversation in the direction of our Bishop. See if we still have him. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop.
I hope I'm able to.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Bishop. So, Bishop, so we move the conversation on and we move it in this rather somewhat. Bishop, you are driving a vehicle now. When did you last pay attention to the number plate of your vehicle, thinking it needs changing?
It needs changing?
Yes. So this is what they've come up with. Yes, this is what they've come up with in Nigeria now. They are saying after every 3 years, especially in Abuja, that your license plates would have faded and they are charging you 25,000 naira for replacement.
Well,
is this Tinubu and is tax them by all means necessary that
well,
we're saying?
in the US, in the state I live, every year you renew your tag. You pay $20 to renew your tag. And even in the state I live, also they introduce what do you call it? Emission. You need to go and do emission. It ranges from between 20 to 25 or $30 in some instances, and you have to do it every year. So you are renewing your tag for $20. In fact, the last one I paid was $24, and you are doing emission for 20. So you are paying $40 to renew your registration, your tag. That's your plate number every year. But that's all.
That you
You say what?
Yeah, are you talking about your vehicle registration that you is?
I said your tag. Say you renew your tag every year. That's what I just said.
Okay, what
and that's unambiguous.
You do registration every year too?
Do what?
Your registration of your vehicle. Do you
That's what you do every year. Now that's what I just said. Now that's what you renew now.
Okay, okay, $20.
I mean, in Georgia it costs $40 altogether because you do emission too. And
that one is different from what
I only just added the emission to it. I answered the question.
I mean, re-registration every year.
They are not saying you should register. He's saying that the plate number is faded after 3 years. Except I did not hear him when he said they said that plate number you need to renew to change it after 3 years because it's faded. Every 3 years, not every year. That's what woman read.
Do you when your plate number faded? Does your plate number?
Allow me. Right.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah. Do you change? Do you pay for faded plate number in America? That is the question.
So no. The question is, if your own did not fade, will you be asked to change it? Will you be asked to change it? To pay 20,000 to change
I don't know where you're taking us to.
Is it me? Is it me? Is it me that is taking you somewhere? Or I don't know.
I don't Let me interject real quickly.
No, stop. Have you ever experienced faded plate number in America? That is the question.
Allow me. See, when Tinubu or the government is trying to find creative ways to make money, this is part of it. This is just part of it. Yes, we don't pay for faded. In fact, sometimes you can barely read the license plate of some older vehicles, right? That's not the point here. But somehow, some way, just like Bishop said, we pay for tax, we pay for what they call DEQ or emission standard. We pay for a whole bunch of stuff for driving vehicles. We do pay. So if they're trying to find creative ways to generate more revenue, well, what is wrong with that? Because even here, many cities or counties, they mount like every damn block, it seems, like traffic cameras to catch people speeding or whatever. So it's just the city or the counties finding ways to generate revenue. That's all they're doing. But the license plate issue, all they have to say is, hey, just if it fades or not, you just pay a fee after every 3 years for renewal or whatever. It's part of governance. It's just part of the whole thing. Not a big deal, if you ask me.
I drove. I'm not sure. Maybe I spoke with one man in the process from Illinois. From Iowa through Ohio through Illinois, and I'm not exaggerating. I paid almost $100 in tolls. In fact, some of them I'm even supposed to call because those ones you just drive through, you now call them to pay later. But that the one that I paid with my card in a journey of less than 3 or 4 hours, they call it the turnpike. The last time I had something like that was when I went to Texas some years ago. I followed their turnpike. I mean, not Texas, Florida. And I was paying like hell. Now, I'm not just buying. One man
Bishop,
just let me finish. Let me finish.
Sorry.
Let me finish,
I must
please.
commend you. You drive long hours. I cannot drive anything more than 2 hours. My body is already craving.
I've done 36 hours non-stop. So
all right, land that and let's move on.
So what one man asked me was, do they pay for renewal? And I explained the one we pay for here. It's not the same thing as Nigeria, but we pay it every year. In fact, I was not home I had two of my cars that I did not drive. I got a letter because I removed the insurance on one of them. I just removed the insurance. Why should I be paying almost $100 on insurance every month? It's not per year, every month in Georgia, because they keep increasing it. And they wrote me a letter that my tag, that if I don't, they sent me a penalty. The first penalty was to pay $25. The second one is to become $80. So I have to pay it because I'm not driving the car. The car is in my garage. I removed the insurance on it, but they send a penalty that, hey man, I mean, you have to drive your car to pay insurance because they get their own percentage of the insurance. How many car owners pay $100 per month on insurance in Nigeria? I'm not saying I'm doing direct comparison, but they generate money by their county, by the state, by the city. They look for every means to generate money to run government. So federal government Nigeria said they are not going to be borrowing money anymore. They will devise means of raising money from everybody. Don't talk, say debt. So let's go down a little bit on debt. If you have to renew your car, you can buy a car and fuel it, and you can renew. You have to renew the plate number once in 3 years for 25,000 naira. I mean, that shouldn't be a big deal. Thank you.
All right, interject. But I wanted to move on from there quickly. But interject.
Yeah, it's not like interject anyway. I just want to say my own part. Sorry. This first of all, if government wants to create venue to raise money, it's not my problem. But my problem is this: you cannot be charging a vehicle 25,000 naira to renew a plate number when a minimum wage is 30,000 naira. It's too much. This plate number renewal is supposed to be like 1,000 naira.
If you are any minimum wage, you have a business in driving a car. Let's be realistic here.
Hold on. Please hold on. I have right to push back. It's government, even though government come out with 500 naira, we still have right to push down to 150. Because
all right, let's move on. But it's not every topic that we really need to push back on, but land it and then we just
Like for me in Japan, I pay my car insurance is on my own whatever, how they say, prerogative. I choose to put car insurance in my car or not to put car insurance in my car. Is that my own prerogative? Then I renew my car every 3 years or every 2 years. We do shaken, they check the car is road worthy. But I never pay for plate number every year in this country. Every country is different. And in Nigeria, trying to raise more, because cars are already paying a lot of taxes in Nigeria. Every state they collect tax from commercial and private vehicles. They collect a lot of money from them. Now you are bringing out 25,000 naira. That is too much. It's one too much.
Let's stop this opposition to everything. Listen. Let's stop this opposition. Listen. Listen. Number one,
it was not a legal story. I didn't really want us to spend a lot of time.
If you are any 30,000 naira minimum wage, you don't have any business driving a car in Nigeria. That's number one. You don't have a business, so it's not everything will be using minimum wage to measure. It's just like saying they want to be charging tenement rate. They want to increase tenement rate, and you are saying, how do you want people that are earning minimum wage 30,000 to be paying tenement rate? Are you a landlord if you are earning 30,000 naira? Let's stop this petty something. Please, I'm with you, woman.
All right. Let's just move on. But I don't want us to overlabor this one as well. But this one, yes.
Please, it is not everything that our government is doing in Nigeria, and particularly they are doing wrong, that we have to find justification to, citing what happened in America to justify it. There's difference between vehicle registration and plate number. What one man is saying is that this is a plate number you paid for. you pay for it. The
And you will
government
still renew
gives
your paper if your paper expire.
hold on. You paid for this plate number. They make inferior plate number that cannot stand the test of time that we paid out for you. And once it is noticed that, oh, look at this guy driving his car with a faded, what do you call it, plate number, then they have to fine you for 25,000. Who should be blamed? Are you the one that is giving an inferior plate number, a plate number that is not made well, that is not made with quality product to stand the test of time, or them? And upon that, you still have to do your registration every year with it. I don't know whether they do that every year registration. We know that every year is a regular year, but I don't know. But
they do every year. They do every year too.
They do it every year there. So you will do your registration every year, and the plate number they gave you, once it's faded, they want to charge you. Is it your fault that thing has to go fade?
They are not serious. They are not serious.
I mean, look, let's not let us use this just because
Number one. Whether affects this product.
And Bishop is citing his own state that he paid $20 every year.
We pay $6 here. We pay $6
I
here.
pay
You are not the one.
$100 every year for renewal for my registration.
They already added 1,000 naira to every owners, vehicle owners.
Number one, perish this idea that whatever you as an individual say is wrong about Nigeria should automatically be wrong for everybody. I think that is a little bit, I don't know how to place it. Because you feel it is wrong, it is bad, that makes it automatically bad. All of us should see it in your own prison. I don't understand. I believe we have issues. We are trying to raise money. Is it going to be convenient and comfortable for everybody at all times? No. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
And when you finish, yeah.
They increase. I knew how much I was paying for insurance here. Not a single accident, not a ticket, not anything. Before they were increasing, they said it is the state policy. Every 6 months, without notice, you just receive it. Every 6 months. And when I dug, then when it first happened to me, second time, they said it is the state, that the state makes money from it. It is, look, we want good governance, we want some amenities and infrastructure. It is being funded. They were borrowing money, everybody was shouting, oh, we are indebted, they are borrowing debt, they are putting us in debt generation of war. Now they are trying to devise means of raising money. Look, if you cannot pay 25,000 naira, pack your car or go and sell it. Is it everything that we must just always be tearing cloth on top of? And you just be making it as if because you say it is bad, it has to be bad for everyone else. No. I don't see it in your way. You have the right to see it your way. I have the right to see it in my way as well.
Besides, actually, this plate number thing, whether affects it, it changes color. In where I reside here, when it happens, maybe about 3 years down the line, you pay $6 and they give you a new one. That's per plate. We do plate number both front and back, so you are paying $12 here. So it's not a new thing. It's not like they're giving us bad product in Nigeria. But whether affects these things. Thank you.
All right, Patrick, have the last word on that space, and then after that we will move on.
I want to quickly make a correction. You see, Ajani Koko is not saying because I say this is wrong, so it must be wrong. He said it is wrong, and he gave reasons. You understand? He's not giving his reason. He's not saying it's wrong because he feels so. You know me, anytime Ajani could take a position, if he just feels that way, I go for him. But in this case, he has given a simple reason why he believes it is wrong. And it's logical. I was going to cite the same reason. Because, for example, if I buy something from a store and I discover it's not serving the purpose, I can return it now within a particular period of time. You issued me the plate number. It didn't serve the purpose for as long as it is supposed to be. and then you are telling me, come and get another one. You understand? If government wants to raise money, we'll pay to raise the money. But the government should not steal from the people by bringing tax policies that suggest it is stealing. You understand? It is stealing now. That's just the truth. Do you know that the people that got those plate number in the first place, do you know what they went through to even get those plate number? They must have paid bribe, do all those kind of things to get it. Now they got it. It is bad now. They are going back to 25,000. One man, I bet you, it's not only 25,000 those people will pay to get that thing. The civil servant want to collect their own money. So the average Nigerian who has already made a sacrifice in subsidy and is going to make further sacrifice. Why are you centering everything on transportation? You are putting too much pressure on that sector. You understand? Yeah, the subsidy is out. You are seeking effort to convert to CNG. You are also now, the few vehicles on the road, you are putting further pressure on them. It doesn't make sense. I support Tinubu, but I believe that this tax is even going to the states, not the federal government, because I think the states are the one that is responsible. But this is bad. Let's be very objective. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Let me move you on to this space, Bishop. Taraba Agog as uranium mining sets to commence. So this is the narrative of the abundance that is the Nigerian state, and also the poverty that is the Nigerian narrative. How do you marry? Because as early as yesterday, we were talking about $9 billion in gold in the Zamfara axis. Now we are talking about uranium in commercial quantity, fortuitously, just as France is moving out of Niger Republic, a land of abundance but mired in poverty. Bishop.
No.
Can anyone hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I was muted. I was talking already.
Karen.
Unfortunately, I have not read this. I don't know if we have prepared the groundwork for the effects and the consequences of the mining and what is going to happen to it. So I don't know. I have not I've not read the news, so it will be difficult for me, because if they want to do it, I really want them to do it very well, the mining of it, to formalize it, so that if there are side effects, consequences, environmental impact assessment, and the rest, let's do it. At least let's get something straight. Let's get it well. So
Bishop, I was looking at it more from the angle of the abundance of resources in commercial quantities in Nigeria, vis-a-vis the poverty of the state. So I wasn't looking at it from the environmental impact, or you can go at it from that angle. But
no,
I was looking at it. Yeah.
There are several angles to look at it. What I'm saying is that I have not really taken time. I know there are quite a few, but they have impact as well on the environment.
Right.
The mining, the consequence. So it's not just looking at how much money. How do we mitigate the effect? How are we not going to be having the same problem we have when we began to mine, to drill oil, the environmental degradation? So I don't want them to rush into it. If all the groundwork is completed and they want to mine it, at least as a clean, what do you call it then? Are we going to be exporting it the way we were exporting oil before, that we're not adding value? If they are going to go the old way, I think they should just hold on, do the plan. If it's going to take them 2, 3 years or 4 years to do the planning, and when they commence, they know they are commencing. Are we adding value? Is it something we can use locally? Do we need to build a plant? Do we need to do, So that's it. But I have not read this, so maybe I will not be competent to say, but those are just my views.
All right. Let me take you to this one more space, and then we'll go on to
I sent you something about that Dangote something. I thought you would read it, because it shed light on what we were.
Yes, I thought the conversation had moved because I think Baba T
but
went and pulled up.
The fact there is we still left it in the realm. No, the fact that that price that we were quoting is completely untrue. Absolutely.
Well, it doesn't. What you sent doesn't establish. That's a press release from Dangote.
And they quoted their price both here and in Benin Republic. And you
all
think
right.
that is not so, but you believe the one that we picked on on Twitter by some what do you call it now, from random person that did not even go there. We believe that one. We were banding those prices, but the company have now told us how much they are selling there. But that one is not relevant.
I'm not really that fussed about the company's press release, but in the course of that conversation, we've done just a cursory search to find that there's a lot of this. I think Babati did it. He sent it to the private chat. I also did it, and people in the comment section did it as well. And there's so much chasm in the prices that was being quoted that we just abandoned it. So we've like I said, so we've done that already.
I've heard you. All right, let's move on.
All right. Let me take you to this final space. So this is the narrative of the palliatives that is being spread around, and this is what purports to be palliative. This is the insulation for the oil subsidy in Nasarawa State. So somebody sent this in, just start to gauge reactions. So give us your reactions then to this now purported palliatives by Tinubu's administration.
I don't know where this comes from. Even the ridiculousness of this.
This is funny. This cannot be true. But you can't.
The ridiculousness of this. The ridiculousness of this, and for anybody that wants to believe in this, well, I mean, it's fear on them. That's fine, but I don't think so.
No, it's not difficult. It's not difficult to believe, because as early as yesterday, we were seeing them throwing like a little bag of
sometimes ago during
and in Ilorin, we also saw
people rush. The one in Ilorin, that the way people rush. The one in Bayelsa, when people went to ransack something. But this particular picture that you are showing, this is not more than 1 cup or 2 cups of rice. If it is even rice, I'm not seeing it very well because I'm looking at it on my phone. So I really don't really. Maybe if there's more light on it, but what the federal government gave to the state to share is in the open, 5 billion naira and some trailers of how many trailers of bag of rice. If one trailer is 600 bags, that's about 3,000 bags of rice. Even if they share it into 10 kg, 3,000 bags, which is 50 kg, 10 kg, that's times 5. That's almost about how many? We are sure that it will not be as bad as this, because definitely it's not everybody that will really go there. But I don't want to believe this. You can count the number of that is it spaghetti or what is one spaghetti? I don't think that thing is more than 10. The spaghetti there. How can somebody bring it? I think some people just mischievously did this to just.
This is not mischievous, Bishop. This is real. There's nothing mischievous about
are you there? Are you there? Is every negative news that
this is real? This is real. This is the palliative. Whether you want to believe it or not.
I have had you in particular.
If you want to blame the state government, blame the state government.
Every negative thing about Nigeria. Every negative thing.
Hold on, everybody. Don't go after the personalities. Go after their narrative.
I did not go after personality. Did I go after personality?
No.
I'm not ashamed of what I said.
No. Just hold on. Let's Ekene present what he has to say, and then you can push back. So Ekene.
One man, this is real. There is nothing like you don't know whether it's real or it's not real. The only thing you have to do, if you have to blame the state governors, you blame them. Because there was even a report from Imo State that Hope Uzodimma have already diverted 3 billion naira out of the 5 billion. Then in Bayelsa State, they ordered the palliative, they put it in warehouse, and people have to go to that warehouse to break the warehouse and start cutting away those palliative. Even the they now start to find out that
Hold on, Ekene. They are saying what they broke into in Bayelsa State were actually private people's warehouses, not government warehouses.
No, not private people warehouse. What you saw there, even the palliative for this during that time of flood that happened in Bayelsa State, the palliative we are still in those warehouses. The labels are there. It's true. So there is nothing like this is not true or it's not or it's true. Whether it's true or not, this is true. The state governors are wicked. The governors are wicked. Report from Imo State said that Hope Uzodimma have diverted 3 billion. out of the 5 billion given to the state. So what are we defending? Thank you, one man.
All right, back to you, Bishop.
I don't want to go on to that. When I see the facts to it, I don't believe that that's palm oil that is tied into is the palliative that the state is giving. Anybody that wants to believe it can believe it. I don't believe it. You said that you said it confidently now. Opus Ozima has already diverted 3 billion, saying it as if you were there when they were sharing, when they were diverting it together. Yes, there must be a limit to partisanship, and this obvious. I'm not going after an individual, but I don't want to make any comment furthermore on that one.
You say this is from somebody that is verified on Twitter, which gives it maybe not credibility, but it gives it a little bit of something. It says that this is how palliative was distributed in some local government areas in Nasarawa State, as reported by beneficiaries. So this one now, it says this is what my mother got from the support given by Nasarawa State Governor in Kefi local government.
Okay.
But yes, but hold on. Let me read it out, and then you can push back. It says, this is what my mother got from the support given by Nasarawa State Governor in Kefi local government. But some unfaithful, wicked people are the ones who are not faithful. So whatever that means, but this is what the mother got, which is what we're saying here. So that's what the mother got. Yeah.
So let me put this. Let me use this analogy. They wanted to give 8,000 to 12 million families. We condemned it. Oh, there is no data. There is no name. Which register are they going to use? It just struck me now. What register are they now using to share for these people? Now let's look at it from this angle. If they give 100 bags of rice to 1 million people, how much will reach one person? Because we condemned the money, everybody, even on this platform. Oh, the $8,000. Oh, the state government has said. So the state government wanted to hijack it. I use that word here, there. That the state government, when they do what they wanted to do with it, we should not come back and say, oh, now the state government have hijacked it. They have done it the way they wanted to do it, because every one of us opposed when federal government, oh, there is no social register. Oh, there is no, he's not going to get. Which way are we really going to go? I'm not in support of this. I don't believe it, but assuming it is true, that was exactly what we called for. That was what we clamored for. That federal government cannot handle it because they did not have the register. We condemn the 8,000. Oh, 8,000 cannot do anything. 8,000 cannot safely do one person. We condemn everything. Now this is the direction they have gone. And I said, if you remember very well, I remember that if they go the direction of this state government, it is going to be worse than giving the people 8,000. So assuming that this is actually correct, we invited this, which is shameful. I still don't believe, because palm oil not even did the thing where they say made a share. So seeing palm oil there and those sticks of macaroni, I don't know what they will share that stick. So that sticks of macaroni and the side, that rice is not up to 2 milk, what do you call it? 2 tin milk tin. Rice agolomeji. So I will leave it at that. When the news, the real fact comes out, then maybe we'll make better comment. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe that. And please, before you go, I wanted to just because I couldn't interject when you were treating the issue of Rufai Oseni'S. I think one thing we cannot, if we can just try and get a bit of that, one thing we cannot take away from the partisanship and the bias and the obvious hatred and what do you call it? What's that word now? Of Rufai. I mean, not Rufai. Rufai Oseni have shown that he have a preference. So he was never able to differentiate. You can be partisan, but when you are dealing with issues, let it be fact. His hatred, the toxicity that he exhibit when he was the one that was pleading to, oh, APC will implode. So he brought his partisanship into his professional conduct, the way he was conducting himself on every. If anybody comes that seems to be talking in favor of APC, you will see his hostility very obvious, and everybody sees it. In fact, you see the way the way this elder Baba Robert Clark chided him. Say, come on, this your opposition is too much. You are too partisan. He told him openly, so that his partisan is not a secret. It's not. Is Peter will be free to give him gift for his father burial? Absolutely, absolutely. But Rufai cannot tell us that that gift had not tainted his or clouded his judgment. It cannot. All you need to do is bring like 5 or 10 of his interviews with different people. So was Obi wrong to have given him gift? No. Was he wrong to have collected the gift? No. But was he wrong to have allowed the gift to cloud his judgment in the way he was dealing with other? Yes, because that means he killed professionalism to the dustbin. Thank you.
No, sorry, I was muted and I was talking. Yes, I was saying brilliant. I concur somewhat with everything you said about Rufai Oseni. Is not a fit for purpose journalist, and as soon as the whole of the judiciary space ends with this thing, it would have lost it, because of course the obedience will move. A lot of them will either move back to their private lives, or a lot of them will move maybe far right towards the Simon Ekpa narrative, but certainly they would not be in his space anymore, and then it would have lost his luster, and it would just become like some tragic figure. But then of course that's to come soon, and can't come soon enough. So can't come soon enough, but here now and present Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, are you there? Prince Daddy, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, woman. How you doing?
All right. All right, brilliant. Yeah, brilliant, Prince Daddy. So before we get into it, BT, if you are there, I left you a message in the private chat. So Prince Daddy, let me actually take you to this space. It's not anything that we've read out, but something that somebody sent in. It says, Obasa opens up on fight with Sanwo-Olu, rejection of Lagos commissioner nominees. So 17 out of the nominees sent in by Sanwo-Olu was rejected by the State Assembly. And a lot of that seems to wrap around the narrative of faith, that there was an overabundance of Christians in the commissioners that Sanwo-Olu was submitting. So are you following that space, and what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, hello again, one man. To our audience, like, share, subscribe. Regarding this headline, well, you said something like this, or read something like this, like a couple of days ago, I believe. So now the national concern of Muslim Christian thing during the election has crept into the state government. Yeah, I never thought such an issue would be a thing in Lagos, especially, quite frankly. Yeah, it's never been the case that we talk about Christian or Muslim, especially if they're both Yorubas. It's never been the case. The fact that it's coming up right now, it's quite interesting actually, and I don't really know what to make of it. The only thing I would say is that, and also ethnic component to it. That'd be my other question, because right now to me it's quite confusing, really, and I don't believe that Sanwo-Olu would make selection of these candidates based on religion. I don't think so. Given also is Amzad is Vice is a Muslim, right? So I like to know the roots of this concern, really, because unless I'm mistaken, I don't think it has ever been a thing in Lagos. Alhaji Lateef Jakande, right? Of course, a Muslim, right? Was beloved by everyone. I don't think anybody ever questioned ever if he was a Muslim or Christian. Obviously,
religion has been spiked up quite heavily in this cycle. But is it a genie that's now out of the box, never to go back in? This
I don't
religious
know.
chasm that is now in the Nigerian, yeah.
Perhaps, I can, yeah, perhaps, but again, I mean, I can really understand this concern from a different state, even in the southwest, apart from Lagos, right? But happening in Lagos is, it's not, it catches me unawares, I would say. Yeah, I don't know the origin of it. Um, if it's disproportion, well, if it's yeah, I don't know what to make of it. I don't really know what to make of it, quite frankly.
All right. Let me take you then to this yes, actually let me take you back to the to the 25,000 because I'm not sure that Bishop came at it from the angle that I was presenting it. 25,000 replacement fee for faded number plates are legal. So this is the authority that is levying the fee. And they are saying that the particular paragraph that struck me, actually, let me just represent it. It's a very quick read. It says the spokesman, Directorate of Road Traffic Services, Mr. Kalu, says the 25,000 naira service charge for motorists for faded number plates is legal and justifiable based on mandate. Emetu made this known in an interview with News Agency of Nigeria. He said what people failed to understand was that there was no way the agency would replace faded number plates to motorists free of charge after they have used them for a period of time. The question people normally ask is, why should we charge motorists or ask them to pay fines for what they got from us? So this is the paragraph that struck me. It says, you see, everything in life has a lifespan. A situation where somebody uses a number plate, say 2 to 3 years, not minding the way the person is using it, and it gets faded. So what they are saying essentially is that the number plates in Nigeria has a 2 to 3 year lifespan, and after that, you have to fork out some more money for a replacement. Have you ever experienced that in your life of driving outside of Nigeria or even within Nigeria that you've had to replace a number plate?
Yeah, me personally, no, but from rereading the article, so we can deduce from the article that is it the case that if you have a license plate that's faded, you just take it to the motor vehicle department and say, hey, I need a new one, and they replace it for free. That's what it sounds like from the article. So then, which naturally begs the question, is there an issue with fading license plates in Nigeria or in Lagos or in the Southwest? That's another question. Maybe we do have that problem due to poor quality license plate making, or the weather condition itself. It's the problem. Here in America, especially in the southern part of America, like Florida and the coastal cities like maybe Louisiana, right? They tend to have harsher conditions when it comes to motor vehicles, and many of those states, especially on the East Coast and in the South, they tend to use like salts or other harsh um, uh, materials or substances on their roads in order to prevent to take out the snow or slippery roads, right? So those cars, when they go to the East Coast or other parts of the country, when they go to the West Coast or other part of the country, those cars tend to have less value, and they tend to have more rust in them, right? So my point here is that the condition of different parts of the country can be an effect, a negative effect on vehicles. So maybe they have a problem with fading license plate in Lagos. Maybe it is a problem that we don't know. And it appears from the article that it used to be that once paid for initially, or when you first get those plates, the replacement of such plates doesn't require any more payments. So now they're saying, hey, it's costing a lot of money. It costs us a lot of money to replace this plates. Therefore, we are going to be charging $25,000 for every 3 years when you bring them back. So just like I submitted earlier, this is an issue of a state agency trying to find creative ways to generate revenue, which is not far fetched, because all those people that spoke earlier know that in America, you, just like Bishop said also, and you're paying for one thing or another, be it license plates, be it tags, be it emission, be it registration. You are paying. We are paying. So if they're if this is the way to generate revenue, we should not be concerned or overburdened with the fact that, oh, it's a faded license plate, that's what they're paying for. That's not the issue here. That's not the issue. The issue here is that, hey, this has been replaced for free in the past. Now we want to start charging for it, because guess what? It costs money. If you're not paying for it, somebody else is paying for it. There's nothing free. There's nothing free. Somebody's paying for it.
Is there a danger that Tinubu is overbleeding the Nigerian, that the government, let's not say Tinubu even, is there a danger that the government is now starting to overbleed the masses? Are they milking people too much now? All this stealth tax, all this, they call this stealth tax, don't they? Is it getting too much?
My answer would be, I don't know, but I would say this though. See, we always do a comparison with other states, even other countries in Africa, and be South Africa or the West. Yeah, and quite frankly, this is the way they go about doing things in their countries. I talked before in the past about dynamic governance. This is part of it. This is part of it. See, maybe driving a car is somewhat of a luxury. Now, if they charge people, private car owners, and they improve greatly on public transportation, that is great for the country, for the people, right? So it's all about finding the balance, and where to do the charging, and where to alleviate people's pain or suffering. So I don't think so. I think paying $25,000 a year, or rather every 3 years, is not too much, if you ask me. And just like someone said earlier, I think it was Bishop, you can't use $30,000, 30,000 naira a month salary, and you're driving a nice car. It doesn't compute. That cannot be the standard. But but those people that are driving vehicles that can afford it, well, they should make, just like we all do also, they should make that provision in their expenses over the years to replace the license plate. It's not too far-fetched. It is not. We are used to not paying what we deserve to pay, I think, in Nigeria. I'm not saying we should be paying an exorbitant amount of money to the government.
Prince Daddy, sorry,
Yes.
do you know this will apply to those riding motorcycle as well?
Oh, why not? And those people that ride motorcycles, they are business owners.
There are some people, poor people, who ride motorcycle to work. Now that people cannot afford to put vehicles on the road, people are taking, in Abeokuta, for example, people are taking to bicycle and motorcycle. I know civil servants who are now buying bicycles. I know some senior civil servants are now using motorcycle.
Wow.
So now you are putting, I think this guy is putting too much pressure on that play. They should look for a very ingenious way of making money. That sector is already taxed, it's already stretched. And if they want to introduce us to tax system, it should be progressive. You understand? We have taken the subsidy out at once. That might not be progressive. But if you are now want to be introducing tax to certain sectors, you should not bamboozle a particular sector at the same time. Okay, which other sector have been taxed, like transportation now? We have others now.
See, yeah, I agree with you that no, it should be progressive, and we can't overburden the people. But what I just learned from you now, which is quite encouraging actually, because now people are riding motorbikes and bicycle to work, that like they do in the West. If you're rich or not, that's good. That's sustainable living right there. If you ask me, it is a positive. It is a positive. If you can actually ride your bicycle to work, that is good. You see, I mean, if you're concerned about the environment, that's a plus, right? And
you you drive a Lamborghini and you're asking people, look at this guy. You drive a Ferrari and you're asking people to go and eat cake.
No, well, not quite. Not quite. That'd be nice, but not quite. But what I'm just saying, I think was the what you call it. Remy was saying it. I mean, in the Scandinavian countries, they ride bicycles. It's just a means of transportation. And I know in our I know a close friend that like he would never ride a bike to work or for nothing. And he said because where he came from, his justification wasn't sound to me. But in a practical society, there's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. If you can, people do bike. I mean, where I live, it's a bike-friendly city. They encourage people to bike. In fact, they make provision for you to harness your bike when you get there safely. And even on the buses, they're carriers for bikes. See, this is part of. I know, yeah. If you drive a motorbike or ride a bike, where we're from, you look down as a nobody, a non-person, and you're poor. Therefore, the police can harass you, and everybody can talk down on you. But that's our culture. Just like Angelica said, bribing is our culture. If Rufai Oseni'S can collect bribe from Peter Rufai, and support him on a national television is part of our culture. So it is what it is. But again, I don't think I don't see. It's 25,000. I think it was directly somebody in the comment section was saying maybe 5,000 or 10,000 shoes should be the ideal amount. Maybe so. I don't know how they came up with these figures. Maybe so.
You know what the ideal price should be? Free should be the ideal price. Because the license plate should last the lifespan of the car. And if they are giving you a license plate that does not last the lifespan of the car, then is their responsibility to replace it free of charge.
Right, but see, that's why I'm telling you this revenue generating schemes and taxes. It's all about creativity. I'm telling you, this in the West here in America, they have. You'd be surprised what you're paying for, but you're paying. So here, and I don't know how to do it in England, but here they have what they call tags, plate tags. Every 2 years or so, they give you a new tag color for the year and the month that your vehicle plate is the plate that expires. Actually, is the plate of the vehicle that expires, right? But you need new tags, current tags when they expire. So they don't really care about your plate unless somebody came and stole your plate from your vehicle, or somehow your plate is damaged in an accident. They can go get a plate replacement, in which you're going to pay for. It's not free. You pay for it. But their creative way is just little small tags, sticky tags. You know what I'm talking about? Small ones that you pay, I don't know, $100, $200 for. Actually, I just got one not too long ago, $198 to do everything. Yeah, and I'm getting new tags. So they have ways of making money. So it looks ridiculous. Say, oh, you're going to replace a license plate. Actually, that's pretty dumb if you think about it. That's what I'm saying. That is there an issue, a problem with fading license plates because of poor quality in Lagos? Is that it? Because if that seems to be the problem, yes. And maybe maybe the police are having a hard time reading license plates. Who knows? Or maybe the cameras are having a hard time. I don't know. There's a rationale behind it. I think there's a genuine rationale behind what they're trying to do, but the presentation of it seems quite absurd in a lot of ways. That okay, if my license plate is good, are you telling me I'm forced to pay, or can I just keep my license plate and pay $25,000, or maybe pay $10,000? I don't know.
Yes, yeah.
You see, concerning this issue, I think the government needs to they need to be
Darati, we can't hear you as per usual.
About this whole thing. You need to be more creative about it, because by the time you are putting too much taxes on a particular sector, Patrick was saying something the other time, and I think we in the Western world, they have different ways by which they normally tax the people. But I think our problem is that we have not opened many of the opportunities, doors of opportunities where we are supposed to get money and use it to redistribute the wealth and redistribute the resources. I think it's becoming much more narrow for us. And that's the reason why the government must open new vistas, they must open new channels. Like, for example, we're talking about 2-3 days ago. Imagine, I think we're talking about Canada generating about 50 billion US dollars in international student funds. Those are the places where money comes in. But it's like everything is just becoming dry and dry and dry. But there's a limit to which you also squeeze people. You squeeze them to their bones, they will fight back. They fight back. So the government needs to need to take it easy. That's why I said probably 5,000 at least. I think they are talking about FCT. Is it the whole of the country? I think it's FCT alone.
Yes, it's FCT that is coming out of
it. FCT is not too bad because everybody knows that FCT is a bit much more. The rich guys live there. They have the kind of. Although that doesn't mean that other people don't live there. We have different strata living there. But if it's still 5,000 in 3 years, I think in 3 years, I think it's not too bad. So they need to come bring it down a bit. That 25K is too much because you are still going to collect 1,000 on everybody. I think nationwide. That one is also there, and other people are also doing the same thing. And I also want to speak to the issue of palliatives. You see, the palliatives.
Hold on now. Somebody else is. I thought you were interjecting.
Okay. Let me just interject on that. So, based on that, I think the government needs to do something.
Are you taking over his spot?
No. I'm not taking over his spot. I just want to talk about the need for us to know that the government needs to find another way, but they must review it down. But people should not say that they should remove it completely, because I've made an example now. Many of the opportunities where we are supposed to generate money, we have locked everything up for ourselves. Either we have messed it up, or we have not even work on those potentials, those areas where we can easily generate money. In some other places, there's a way they generate money from other things.
Are you going to go through every topic? Because if you are going through every topic, then you are taking over his spot.
Please go to the palliative section. I want to hear palliative and assertion. I want to hear palliative and assertion. Please go to the palliative section.
Okay, I was talking actually. Okay, the woman asked me to go. Should I go through it, a woman?
Well, I think Warpeace wants to hear it, but usually when you are interjecting into something that is topical that the person is speaking to, so you are either adding to it or correcting it, and then he lands, and then I come to you, and then you have your space. But carry on.
Okay, as regards the palliatives, I think we have been saying it for so many times here on this platform. You see, our number one enemy in that country are the governors of that country. It has become very, very clear now. Everything that Tinubu gave them, these 5 trucks, is nothing. Do the calculation. Let us do the mathematics. 600 bags multiplied by 50 kg bag. That is just 30,000 kg. 30,000 kilograms. Let's multiply it by 5 trucks. That's just 150,000 kilograms. In a state like Oyo State, that will have about 9 to 10 million people. In a state like Lagos, in a state like Kano, in a state like Enugu, River State, it is actually nothing. So the 5 billion naira, they didn't even spend a dime. They have not spent anything on it. Because that 5 billion naira, if they have used it very well, because I calculated the whole of those trucks.
Is the 5 billion naira is the 5 billion naira not what they used to buy the Ororo? I mean, I was just smiling to myself when Bishop was pushing back, because if you look at five trucks of grains for each state, then that is what that means. This is what we are looking at on our screen now. Is what it translates in a population our size. This is what you get. Of course, this is what will you get? 5 trucks of rice per state.
But woman, it can be better than this. Because when I calculated, I did some calculation in the comment section. Go and see it. If they use that 5 billion to top it, to buy more things, it will improve a bit. Because as of, in fact, that rice, when I calculated it for each bag,
Ekene told us that they are stealing it already, as we know they would.
Yes, they are stealing. But the one thing I just like about it is that probably for the first time, we were able to see that things, the food got to the grassroots. The only thing is that it is not good for the optics because the governors fail to do their bit. And I think Tinubu was also saying that they should vote them out. They should vote those people that do not do the right thing. I think we need to hold our governors by the jugular. If they spend only 3 billion, they will have spent. Let's just calculate it. Just look at 500 poor people in each state, or 1 million poor people in each of the states. Let us just say, okay, you are spending 4,000, 3,000, or 4,000 on each of them. You will have spent about 3 billion or 4 billion, and it will look good. With 4,000, it will look good for the optics. Like at least they gave something in the park for each person. 1 million.
Should they have stuck with their original plan of giving that 8,000 naira for 6 months?
I think I would have even preferred that, because people would have gotten more value for what, they would have got. The only issue is that would they be able to pay it? If they're able to pay it into the account and people are able to verify, and people are not also sentimental about it, they are not political about it, they're able to get it to the people. It will have added value more than all this nonsense. It will have added value because these guys have already diverted that money. That is what I have seen. As far as I am concerned, they have diverted that. You cannot spend 5 billion. That truck of rice is just 135 million naira. The truck of rice, 5 truck of rice, calculate it, 3,000 bag, multiply it by 45,000 naira per bag. They still bought rice for me in Nigeria, not quite long. So that's 145 million. So if you look at it, 145 million, 5 billion naira. So if you spend 1 million or 4,000 on each person, it will make a difference. 8,000 will have made a better difference in the life of people. Compared to this nonsense that they are sharing all around. Although it got to the grassroots, fine, but it doesn't make any effect it doesn't have any effect on their life at the end of the day, because they have stolen the main money, and that's what they wanted. That was what those stupid governors, those devilish people. But no, our governors, they have dethroned the devil. They have the devil is just like they are errand boy when it comes to doing evil to the people. Look at it, 2022. The palliative for Bielsa, they kept it inside the warehouse. Even not because people went, they had to go off board over them, and they had to go and destroy the warehouse. Brought out those things. We wouldn't have seen this thing. It's showing clearly, and virtually all the state governors are involved in this. They are all involved. Virtually all. I think
Borno government did well.
Borno did well. Borno was sharing bag of
rice. How bag of rice? People are getting something reasonable in Borno State.
This is nonsense. Across all political lines, including Labour, APC, PDP, all of them. It shows that they are devilish. So I think I'm okay with that. That's my own submission as regards the palliative issue.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant, excellent. Let's go back to Prince Daddy then and take him to Taraba. Taraba agog as uranium mining set to commence. So I was trying to invite that conversation with Bishop, but he was looking at it from the environmental impact, but I was really looking at it from the abundance of blessings that the Nigerian state has. So this is yet another. This uranium, by the way, is what sustains the Niger Republic economy. And we've done sessions on gold before. We know we have iron ore. So it is one of the biggest mysteries, isn't it, Prince Daddy, that a country as blessed is so impoverished?
Yeah, we can call it a mystery. Yeah, absolutely. Uranium, of course, I'm assuming you're talking about commercial mining of uranium, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and what is the estimate? What is estimated for revenue from the uranium? Is in the article?
No, they've not put figures on it, but it's of sufficient enough commercial quantity that they are speaking of. They're speaking of exports to all manners of European countries. France being amongst that mix, and they were speaking about what it will have on the Nigerian GDP. So it's licensed and already ready to be mined.
Yeah, great. So mining is not it's not a new phenomenon. I mean, if there's uranium mining around the world, there are technologies, and there are ways, uh, sustainable ways to mining these minerals. It's not a big deal. And of course, there are crude ways of doing it. I mean, we have gold and these other minerals that they mine in a crude way, but a more sustainable, environmentally friendly approach is good. And of course, that'd be a plus in the economy to generating revenue. So it is a good news, is to welcome. um so yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly Bishop's concern was. I say, he said the environment, but again, if it's properly arranged with private enterprise to do the mining, with stipulations and expectation of the government, why not? Or what's the big deal? And there's a ready market out there. You mentioned France and other places, and perhaps we know maybe that'd be an addition for us in trying to generate energy or electricity in the future. And so the opportunity seems to be endless right now.
Do you think we should have gone for the nuclear option in terms of electricity? Because even as far back as Babangida era, when Bolaji Akeyemi was the foreign minister or something, then they were already exploring then the nuclear option to power up the country. If we have uranium, then why should we not be powering up?
Well, good question, because we have oil, petroleum, right? We have crude oil too. That's founded and that's ready to extract from the ground and sell to the world market. See, and that's part of that's the reason why Africa is poor. And apart from the resistance that we get from around the world, um, we don't. We always take the easy way out in everything. We so yeah, we take our leaders. We take it the easy way out. Um, we should yeah, we're not going to do anything that requires more time, preparation and sacrifice. We're not going to do that, because our system of governance, those democracy, it's checks and balances, and the transfer of power from one to another government is very lax, and we don't have strong institutions. That's our challenge. So all these minerals, they should have been exploited, one way or another, for revenue, and not only to export, of course, to also use it, create and build industries. We've been exporting crude oil for years, and we still have problems with our what do you call it, the refineries not working, out of date, decommissioned. What I mean, so at the end of the day, we want to blame what the Europeans did or what the American, the French did, and it's a bunch of excuses. Just like Kulata always say, no, we love to point fingers at other people, what they're doing wrong to us, but what are we doing wrong to ourselves? What we do wrong to ourselves is worse than what the white man or the Europeans are doing to us. I mean, you just said it. I don't think I was even aware that we had this, perhaps a plan, a program for to use uranium in Nigeria. If you had started this many years ago, how far would we have gone by now? To what level would our production capacity would have been, and in supporting the rest of the world, and generating revenue? So that this is part of it. Apart from uranium, there are plenty other minerals that we can tap into. But the white man came and they made crude oil so nice and easy for us with Shell and BP or whatever. And all they have to do is extract the oil and give us some pay, and we're ready to move on. For many years, Nigeria's is pretty much been a single source revenue generating economy. And we've and with the support also, I would say the support of the remittances that come from overseas, and that's why the economy's been able to maintain for such a long time. Um, but we should have greatly diversified economy. I know Buhari came; it doesn't get a lot of credit, but my understanding is that he spent a lot of money on agriculture, which is great.
So have we seen the impact of that, by the way? Because a lot of that, it seems almost like fabled something, like storytelling. No, nobody has seen any impact of the price of food has skyrocketed, quadrupled under Buhari, and he keeps telling us that it was on an agricultural revolution.
Well, yeah. See, we get our stories in silos and fragmented. There's no doubt. I think personally, he has the interest, especially because of the North, to invest in agriculture, and he did so. But Buhari is a linear thinker. He's not that robust in his thinking and the way he does things. Therefore, see, it wasn't just investing in direct agriculture. I'm talking about the land and equipment. The entire supply chain of agriculture should have been considered, because I think our problem is really preservation and storage. That's where the problem is. And if you had invested a whole lot in that, I think our food crisis or problem would have been gone, whereby we exported a large amount to the rest of the world. But we didn't. We always plan halfway or shoddy planning. That was the whole thing. That's why the governments always need to invite the private sector, the nonprofit and the profit and education part of the system to work together, just like this palliative we're talking about. The other day we were talking, just yesterday we were talking about, let the churches be involved in it. Not because it's their obligation, but because this is how we get ideas, imagination, and innovation to come about. We can't just rely on these things to come from the government. When we have other hands, other people, of different backgrounds in a project, new ideas are generated that benefits all. See, that's what we get from it. Okay, but we don't tend to do a good job in that. I think Buhari did well in agriculture, but it looks like a failure because we are unable to preserve our seeds or have a decent supply chain for the agriculture, a good network. And a good agriculture also would involve good transportation in terms of maybe rail cargo transportation.
Prince Daddy, how can you describe that Buhari did well on agriculture when we couldn't see the positive outcome? Why are you describing as a good job? They injected so much money, yet that food, the cost of food does not go down. It's skyrocketed to the high heaven. Everything is, we don't achieve a positive result in what they did on agriculture. And you said that they did a good job. What is responsible for your...
Yeah, I did provide some explanation. I don't know if you missed that part. And I'm glad you said that. You said Buhari spent a lot of money on agriculture. That's a plus. At least we agreed. So there seems to be a doubt about if he actually invested in agriculture. And according to you also, he didn't invest in agriculture. But just like I said, the issue is the entire agricultural supply chain, which includes storage and transportation. See, not just producing, the ability to store and preserve this crop.
Is that it is not the storage and transportation that is the problem. The problem is that the whole exercise program is shrouded with corruption. So it could not really achieve the desired objective in the first place. Shrouded in corruption, corrupt practices, where you see people that are not real farmers were given this money. You understand? They were funded, they took the money, they didn't use it on farming, and they went away with the money. That is the problem. Not the storage or transportation. No, that is not the problem at all.
I hear you, Jacob, but I beg to differ because if just tell me which sector in Nigeria that there's no corruption. Is it because we're buying fuel at 197 naira per liter? Doesn't mean there weren't billions and trillions of dollars in corruption occurring in the oil sector. There were, but so and we had cheap fuel. So if you can accept that, how come we can accept the same thing with the corruption in agriculture, that we can have lower food prices if we have a really robust agriculture supply chain system? If you look at the system that I'm talking about as the totality of agriculture, not just the food price or the food itself, I think we can achieve a decent amount of price um, pricing for our food products. I believe so, including corruption. We have to always factor corruption in everything we do in Nigeria, including corruption that you're talking about.
It's actually the corruption that was injected into that program that made it impossible for that program to achieve positive result. So that is the key. That is the key. So we have a situation where some people, and Emefiele was the one in charge of this program. I mean, giving out loan from central bank to a lot of farmers that, at the end of the day, couldn't pay back this money because it was straddled with corrupt practices. Some people will group themselves up as, a cooperative body of farming business, and they will take out a lot of billions of naira and not to put into farming, but to cut away and go and use it for different things. So who do you blame? Is the people, central bank, that was giving out that money that did not do their investigation well, or maybe they arrange their own people from different parts of the country, they organize people, scam, I mean, a group of people, and give that money, and they will get their own cut back. That money was not actually injected into that farming program. If it was truly injected into farming program, that we would have achieved. We have achieved, that food security objective that government was pursuing them. So it was a badly managed program. So it is not a success; it's a failure. So we shouldn't describe it as they did good. They didn't do any good. They looted. They looted our central bank, looted our money. And one program to cut away, a public fund, and then we found ourselves where we are today. People giving that loan did not pay it back.
Can I have a minute interjection?
Have you forgotten the rice program?
Yes, it was a scam, wasn't it? When they went to pile up all the bag of cement and they said it was a rice pyramid.
Oh my God!
Can I have a minute interjection?
Yeah, go ahead, Bishop.
Yeah.
I disagree with you, Ajan Lekoko, and this is my reason. Number one, you are measuring the success of the investment in agri by the price of food. That the price did not come down. You cannot decide or determine the price of food without considering the cost and factors of production. Except we want to continue in the unending system of what do you call it now? Subsidizing. Yes, they invested some money in the sector. Yes, our production increased tremendously, especially in the grain area. Our rice production increased tremendously. But does it necessarily bring down the price? Now, two things happened. At the space of where we began to invest in rice, shortly when we started that investment, there was a global crisis in the form of the pandemic. which practically shut down the whole world. So it was a good thing that we started just about the time that that pandemic was going to come. So we increased our production. The fact is there that the FAO and the food, whatever, said that we overtook Egypt in the production of rice. From being the highest importer of rice to the highest producer of rice. That is a fact. The fact is there that we had about 4 mills that are rice mills that are not even functional before, to more than having 20 now that are functional and they don't even have enough paddy. The fact is there that states have gone ahead to invest, apart from individuals that have invested in rice. So our rice production, in fact, more than quadrupled, it increased. Did it affect the price? No, for so many obvious reasons. Because of the time it happened, and there is always a cost to production. So if it is liberalized, if anybody can produce it cheaper, let them come and produce it and sell. The only reason why you can keep farmers in business if they sell to make profit. If they sell,
Bishop, can I say, if you are saying that the production of rice over quadrupled.
Yes.
So if it over quadrupled, then that means the market will be flooded with the product, and that should impact on the price.
Now, let me give you a very simple analogy. If we were importing, if we were producing 100 bags of rice before, and we need 1,000 bags of rice, and we now started, because of some things that were done, we started producing 600 bags of rice. Have we met the 1,000 that we need? No. But are we still where we were when we were producing 100 bags? No. So unfortunately,
hold on, stay with that analogy. If we were producing, if we needed 1,000 bags of rice,
yes,
but we were only producing 100,
yes,
and that 100 was costing 100 naira a bag.
Okay.
If we were now producing 600, we still need 1,000. But that one bag now, it should be costing about 40 naira because we have more.
Now listen, you have added something else. I wanted to tackle that production first. Now you have added something else. We stopped importation of low quality rice that we were importing, which people testify to. But the time we stopped it coincided with the time that even the Asian countries that were exporting those rice to us stopped export. So we stopped it. We had it was like a dumping ground. Some rice 5, 6, 7 years that have lost its nutritional value, that they have preserved. Food nutritionalists told us that much, that most of the quality of rice, they can polish it and it tastes sweet. So we have actually stopped importation, especially through the land border, because we discovered that it was a dumping ground. Nigeria was a dumping ground, and it was killing our own agricultural sector. Now, we have increased production from where we were, but we are not where we want to be. Is it going to affect price immediately? The answer is no. But if we have sustained that increased production continuously, like 3-4 seasons, a time will come that we will meet a threshold that it will force the price down, especially considering the fact that everybody, look at the amount of investment this crossover man invested in rice.
But Buhari told us that Nigeria had met self-sufficiency in rice production. Remember when he stacked up all these fake bags and took
it's not fake bags. It's not fake bags. Stop. It's not fake bags. But let's go there. I don't want to enjoy the issues with you on that one. Look, one that's one. I will not agree that he said we have met self-sufficiency. We have improved because a lot of people were still now instead of importing, especially in the northern region, they were now exporting some of our rice to our neighboring countries. We have not met that threshold. It is difficult to begin to drive the price down because we have not made it, but we moved the needle. Unfortunately, when you do things like that and you don't sustain it,
there is a tendency of falling back. I mean, everybody is praising Lake Rice with Lagos, with what they call that rice mill near Ikorodu. What's the name now? You know the rice, the mortar rice mill. Look, if we continue in the way we keep doing our things, we take one step forward, we will still destroy that agri sector. There is nowhere you can start farming and you can break even in 2, 3, or 4 years. You have to continue to do it consistently. Sometimes you will experience some losses, and if you sustain it, you will now break through. We cannot expect that they began rice something in 2 years, and already we are selling rice, and people will be comparing the price to, oh, we're selling it. What were you doing 5, 6, 8 years ago at certain amount, and you are still doing it at the same amount? Can we do better? Yes. But is it a total failure like the way Ajale Koko said? I disagree. It's not. Thank you.
It is a failure. You can Hold on. As long as the objective of it, which is to achieve food surplus for the country
in 1 year,
it's not
in 2 years.
It is not 2 years.
Buhari was there for 8 years now.
When did we start this right issue? When did we start it? It's okay.
He started it in his first time in office. So if this thing, food surplus, is not achieved, which that program is designed to
what's
achieve,
the cycle of rice even? It's a 6-month cycle, isn't it?
I don't know this thing that we want to defend that, we are this thing. Food, the rice is still the cost of, I mean, look.
It was a scam, like you said.
It's a scam. We treated it here. We treated it here. I mean, what is it? It failed. The program failed.
Don't say it's a scam, Baba. Right now in Nigeria,
we treated it here.
Talk about the price. Don't say it's a scam. Talk about the price. Fine, because of some economic factors that we still push the blame to the government. But don't say it's a scam, sir.
Look,
I can tell you,
why
anybody.
Hold on.
So it's rice they eat in Nigeria presently, and I know what they eat before.
Why we said it's a scam is that so much money was pumped out by central bank, and the people that were given this loan were expected to pay back a so period of time. Majority of them failed to pay back. They have to go and seize their farmland, and during that process, they discovered that most of them were not existing. They don't even have farm. So a lot of that money that were injected into that program was a scam. A lot of money was a scam. They were taken away. They could see them till today.
And then they went and loaded sand in their bags of rice, and then told us that this man, that body man.
We can't. We see a Mayfield now. We see what is going on with it. A lot of things that they did through the central bank, they just carted away a lot of our money and share it with themselves, and nothing on the name of so many programs, and nothing is achieved. We don't let us just leave it.
Ajale Koko, rice is a 6-month cycle. It's not, you're not growing cocoa now. It's rice now. It's a 6-month cycle. And this guy here, he's been running that program pretty much since the inception of his administration, certainly for 6 years, with countless billions of dollars. And the end result is that the price of the product has gone up by 10 times.
Gone higher than even where we started. I mean, I don't get it sometimes when we want to defend a failure, it's something that's a failure. We want to say cost of this thing, cost of it. It's a failure, it failed, and it is failed. If they can improve in the future, fine. But for the moment, it's a failure. It has not achieved the desired objective, which is to give us, a food surplus. Food surplus. There's no surplus, but rather we are still scattering within the scarcity of that particular rice. How can just only this is just rice alone? What is it that we can do? Just only rice. We can't even achieve just only rice. We are not talking of other food though. Just rice, and they fail, and they cutted billions away. Mama, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Let me come back to you, Prince, and take you in this direction. I think we may well have exhausted that. I'm not sure if you are following this, but this is the story that has been gripping Europe. I'm not sure if you are following it. Prince, are you still there?
I'm here. I read the headlines.
Yeah, have you been following it? Is the narrative of this guy who is the chairman of the Spanish football association, whatever it is. So as you know, because everybody knows, the Spaniards, they won the female World Cup, and then this guy then proceeded to kiss one of the players on the lips, against her will. And then, of course, that has now led to a controversy that has now led to him stepping down. His mother has gone to lock herself. Let's see if I can. Yeah, his mother has gone to lock her. Have you been following? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just trying to see if I can show you the case, but carry on.
Yeah, I was gonna like to see the case. You said against a will. Is that right, one man? Was she like forced on the field? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
she was tackled down.
No. He grabbed her and then launched at her in a manner that wasn't her surrendering to it. So and that's now led to yes. Let me show you the case. This is the case that is going to cost this, and the whole of is gone deeper than just this case in Spain. It is now reflecting on the machismic sort of yes, that machismo that a lot is unpacking, and he's already been stepped down from his job. FIFA have gone into suspending him, and he's looking at actual assault charges off the back of that case. Yes, it is going wild in Spain. This case is
right.
The price of is going wild.
Yeah. Okay. Well, looking at the position of the female players, was the right hand on his lower mid body section. I don't know what to make of it. But if
that's a visceral response. Now that's a visceral response. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Okay. Carry on.
If she has a problem with it, well, then absolutely, she can express a grievance, and the man should be, I guess, punished accordingly. Quite frankly, but I don't know. Was that his first time? Would like to know that. And also, was the man? Did she score a goal, the final goal, or what was she? I don't know her. Did she score the?
I think she's. I'm not sure who she is, or but I think when they go to collect the medals, that's round about the time. So it was. I don't know if she scored the final thing or not, but in the euphoria of winning the thing and collecting the medal, he just launched at her, and that was it. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's in that man's mind, but I was gonna say, well, you get too excited. Maybe she scored the final penalty. She scored the final goal, or a performance overall as the golden boot or whatever. I don't know, for whatever reason. But if they're not making a big deal out of this picture, what happened, I would think it would be an okay thing in Spain. I haven't learned that actually. If you are with
if a man had scored the goal, would they have kissed him on the lips?
I don't know. We're not gonna. I don't know.
So that's why the sexism comes in.
But it's not sex. Okay, that's extreme. Well, not extreme, but in today's world, these things, they go out of proportion. Sexism. What is that? But my point here is that actually, I've learned that if you were, I'm not sure all Spaniards, but if you were with a Spaniard, a friend of yours, and his girlfriend walks or came by, and you pretend not to see her or turn your face away, that Spaniard man is likely to take an offense to it for you not admiring his girlfriend. So my point, and these people are a very touchy feeling culture. They like to hug and kiss and do these things. They do. So I don't know if it's the pressure of the work stage, but this thing that this guy is doing is perhaps, quite frankly, it's very close to what they do. I'm not sure. In fact, they kiss on that on the lips. They do. The Spaniards are very touchy feely people. I know what I'm talking about. They are. So, but singling this lady out and kissing her maybe something else. Why how come he didn't do it to somebody else?
All right. I think I've got the case. I think I've got it. And that's what's cost him his job and probably his life now.
But what it just 1 second of peace.
Yeah, but she wasn't consenting though. It wasn't consensual. That's the thing.
What do you mean by not consensual? Show the video again.
She didn't invite to be kissed. She didn't invite.
What do you mean?
He kissed her on the lips. Now, Ajale Koko is not allowed to do that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. It's not that. Oh, it's this. Yes, that's the one. You see that he held her in a vice grip and forced himself on her.
What do you mean by forcing?
But the girl enjoyed it now.
She enjoyed it. She's in court. You say she enjoyed it. She's in court now.
Well, man, if you hadn't told me,
one man, did the girl complain? Is it the girl that complained?
The girl complained. About 80 players said they are not going to play for Spanish national team again unless he steps down. The country, the sports minister have come in. The legal prosecutor of that country, they are taking criminal charges.
Oh no!
And then they've turned it in. The whole of Spain is consumed it.
One man. Yes. I watched this live. You understand? And when it happened, you won't make anything of it. The girl in question, Homos or something, she didn't complain until about 3 days later. But the person who started this protest is the U.S. captain, soccer team. That girl, you know what I meant.
Oh, Rapinoe, is that her?
Yeah, she was the one who started putting the idea.
I was going to ask, there's an agenda behind it. See, that looks very much like a Spanish quick kiss.
He hugged all of them, but actually he kissed only this girl.
Yeah, he held her head with both hands and then forced himself on her.
It's part of their culture. He hugged all the players. They just won the trophy, and this was at the point they were collecting their medal.
For second helpings, not once but twice. I mean, Kilo Day.
It was euphoria. They were all very happy.
That you did not kiss them now. Others are jealous that you did not kiss them. What are you doing?
I don't
you would have kissed all of them now.
Yes, I don't remember Arsene Wenger doing this.
Look, over this weekend when Miami Messi club won the Super League in the US, Alba was carried away in the euphoria of the cup winning this thing. He almost kissed Messi's wife. Their tradition is to kiss the left and then the right. In the process of stretching to kiss the left, the woman too was confused. In turning her head to him, they almost kissed.
Yeah, but he didn't hold her head in a vice grip though, and then forced her.
Yeah, put your own slant on it, one man. Honestly,
Mama, can I say my mind?
Yeah, let's hear from you.
To me, this is lovely. This is very nice.
Is this making the news in Lagos, by the way?
It's not the news now. It's not the news now, but we know how we feel here. We don't take this as anything now. This is very nice now. And the girl enjoyed it.
You are a Jodi. One man, you are a Jodi. If you happen to win the EPL tomorrow, and somebody, even my daughter by your side, you grab her unconsciously. You know how we are with this soccer team.
But this is just emotional now. The man is just happy that he's accomplished his assignment now by winning that medal. So
no,
what else?
People don't even kiss their wife like that, Seth.
I mean, God, not even a husband kiss
when
like
did
that.
you look at your wife and head this thing ahead like
They
that?
don't kiss their wife, but they kiss their girlfriend like that. Yeah.
You don't know soccer. What you can do
But,
to you.
Mr. Patoska, are you saying that the wife is angry now? Then she's now the one behind that this man prosecution.
You know this guy could end up in jail for this. That's what they're looking to do. They want to jail him.
That would be ridiculous. I mean, that'd be excessive. That'd be just ridiculous if that ever happened. I mean, this is just a pressure from a certain group of people, or a group that, for whatever reason. I mean, it did it in the open, right? So the question is, has he done this before? Has he abused other girls?
Yes, he has. He has a history of sexual.
He does.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a different case then, if that's been the case.
He's just a ladies' man.
Well.
If he has the history of that, why did they give him that job?
That's a legitimate.
No. You know these powerful people. We've seen it countless times. Look at Rudy Giuliani. All of this, Donald Trump. They all have all these histories. Do they not?
Yeah, Bill Clinton too.
Look at the way he's grabbing her head. I mean, if he wasn't in public, how far would they have gone?
The man said something. We don't know what he said something to her. It appears, right? I mean, it was in the open.
The man grab on well. The man grab on well.
Look, I think he patted her on the bum on the way out. Did he pat her on the bum? Look at, oh God. Look at that. Unbelievable.
To name this guy.
Hey, this right. Listen.
Unbelievable.
Well, I think at this point in time they can pass or punish the man for whatever reason they want to punish him for, but it shows that he should have curbed his enthusiasm. He should have.
Well, there it is, and they were.
But this shows that something is going behind two of them. Maybe two of them are having some.
You think so?
I think so, because the law is too
she won't be in court for the case if there was something between them.
People are pushing.
No, I think the emotion came from when that girl missed the penalty. A penalty which have been the second goal for Spain was awarded against UK. One man, you are. I think I now know where your bias comes from. It was UK that was defeated England, and this particular girl, Jennifer Homesa, missed the penalty. So it was an emotional thing that, you missed the penalty. Don't worry, we have the cup, we have the trophy.
Oh, okay. See, there's a story behind it. It makes sense, It kind of makes sense.
Look at this headline. Spain's World Cup winning women footballers refuse to play until Federation boss who kissed player quits.
All this didn't happen until maybe 3 days later. Rapinoe started it, and all women now started lashing on it. And it expanded. Even the girl herself came out to say it was that period. It's not consensual. Maybe her boyfriend is troubling her or something, that you have not spoken up against it. She came about 3 days later before she spoke.
Oh wow!
Those girls are jealous of this girl. They are jealous of her.
Oh, all right, and she's not especially pretty. I wouldn't say.
Exactly.
If
he missed the penalty. I wanted them to score that second goal so that it will nail that England team.
The resentment.
But like that girl that stepped on our girl, what's her name now? On our girl's bum. She played on that day. The one that.
Yes, that girl is not actually showing any remorse. That girl that stepped on.
Exactly, she didn't apologize to the Super Eagles.
Yes.
She only went on Twitter and apologized. That's why I wanted England to lose, and they lost.
Although we should have won that game anyway, so we have a lot to blame ourselves for, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you're up next, Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next, but let me bail out as you come on, Ekene. But on my way, let me acknowledge the super chat. Thomas, are you ready there? By the way, Thomas, I like Bagbo. Doubting Thomas.
Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Yes,
Thank you, Daddy.
Are you still on the Suya from? We should arrange a yes, Daddy.
Bring it in with his military commando.
Of course. But let me acknowledge the super chats leading the way this time around. Prince Daddy, Kulata, as you know, whenever he's not on the screen, he speaks via super chat. So there he is doing that. There is AB dipping his or her toe into that space. This is Ola rediscovering his wallet and coming in via super chat. Ayo, of course, always gets a mention, and he does. And there is Ayo doing as he always does. Not once, but twice, as you know, Ayo. Kulata continues the conversation. Ola, having dusted the cobwebs of his wallet, carries on. Ola is still in there. Ola carries on still, going wild. Maybe the lottery ticket has come in. And there is Ola still again. And Dupsy, wondering what was going in there, she dips in as well. So there it is. That's the list. The session is not over, so you can keep them coming. I'll keep them coming as here he comes, the master of ceremony, Oga Patapata, General Thomas.
Hello guys. I hope you guys are okay. The discussion have been involving. I have some fight with some people on this platform today. Ajale Koko number one. Ajale Koko has been drawing negativity to everything of today. I don't know. Bishop, I'm with you today. Ajale Koko, no, Ajale Koko. If I was there, I could have fight you. But they're not all good. I'm with you, Bishop, today. Who hasn't spoken? I think.
Ekene is about to speak.
Who is that?
I'm not.
Who is that?
I'm here.
Ekene is about to
Let's
speak.
give me permission. Let's go to Ekene because of Nigerian factor. So
Yes.
Ekene, you are up next. Yeah. So do you want me to lead you, or you want to say something, please?
Well, I want to say something. Just to say a few things. What is happening around. So I spoke to the issue of the palliative that is going on. The only space that really impressed me in that palliative is Borno State governor. The man did a very nice job. He was involved. He was traveling places, following them around, making sure that people are getting what they're supposed to get.
Before I forgot, I have a fight with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Where do you get the notion of Imo State have already diverted 3 billion out of the money? How do you get that from? Where do you get that from?
I saw the news.
Sorry?
I saw the news. Their opposition in government were the one accusing him, and he haven't come out.
So can you really believe anything coming from opposition?
All
That
of
is
them
nonsense.
now. Maybe when he come out to clarify or give his own story now, then we'll just oppose it and conclude whether they are saying the right thing or not. But for me, there is nothing. There is no. He's capable. All of them are capable of doing that. So it's not a new thing to me, if I should believe it. So that space, that palliative space, the governors are not doing what they're supposed to do. That is my take. So if the Borno people can get what they're getting as a palliative, what are other states doing with their own money?
Oh,
so that's the point. So you see, our government is just messing people around. So it's not like
you know the Bono government. That one is a chief distributor of food and material.
Palliative, that one,
that one has been distributing food for years. If they go inside Niger, and Chad, they distribute food to our people there too. To
they follow them, they walk up and down.
Yeah.
And the people are getting something reasonable. They are very happy. Yeah, is it?
Do you know what? Do you know that the man also they opened the camp. They opened the camp after 11 years. The guy that did the last camp there, I know him. He is an alumnus of the same university with me. So he gave all the 1,200 coppers 30,000 naira, 30,000 naira as palliative, not their federal government allow you.
He gave them food. He gave them palm oil. He gave them rice. He gave them food
in good quantity. Not this two delicate you are seeing, in good quantity. At least half bag. So that guy, what I understand about doing with their own money.
Ekene, do you agree with this is my own cribble? Did you agree with federal government sharing food? It sounds ridiculous to me. I still prefer money. People can buy their stuff, but sharing food, sharing rice, it sounds demeaning, that you are demeaning people. It sounds ridiculous. I don't know. It sounds ridiculous to me. Sharing rice, sharing food, not more delica.
No, if you do it in a good manner, it looks very nice, just like Borno State. But you see, even in that money aspect, those governors cannot be trusted. That is my take. It's only somebody that have the mind of the people can do what that Borno State governor is doing. At least when they hold that meeting, he was the head of that meeting. That Borno State governor, he was the one that talked about how the money will be shared and all that. The 5 billion naira that was given to the state, and he took his own home. Did his people very well. The people are very happy with him. So it's not about.
He's the master of that thing now. He's the master. He's been.
Nobody is criticizing anybody. Nobody is criticizing anybody. When you do well, people know that you do well. He's a member of APC, but nobody is talking about it because he's a member of APC. The point is that the man did a very nice job. So he did a very nice job, and I commend him for that. It's not about politics.
Hey, are you getting your own life?
Getting waiting. They have not come to this or just nobody.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Yeah. But to me, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds that you are pulling people down. You are telling them they are nothing. Sharing the liter of rice. No, it's that. I can't read around it at all.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad, because if you look at there's this particular stuff I saw in the UK that was trending. How some people they were scammed, pay $10,000 pounds to get a skilled migrant, a skilled visa, and they could not get any job. These guys, Sky News went to the Nigerian community in Manchester, where they were sharing food for them. The man was saying that the man said the other time they gave one woman a bread and tuna fish. That was all they can give her because she's homeless. She doesn't have a house. That's the only thing she can eat on the get go. So it's about packaging. So package it very well and you deliver it and you are not storing it.
That's a private individual now, not government.
That's what I'm saying. That if the government too can also be, the government too can be faithful about this thing. Like somebody was saying yesterday, they can partner these religious organizations and NGOs to help them monitor this thing with the government, so that they can look at it. Just fine tune about 500 people each in each state, or 1 million in each state, and locate them and get not everybody that will collect that food. Yeah, we have to know that.
But my
There are
brother,
people that will
how
never
did they
collect.
even recognize? How did they recognize? Which data did they use to know who is even qualified for this food?
I think
You know,
they
Mr.
I know
usually
like
that
me
stuff.
and me and you now. Hold on, please.
when
I
you
know like me and you now. We will not go there. Even we are not qualified. At least we can still eat. But how did they? What criteria? What do they use to know people that need this food?
No, the governors are not governing well. Just like Borno State governors now. He knows where to target because he has always been there, at least all the time. He went there to meet them all the time. He knows the space very well. He goes to them many, many times. So when you give him that kind of job to do, he will do it perfectly well. Just like you cannot compare him with other governors that govern from Abuja that don't even visit their local government and other part of the state. You cannot use Zulum to compare those guys. Zulum is a grassroots governor. He knows where to target. He knows where to go all the time because he always in the state. He meet them. He go to the IDP camp every time, every minute. So,
Are you sure it's not doing that for camera? You don't trust politicians. Are you sure he's not doing that for camera?
Well, I don't care, but he has been doing it since he started his administration. And the Borno is very nice. He developed Borno very well. If you go there now, that state is turning to something else. Very nice. So I commend him, whether he's doing it for camera or not. He's doing a nice job. Let others follow that example. Government is all about the people. People should know you. You cannot be governing people from Abuja. So when you are not close to the people, if they give you that kind of work to do, you cannot do it very well because you don't have the people at heart. So the guy is doing a very nice job.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. But politicians sometimes we have to checkmate them. They could be doing this for political reason, for camera.
The guy will likely contest probably later in the future. It's probably the guy can go for presidency. He can give a shot at the presidency. Where I'm saying it.
Or vice president. I think he's a Christian, isn't it?
No, he's a Muslim.
No, he's a Muslim.
He's a Muslim.
Definitely he will contest.
And he's a professor.
The guy is not bad. The guy is not bad. No, nobody. I don't think I've heard somebody speak bad about him before. I've never heard that before. I think the guy is
Nigeria.
Yeah. I think he's doing averagely okay. Don't let us give them too much accolade.
In terms of humanitarian route, the guy is very, very okay.
You know the terrain where he is very dangerous. If you see what yesterday the guy he distributed brand new cars and motorbike to civilian JTF, the police, the military, to make sure that they secure everywhere, so that all the coppers are secure. Push back the Boko Haram guys. The guy is doing his best too. And I saw Adamawa State also bad, but
let's come to that now. The state governor are financing the police, but they don't even have power over them. They don't control them. They are still giving them tools. They are giving them cars. They are giving their. I know they should do that because they have security votes, but they can't even control them. That goes to the police, the state police we are talking about, because they will not fold their arms if they don't have cars. Police in Nigeria don't have cars. I saw policemen pushing car on the road, pushing car. What is going on here?
Vamos.
My brother, I'm not comparing here to Nigeria. Their
True.
police car here, they don't repair it. What did I say? They don't repair. Brand new car every six months. Every 6 months. We know we are not Australia, but at least a little bit of decorum now. If you see some police car, you can't even pursue motorbike. Motorbike. You can't even pursue motorbike. Not talking of pursuing a car. You can't even run on 100 kilometers per hour. Ah, oh God help us.
Well,
God.
I think we still have a very long way to go. But I thank God the government itself has come out to say, even the finance minister spoke today. So it's not like people are accusing the government in a wrong manner. The finance minister came out himself to say that the economy is in a very bad shape. So even Tinubu can't do anything than to say we have to start to look at cutting costs of the government. He said it today. So,
but Ekene, are you Nigerians and me myself? I'm saying you Nigeria because you are living in Nigeria. Are you guys expecting miracle? Buhari has destroyed that country.
Nobody is expecting miracle. Everybody knows that Buhari did a very bad. His government one of the worst in the history of this Nigeria. So anybody that wants to defend it can go ahead and defend it. So I'm not the person that made that statement today. It is the finance minister. Even Tinubu himself had admitted that what he met is very, very bad. The finance minister made a statement. So for Tinubu to come out and say we need to start looking into cutting the cost of the government. You should know. So nobody is criticizing them wrongly. The last administration is nothing to write home about in terms of economy. The man said that
they can't be exonerated because they are the same party. People will still trace it to Tinubu. Tinubu can't escape.
They can't escape it, but they have to take responsibility now. They have to take responsibility now and know that this is a serious issue. So they need to face it in a very serious manner, like that cutting costs of the government. This government cannot continue. If they want to succeed, they cannot continue living the style of life they used to live before. So they need to cut some things to be able to, because even the man said that borrowing money is not the way to go now. If they make any move to say let us go and borrow money,
they try it.
If they try it, it will harm this economy. The man said it. The new finance minister. He said they cannot borrow.
The next few
years, I have fight with you, obedience. Why do I say that? Your people are now in the Senate now. Have they raised any bill to cut costs of the judiciary, the executive, everybody? Have they raised anything?
Forget about that legislature for the things that don't tire me. All of them are the same. Once they go, that is the place they share the money now. Once they bring the money, see, one thing about all these politicians is that once that money land to that legislative house, you forget your Labour Party, they will forget I am a PDP, they will forget I'm Labour Party, they will forget I'm a PDP. They just forget the money.
What? Look, I like you. You know they deceive yourself. You say maybe forget about those people. Now Monday go job there. You know they deceive yourself. I bet talk through.
You know what? You know these guys. These guys too. We are just talking about them. If you know the kind of money that used to exchange hands in the build up to the election, and also the kind of what I put it, responsibilities. I have a friend that his father is just the outgoing the night senator. If you know the kind of responsibility they normally bring to these guys. An Oba called the man that my
Dorothy,
generator in the palace
Dorothy,
has already
Dorothy,
sir.
Dorothy, we cannot continue like that. If our politicians don't stop giving money to our people,
money,
this is the problem. They
I'm
won't be
telling
able
you.
to serve right. We have to stop this money given to people in an effort to get their vote. All politicians, if they don't pass law, that they should be jailed, politicians should be jailed for giving people money, we won't solve problem in that country. We won't be able to they won't be able to do anything in that country.
But Ajani do you think there is no law condemning that?
Eh?
There's the law is there now. But who is going to obey it?
Oh God.
Well, you're talking as if you don't know that the law is there. The law is there for you to give somebody money if you are found in a polling unit or trying to induce a voter at a polling unit. It's a very big offense in our law. So, but who is carrying out? Nobody there to affect the law now. When the policeman that is standing at the polling unit has already collected his own, the policeman has collected, the army has collected. So the first person they bribe at the polling unit is the policeman and the army. So that any other thing that is happening in that environment, they will not say anything. Just do your thing and go. So this is the country.
Even the Oba, they collect. Even the Oba.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you, Oba called. The generator in the palace is not working again. He said, the man had to go and borrow or find 50 million to buy the generator. They don't point you. Don't buy them. If you don't buy them, they are the ones that will turn the people against you instantly. You just that. He's not going to. They will turn them against you instantly. The Oba.
The problem of our country mostly is corruption. It's corruption. Corruption is clean up very well. So it's not we don't have the law. We have the law, but the problem is the corruption. So if they can allow the state to control their resources and all that, all these things are very nice. So all those state governors, that corruption happens when they know that every month they're going to Abuja to share money. So once they collect that money, they become very lazy. They don't think how to develop I don't even know why the federal government are not going towards that direction. Is it a nice thing for every governors to come to Abuja every month to collect allocation? That thing is I don't like it at all. Allow these state governors to think. That is why they don't do anything. They just relax. Every month, Tinubu will give them money to go and share in their state. So I don't know if this government will have the audacity to say, state, go develop your area. No, generate your resources. Do this and all that. Don't come to Abuja again. We can only support you people. I think it will go a very long way in helping this country to develop. But if we continue in that area of sharing governors coming, just we are talking about this already in, is it Adamawa? Which state is that? Taraba State or that? The state governor can use that. The state governor can use that to make a very big amount of revenue at the end of every month. But they're neglecting it. Then he will not do it too, and he will just allow it to be in the hand of few individuals. And the people smarter, you see some Chinese coming from behind to mine it illegally and all that. But for him to sit down and make a proper plan, how are we going to make use of these natural resources and generate revenue and develop power? So they will not think like that. But the resources are there. The natural resources are there. They are waiting for federal government to give them allocation. So this country itself, I don't even know. I saw myself traveling to Dubai.
Okay, is there any way out for us? Why do I ask this? We have everything it takes to become a great country. There are some country you can't even plant anything at the backyard of your house without chemical, without fertilizer, without watering, without. You have to reinforce the floor, the ground before something can come out of the floor. My brother, I when I went to Nigeria last year, I passed through what they call it Qatar. Qatar is a desert. If you see it, where they Qatar, my
50
brothers, my
degrees.
everybody. If you
And
see the breeze, hot breeze, I say, are people living in this country? They say they are living here,
And they're
and they
doing
are
well.
making progress. They are doing well. They can't even plant.
Yes,
I heard that most of their food is being transported import to the country. But then, if you see Qatar airport, my brother, if you see Qatar airport, I can't even quantify the landmarks, the beauty. I just these people, they don't have nothing. They can't even plant their food. They can't even grow their food. But Mama Chinedu, Mommy Yope, Aunty Basira, they can plant tomato at the backyard of their house, and they can harvest it in few weeks. We have everything. We have oil. I don't even know we have uranium. I don't know we have. I thought maybe it's only lithium we have. I'm just hearing maybe last week that we have even this uranium. The France, they are plugging from the Niger Republic. So what is our problem? Do we call back the whites to come and colonize us back?
I don't need that.
Well, Thomas, can I
Bishop,
contribute something?
it's just frustrating, my brother. I won't deceive you. I won't deceive
No,
you.
let me just
Bishop,
let me
this
let me
country,
let me let
they
me let
don't
me
have
just
anything.
drop in.
Is
Let me
our
drop in.
tax.
Let me drop in something. I mean, this is personal experience. This happened to me just this last few days, in this past few weeks. I want to use corn, agbado, and I actually tweeted something about it on my Twitter handle. Corn. I traveled through Iowa, Wisconsin, from Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio. I traveled like about 6 to 8 hours inside Iowa, as big, as vast as that place was. I did not see a strip of land that is not cultivated. It is their season of corn. There is so much corn in Iowa alone that I believe they had more corn than the entirety of Nigeria. In Iowa alone. Iowa, not
Of
Ohio,
course.
Iowa alone.
US is the largest producer of corn in the world. US is the
I
largest
don't
producer
even
of
know,
maize
but
in the
the corn farm I saw, I was amazed. I was shocked. I was driving through the local areas, a lot of local areas, corn and corn and corn and corn and corn. But you know the irony of it? I got to one place they call Pella in Iowa. I went to their Walmart. I wanted to buy some things. I just wandered to where they were selling. I wanted to buy banana. I bought banana and some fruit, but I saw corn. Do you know the two corn that they have removed the cob that they put in this their foil something and their plastic something and wrap? Do you know 2 pieces of corn? Those they are yellow sweet corn. It's 3.2 something about $3.29 for 2 corns. $3.29. And I wonder, I said, why? Now, the truth of the matter is this. As much as they are planting, as the corn is plenty in that place, rich, instead of the price should come low, that farmers cannot go to farm the following year or pay their loans, government will buy it from them and destroy it.
Yes, I know that. They will use it to feed fishes in the
Hold
because
on,
they
Dorothy.
have done it. Let me finish this.
Bishop, say that
Let me
again. I
finish.
don't understand.
As corn plenty rich for Iowa that I saw,
yes,
I went into one of their
Yes,
Walmarts.
I hear that. You said
Now,
government will buy it and destroy it.
and
I don't
destroy it.
understand.
Instead of the price to drop to the extent that farmers will not be able to pay their loans and go back to farm the following year, government will buy it off from them.
because they have done it before. They did it in Dakota many years ago. I was never even in America. I read it in the news. They bought
Canada
all
is
the
doing
corn from the farmer instead of a glut. I was even wondering, why don't you come and give this thing to us in Africa? There was a time too, they destroyed 14 million crates of eggs just to prevent glut. So the corn owned, if there was so much corn, why can't I buy corn for 20 cents? And the economy of it is that, look, instead of the price to go down so much that farmers will not be able to recruit, government will buy it of them. They will not just buy because they want to store. They will buy it to destroy it so that to prevent glut, so that the farmers can remain afloat. See, large production sometimes. There is something they call it in economics. I can't remember that word. That's not my fault. When we were, I remember this now because when we were talking of, I mean, food and all this production, I remember we had this conversation when we were talking just about a few minutes ago with Ajale Koko when we were talking about rice, that we have not broken even. We have not reached that threshold. That if we insist that farmers should sell at the cost should be cheap now, the people that are planting, they will not be able to go to farm because they will not recoup their money. They will not be able to pay their loans. They will not be able to go back to farm the following year. Apart from the corruption part of it, there is a what is this term in economics? Economists that are there can help me. The economics of scale is a different thing. So what I'm saying, this is what I saw. If there's anybody that is in Iowa that can testify, or anywhere around Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio, and Illinois, those are the four states. The corn I saw in Iowa alone, I roll up back. When are we going to reach this level in Nigeria? You need to see corn. I'm talking of thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of land. Everywhere is planted with corn in Iowa.
But
You're
Bishop,
right.
did the farmers knew that though they are buying this thing and destroying it?
No, don't misquote me. I said instead of the price to fall low, to become so cheap, so that farmer will not be able to make profit and
Make
sustain.
profit.
Yeah,
Yes.
government will buy it
I understand.
instead of glut. That's to prevent glut. They will, because they did it many years ago. They did it in North Dakota. I remember that year that they bought all their corns, and there was a year I was in Nigeria many years. They destroyed 14 million crates of eggs, just to prevent glut. Because if they don't maintain that equilibrium, that people can go back to farm and be encouraged to that is the secure aspect. Because if they begin to sell by force, and that was what government of Nigeria said at some point, that they will have a marketing board, produce marketing board, that no farmer will be forced to sell to middlemen below their production cost. That government will have they will maintain a, what do you call it, a benchmark, that if anybody is pricing you, if anybody is pricing you below this price, don't sell. Government will buy it from you and go and put in strategic grain reserve. The reason is that so that they can support the farmers, so that they can come back to farm next year. Because if you use 10 million to farm, and after harvest, after all the wahala, you now go and sell your things for 5 million, will you be encouraged to come to farm next year? So there is a role for everybody. It takes time. It's gradual growth. We increase the yield. We increase, because we are not even, Tinubu said that we are only farming less than 30% of our arable land in Nigeria. Only less than 30%. When some people are doing 70, 80%. Land that can be planted, and it's only in Nigeria you will fly local flights everywhere. You will just see forest. You can travel 5 hours in America. All you will be seeing is farm.
America is an agricultural country. People should not get it twisted at all. These guys are number one. If I begin to count the number of crops that America leads in all grains, you cannot take away America. Leguminous grains, soya beans, wheat, maize, sorghum, you see them. They are making headway. So People don't normally think that these guys are called superpowers for nothing. They are not just called superpower for nothing. These guys invest in the poultry industry. America has the largest poultry industry in the world. They have the they produce the largest number of chickens in the world. So all this coach and some other
Georgia is the chicken capital of the world. You need to go to Gainesville.
The state are controlling their resources here now.
What are you talking about?
State and the federal government. I mean, the state also has some
resource control. Is it the state that controls the resources of the federal government?
There's no resource. Farming is not a resource. Agriculture has something. Yeah, there are some, and they don't have natural resources underground. No, there's no resource control there. It's the farm. It's what you farm now that you own. Government just gives support, but the farming is actually based in county and cities, villages. If you need to go, and I was discussing with some people about a year or two ago, and the guy was telling me, why does he need to go to farm? I mean, to go to college. He has a family business. They have a family farm. They used to plant all these legumes like this. Planted it in Georgia. They plant what do they call it? That was they want to go to college. Well, in Nigeria, everybody that people that even does not deserve to, they don't have anything to do in college. Everybody wants to go to university. And here are people that say, no, I'm already in the family business now. Is they white? Say they are in the family business now. He doesn't need to go to college. That's the generation to generation, they've handed it over. If I mention that, the very famous people in Georgia, very famous, extremely famous, they own a whole city. But there they are. The guy already knew what he wanted to do after high school. He gets into the family business, and that's what he's doing. He's not going to any university.
Bishop, you know what happened? Those corn and wheat, they do it in Canada too. Canada happens to be, there are three countries that normally control the grain business in the world. That's Russia, Canada, US, and Canada.
Yeah, I know Ukraine too.
It was Ukraine even when
I was in Ontario how many weeks ago, and I did not even see a lot of it. Go ahead.
But in Canada, they will collect it from the farmers if there was going to be any glut. They go and use it to feed the animals. I mean the fishes. They have aquaculture value chain. They drop it inside the ocean to feed their fishes that are inside the ocean, because they do local aquaculture, where you can harvest, you can raise a large number of fishes in the sea, or they can even go and sell it where they map out some places where you have more fishes. Yes, they will drop it with that's Canada. Canada does that.
Yeah, I know Canada farms too. They farm a lot. I mean, the one I saw yesterday, I've seen farms in the US because I've really traveled around. I've been to places in the US. But the one I saw this last week wowed me, especially Agbado, this corn. I mean, I'm not talking of just 100 mice. I'm talking of thousands and thousands upon thousands of acres of land. As I was just traveling, the thing was just giving me kind of joy, because I did not use the major highway. I used internal, because I went somewhere that is very, very interland, very, very deep interland, very deep. I mean, I'm talking, I left the highway for over 5 hours. I was using internal, and you need to see all the villages. The corn, I can bet the corn in Iowa alone is bigger than all the corns in Nigeria. Iowa alone. I'm not even talking of Texas. I'm not talking of Illinois. I'm not talking of Indianapolis, because that's another place they farm. So they do farming a lot in America, a lot, but it does not make it unnecessarily cheap. Look at me going to buy. I bought boiled egg. I bought it for almost $3. $2.59. Just 2 boiled eggs. Kotobio, just like every. In fact, I can go and take a picture.
Bishop Bokiel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry to digress, guys. I got a news story, like it's sad. Sorry to digress.
Go ahead.
Apparently, the obedient space, they have infested LinkedIn to the point where they bullied the university.
Chicago State University.
They have blocked their Twitter
They,
account.
they have to they lock it to private.
Guess what they're not doing now? If your account is linked to that university on LinkedIn, they're not bullying you on LinkedIn now. Any
Can you
account,
imagine?
do you see
Can you imagine? How do we justify that? That is sad.
At this point.
How do we justify that?
But what happened? What are you saying? Repeat that.
So a friend of mine sent me a link on LinkedIn. So this girl was given an award by the university, a young black girl, for she came for poverty. So they are kind of celebrating that for achievement of the university. Your obedience now went there to corner a drug dealer. How can you accept award from a drug dealing university? They've turned that place into an obedient space now. Just lambasting people. If you haven't to do that university, they come after you without any charges. On LinkedIn, though, a professional website for professionals. Your guys, they've left Twitter now. They are on LinkedIn. The madness of these people at some point, man, this is just out of control. I'm sorry, these guys. I'm sorry.
It's already out of.
They went on the. Hold on. Let me get it right. You say they went on the.
No. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened. What happened was it because of the position of the university. What they said that who actually graduated. So since yesterday, since Friday, there's been major attack on their website, on their school, on their platform, on their website. So there are lots of attacks. So Nigerian obedience, we're now asking them how much do they sell engineering certificate, all those manner of things, making inquiries, calling them. And so those people now block their Twitter handle and their website. They make it private so that you cannot tag them on anything. So people now went and linked them or with anybody that has a link with Chicago State University on LinkedIn and now attacking them. Since they cannot attack them on their platform again and on their Twitter handle, they are now attacking anybody that has a link with them on LinkedIn, which is supposed to be a professional handle for CV for professionals. So they are not attacking them. So I saw that earlier today when this guy made a statement. This F Young, F Young, and like celebrating the fact that they were attacking Chicago State University.
Bishop,
kind of mob action.
Bishop, do you know who sent me that link? Somebody I went to residency with. I've been talking to years. I said, why are your cousins attacking the university? I'm like, my cousin, what do you mean? I'm not speaking to you yet. So is that bad for me now? I have to now explain myself to have to tell out what's going on. This is what they are doing now.
That was mob action. In fact, I was ashamed when I read it earlier today. I was really ashamed, but
so why are you now attacking a girl that just got an award that she's now a drug dealer? So why on a professional website?
The girl that wrote that Tinubu something that time in that newspaper, they bullied her to the extent that she deleted her accounts. Have you forgotten that Indian girl that wrote? Was it for Bloomberg or something? Tinubu's Times. Times magazine. They bullied her to the extent that she deleted her accounts. Have you forgotten? So I don't know the kind of people we have raised in this dispensation.
Bishop, listen to me. I know all that, but we are discussing LinkedIn. You know what that means? That's LinkedIn, for God's sake. This is not Twitter, this is not Facebook. It's LinkedIn.
That's a professional platform where people meet top. You need top people. I'm on LinkedIn. People should just take it easy. Politics will come and go. Let us not destroy ourselves.
On the 16th of September, everything will come to an end.
Is it true? Somebody said it's not true. Is that date?
The worst case scenario. I'm not even believing that. Hold on. I'm not believing that it's true or it's not true. But that is the last day. If you want to count 180 days,
Okay.
For the
Okay.
so September 16 is the last day. So whether it is true or not true, they have to deliver judgment on that day. And I really want to hear what they will say. Of course, I know what the judgment will be like, because it will not be fair, it will not be kind if the judges, their lost chief justices, take kindly to this bullying and just allow you to go. I really want them to take it out on Peter Obi. Seriously, give him the tongue lashing of his life. Now we thought you are responsible. Now you are leading a horde of mobs, and they were lynching judges on the social media, and you could not even call them out for once. Stop what you are doing.
What is it like?
No, you know, encourage money. It's the height of stupidity. I thought somebody, no matter how dumb you are, if Obi could not call those people out openly, then that means he's a weakling worse than anybody could have thought. That means it's not just irredeemably stupid, he's dumb. Your followers were lynching justices of the highest court of the land, and you were pretending you are not seeing it. There is nothing they post that Obi is not seeing. Funding all eyes on judiciary, intimidating, harassing the families of justices, bringing their children and grandchildren on the social media, and you kept quietly supporting them. There's no way Obi will tell me that I was not supporting them. And that is the height of it all. But it is not time to talk yet. When it is time, we'll talk.
I expect him to have come out to calm them down. At least calm them down.
People say they want. When no, they are not doing it on my behalf.
I can never want talk now. I can
let me talk. I don't have anything to respond to him.
No, I'm not saying so. No. What do you want to say? Are you saying that Peter Obi is not seeing the lynching on the justices? Are you not read? Are you not listening to this one we are talking about now? Please don't let us cross this line.
No, talk now. Call him what you want to call him. I don't care.
I don't want you to care. I'm saying the truth.
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
No, I'm not saying you should say it. I don't expect you to say anything, because the truth are just too obvious for anybody to say. The blind can see it, the deaf can hear it. It is deafening. I have series of things I have read on social media. I can mention names unto you, people that are championing these things. Somebody put the family, the grandchildren of a judge on the social media.
Are you not speaking for the judge, Bishop?
We know where you live. Are you
not speaking for the judges?
You know why? Because they don't speak for themselves. Because they don't speak
for themselves. Allow them to do their work now. If they come down and say because you are attacking my family, therefore I'm giving judgment against you, Peter Obi.
Are you feeling I'm attacking you? Are you one of them? Are you one of the headless mobs?
Even if you speak from now till tomorrow, what concerns me?
No. So don't tell me who I'm speaking for or I'm not speaking for. That's what I'm pointing at. Don't tell me whether I can speak for the judges. If I speak for them, it's my choice. I am saying some people are behaving like bunch of I don't know the right word. They are behaving like animals. I don't know that we can be this animalistic. That people will bring people's children on top of social. Hold on. That some people will come on social media, bring the children, the picture of grandchildren of judges, and be threatening them, bring the address, and say people should go and pay them visit, mobbing them online. And we have no
matter how you shout here, there is no way you can control the minds of millions of people. Everybody have their opinion.
I am not saying millions of people. I am saying Peter Obi is completely irresponsible not to have called these animals that are following him to order.
He's irresponsible. No problem now. No problem.
If there's any problem, nobody you go even tell me it's a problem.
Problem not there now. Is irresponsible now? He just said that now.
It's not you that will tell me.
Maybe leave this matter, or maybe
he said he's irresponsible. I said no problem.
How did you get to that level?
Thomas, let's move away from here.
There is no way you can control the minds of millions of people, no matter how you shout here. That is my point.
At least the
Thomas,
important thing that you attach.
Thomas, let's move away from this one.
Um,
Go to another thing.
I think it's
no,
better than
let them. It's ridiculous. It has to be addressed. It has to be
No,
addressed.
no, we can't keep shouting on it. Let us move away from this.
something happened
It's
yesterday.
enough. It's enough.
Why
Let us move to another topic. There's
Yeah,
nothing you can do. You can't control people the way they behave. So they will do it. They
But
have
we
done
can
countless
condemn
of
them,
times.
isn't it?
Yeah.
We
So
can condemn them.
yeah, we have talked enough. It's enough. Let us move to another thing.
So it's now okay for a mob to attack people that are getting awards from university, young 18-year-old girls getting awards now. You not go to the comment section bullying them because someone in Nigeria. That's okay, Abby.
It's not okay, but let
call
us
them
leave
out
it there.
on it. That's the point. Call them out.
Yeah, we are ready. We are ready to have and Bishop have done enough.
Number now,
Let
this
us
is
move
not
on.
the
Bishop has already called them out now, so they will change.
Bishop
Forget
have
about
called them
it.
out. Let's move on.
They will change.
Only a can here. If we have like 5 of them here, we know say the battle go. Claude,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't
let's
care
move
who
on.
is only a Kenya here. Let's call what is let's call the spade a spade.
Yeah, we have called spade a spade. Let us move to another thing. We can't spend the whole day on this.
Thomas, I want to say something.
Yes.
I think in anything that we are doing as Nigerians, we need to be careful. I saw something on the website on the Facebook today. Wyclef Jean, you know this popular Haitian American musician. He was saying that he traced his root back to Nigeria, and he was trying to use his his platform to say that Nigeria is a place that you can invest in. I think Nigeria is ripe for investment. You know what one person said? I don't know. I'm not saying that he's an obedient guy. I'm not saying that he's an obedient. But he said that he just brought in a negative narrative, like if the leaders will allow it to be something. I said, and I had to ask him, why do you want what will the negativity that you project to this man? This man is not a Nigerian, as far as I'm concerned. He might trace his root to claim that he is a Nigerian, but he's not holding a Nigerian passport. But the fact is that if we want this country to move forward, it requires that we show some level of patriotism. Some level of patriotism is that if the government are not doing something right, we call them to order, we call them out, we tell them this thing, you are not doing it right. But when it comes to some certain things, you must know when to draw the line. If Michael Jean is saying that I want to bring somebody into Nigeria that can come and invest $1 million in the Nigerian economy or $10 million US in the Nigerian economy, is that what you are going to be telling him? That yes, so this is because these are the kind of things. If you are not going to have the mercy, have mercy upon the youth that are underemployed or they are unemployed, and also the people that will gain from that investment and the economy of the country that will benefit totally from that investment, then you have lost the patriotism. Is it good that you call the leaders out? Good. But where do you draw the line? In any of our actions, Nigerians must know that, and I see that a lot on global platforms. Nigerians don't know where to draw the line. America. Yesterday, I spoke to somebody that you are living in America, in Las Vegas. Not that I've read this several times. Las Vegas is one of the most expensive places in the world and in America. But in Las Vegas has is a two side of a coin. You have the rich side and you have the people where the people are managing on their own. I've read it several times on CNN. But I said, well, you still see an average American will still come and paint his country one way or the other. He will say some things to you that I don't like this Trump, I don't like Biden, he's doing this to the country. But when you try to go in deeper than that, or you want to try to mock them, or you want to try to come and bring your own ideology to it, they will cut you off. And it happened. So Nigerians must know that at the end of it all, we are still going to be at the receiving end. If we destroy the image of that country on the internet and on the social media, People are looking at us. And if you look at it very well, in the last few years, foreign direct investment has dried up. One of the reasons is that is that we are painting the country bad. It's coming back to all of us, whether we like it or not. People don't bring in money.
Can I add one more thing to you? Let me before you go. You know, if a group of people are known or allegedly tagged as drug peddlers, I mean Nigerians now, in SA, in Malaysia, all over the place, and some of you are also the same people saying that your president is a drug dealer, how is that helping your case in those countries? You are pretty much
exactly
people in those places. So be careful of what you throw out there. It's going to come back to you eventually.
Come back. Hey.
I want to say something. Mr. Samad, there is something that happened in our space, Labour Party. So I want to speak on that. The removal of the government gave judgment against one of our House of Representative member on the Labour Party in Ojo constituency. So
go ahead, please.
So that judgment came because they said the man is not qualified to contest because it's not from Ojo. So I want to know, I really want an explanation on that. How is that possible? The man is not from Ojo. That was the judgment they gave. That the man is not qualified to contest. That is why they gave
that means when he moved to Ojo, when he moved there, don't call me, but according to what I know, if you move somewhere, then you must prove that you really moved there. Maybe it doesn't have enough to show that is actually from not. So when they say from Ojo, it's not by battle. Residency, of course, you can run as a resident of a place, but that time that you must be there, maybe he was unable to prove that to the court. That would have been the problem. But that because it's not Yoruba. No, it's not that. Is residency.
No, it's not. It's a Yoruba. Although the person that was supposed to contest before him was a Igbo guy. That's a family. So Yoruba. At the end of the day,
forget Yoruba. Look at Yayi now. He was in Lagos before. Now he's in Ogun State. Then so you must move. They have a timing that you must move to that place before you can run for office. Even if you're Yoruba, it does not matter. If you are from like I said before, Yayi was a senator from Ogun State, right? From Lagos, last 2 years, but right now is a senator for Ogun State. He moved to Ogun, but there is a time limit that you must do that before elections. There's a way they calculate those now, but you must be able to prove that you are a resident of Ogun now, as opposed to where we were before. So I'm going to assume that person was unable to prove that he was actually a resident for that time period in that location. That would have been the issue. That's
so definitely we lose the appeal.
Another thing that could be responsible is his membership in the party. If they look at the membership register, and it shows that it's not. It shows that
active member during the time that he was running.
Yes, that it's not long enough to contest for election as a party member. They can use that against him too. If their party says that, before you become a nominee of the party, you must have been a registered party member for 6 months. You understand what I'm saying? And now they look at the register, they see that this guy is not even more than 2 months when he registers. So that automatically nullify him, that is not qualified to even be the nominee of the party.
So party
that election.
That guy just
a lot of people just rush.
That guy just got that victory on a platter of gold. I mean,
he just rushed. A lot of people just jumped into this thing. Say, I beg Labour Party, give me ticket.
The guy didn't even know that he won that election. Honestly speaking, because that Ojo constituency, the guy didn't know. It was
they go wake him up. They go wake him up. Did you know that
he was lit himself? Nobody saw him. He didn't even do any campaign. Nobody even saw him on the field. The guy was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, they announced him a winner. So
on that one, I think the court got it right.
Babaki, is that not ridiculous? somebody that doesn't even campaign. He doesn't have anything in
Almost
his brain.
remember that one guy was in Germany that was they even won. Like, remember that guy? Is it the one in Benin that they even won Labour House of Rep? He just bought form
No,
and he
It was
won.
level just that. The level just dash people.
It was a wave of the
the
moment.
guy at PP is the Banky W that just lost. That just lost.
How can you abandon the youthful one that you think that it's one of you to go and vote for somebody because it's Labour? I mean, this is about people, not party now. I mean, that was wrong. That one was that Banky W one was just come on now.
It was so painful.
Why would you abandon it because of that
It
was
was so painful because that guy has been trying, and this is an opportunity for him because now I think people are just thinking in
He
their
would have made the
brain
right
that
choice now. He would have looked at the way things are going now. He didn't make the right choice. Even though you might not love the Labour Party, but at least for that you would have keen to that opportunity and take your own. A lot of Labour Party guys.
Remember, wait. Remember when Banky W first ran for that same position the last time? It was a small party. And when he joined PDP, he came online and said, the reason I'm joining PDP is because apparently if you're a small party, you cannot win. So I'm going into the PDP because I want to get in there and they are the best option I have. So he's tried the small party before this time around, if you remember. He lost. So you can't blame me for trying something else. Apparently, the wave of the moment is a small party, but before he did, you see, co-out that they were joining before. I forgot the party's name. One small ADC or whatever.
one small party like this,
It's like
but Babati,
yeah.
if he's a popular guy, and he knows his own and people loves him, he can still win. This is not a presidential election; it's a local election. That means he's not popular.
No.
Why is he looking for a big party?
I'm missing the point. What I'm saying is that, like Ekene was saying, the wave of the movement caught people like it was a wave. Even if popular, but he still lost to someone that who won. Okay, if I ask you now that district, who won that place, you probably don't know the name of the person that won. You don't know. Because it was a way people were just competing for labor. They didn't even care about who was running for office in that location.
Even that was the reason why I don't know the reason why Ekene brought this to the platform, because he said they are discussing it in their. Why did he brought this discussion here, Ekene? What did you discuss? Because to me,
I want to understand the implication behind it, because the guy, they were saying that the guy is not qualified based on he's not from Ojo. Honestly, the guy is not from Ojo. The guy is inside Lagos. So he's living there. Nobody even know him around here because they replace him with
so
an Igbo guy.
you know the reason. You know the reason. So why did you not brought it for discussion?
I think he's a Lagosian now. The guy is a Lagosian. I think he has the right to contest. Else he's a Lagosian.
Simba, hold on. Everybody hold on.
I'm from Ogun. So wait, I'm from Ogun. I should go and contest in the Is that what you're saying?
He's from Lagos, but he's come and he contested for House of Representatives.
Babati. You see what?
If I said hold on, I mean hold on. I said hold on, I mean hold on. I said hold on. Can you guys hear me? Please. We can't be talking on each other, please now. Babati, let's hear from you. Then we'll go to Remy. Remy hasn't spoken.
By the way, Thomas, can you increase the volume of your mic? It's kind of low a little bit. So
yeah, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm saying to you,
we want Thomas to go and sleep. Thomas, go and sleep.
Anyways, I am from Ogun State, right? I'm from Ogun. I'm an Egba man, but doesn't that give me? I cannot go to and run for office in Remo or Elisha or Songota. State, that's not the way it works for local. No, you must be part of that community, that local government. That's the way it works. You can't just because you're from Ogun State or from Lagos, you can run anywhere. That's not the way it works, again. Just to clarify.
Okay, good morning.
Okay. That's what I want to understand. That's what I want to understand, nothing more. So, and that's the problem the guy is having. He's not from Ojo constituency, honestly.
Okay.
He just came. They just because the Labour Party needed to have a candidate, just rushing
That means your party is that party is a fraudulent party. That Labour Party is a very
It's not like
fraudulent
a
party.
fraudulent party. You know, everything just came as a surprise to them. So the only person who qualified to contest under Ojo constituency, the guy, even the poster has gone around, was an Igbo guy. So there was still some tribalistic stuff. So they have to remove the guy and have to bring in a Yoruba guy. So the guy was the only person available. They replace him with that Igbo guy.
Oh, yes. That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, let's hear from them. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Apart from that, Labour Party is in serious trouble, and I will tell you why. Unfortunately, for most of their candidates, they did not stay in that party for a particular time frame before they contest for election. So don't be surprised if most of them were removed across states, across different local government or whatever, from both House of Representatives, the senatorial seat, and also the presidential. Don't be surprised today if Obi was also disqualified for joining Labour Party late before contesting the presidency, because 3 of them have been removed already. There is one in Lagos State that went to the tribunal to contest this Faliki election for the House of Representatives. He was removed based on he did not join the Labour Party on time, so it's not to contest for it does not have the right to contest the election. The same thing happened to Obi also. So if the tribunal at the presidential election just said Obi did not join Labour Party at the right time, so it's not even legal for him to contest the election. So don't be surprised. So that is one aspect. And that is, unfortunately for Labour Party, most of your candidates, I think about 50 or 60% fall into that category. So if they start removing them all over the country using the same
So they are microwave candidates. Microwave candidates.
You can call them whatever you like, but unfortunately, that is what happened. For Bank W, right, or something like that, what I think is that sometimes it's also not good for you to be jumping from one party to another party. And contesting an election, not winning, that's not the only thing. When you stay in a party, you have the experience. You can also get some good position. If you are well read or you are good, you can get a commissioner, you can get a minister, you can be on board of parastatals. I don't understand the fixation on Nigeria that I must be a governor at all costs, or I must be a representative, I must be a senator at all costs. There are several positions across board that you can get. A board chairman alone, you can be more powerful than a minister. So I don't understand.
You can even hold a high position in your party. That is very recent.
For example, if you're a local government chairman in Lagos State, for example, let's say you can local government at Victoria Island or Lekki or all those Ibro area that they have a lot of important projects to embark on. This transfer to billions or millions of naira. Or maybe you are just a state governor of a small state in Nigeria. I was just looking at I was just looking at
so you are talking, what you are speaking to now, that all of them are just looking for money. That's what you are just saying now.
Yes. So because like I said before, like I always said, the major problem of Nigeria are in the state. But a lot of Nigeria, because of ignorance and because of lack of maybe interest, or maybe they don't know what is really going on, every available problem they think is from the president. No, the state is the problem. Why? And when you talk about the state, why I also blame the people, I will tell you, the followership themselves. Because you are the one that's voted for your House of Assembly member. When Buhari was talking about local government autonomy financially and everything, this law was passed by the National Assembly, but it needs 2/3 of the State Assembly for them to say yes to this legislation. Can you believe that? 12 of them turned it down. So they were unable to get that financial autonomy for local government. Because in Nigeria, the problem with average Nigeria is that anything that happens in Nigeria, there is lack of distrust, and everything is that even if it's a good cause, most Nigeria will always think, they want to cheat or they want to scam us. When I look around, I've been in 3 continents already, and I've seen that everywhere there is corruption, but the level of corruption might be minimal from country to another country. Things are being done in a fast way in China because of the communist way they use. In developed country, most time is slow. In Nigeria, it's more slower because so many diverse interests. Because of that distrust among this ethnic tribe or maybe nationality, ethnicity, people in the assembly. So that is another thing that the problem with Nigeria, there is a slow development, but there is development. Some states are improving. I will advise you to go and check Bono. Look at that kind of school the guy was building there. Look at the road he was constructing. Look at the way he's treating his people. And when I check the 10 richest states in Nigeria, Borno is not there at all. Enugu is there. Anambra is there. But look at Anambra and Enugu today. Oyo is also there. Look at our Oyo now. Red roof, no planning, nothing. There are top 10 richest states in Nigeria. Ogun is also there. Ondo is there. Lagos, of course, is number 1. Rivers is there. Delta is also there. Akwa Ibom is there. But check all the states by yourself. What are they doing? And when the problem arises, everybody will cry Tinubu. Everybody will cry Buhari. Everybody. I was listening all throughout the midnight here, listening to Babajali Koko talking about corruption. To tell you the truth, the anchor's borrower did work. I have an experience. A friend of mine borrowed money into poultry, and he's making money now. I'm not saying that some of them diverted. I'm not saying all of them use the money, but majority of them use the money. There is a group of people from Nasarawa State. They come together and they get this loan, and they are now millionaires. So in any government
did your friend pay back the money he borrowed? That's another thing. Most of them did not pay back.
It has a time frame for you to pay back. Not that you just get the loan today and they expect you to pay back in just 2 months or 3 months. Maybe split of 5 years or something like that.
I'm asking, is he paying? Is he paying?
Of course he will pay back. It's not that I cannot vouch for him totally on that one, because when it comes to money,
that is the problem.
Even Simba, I've never seen you before. When it comes to money, I cannot vouch for you 100%. But if I check his character, as I know him for several years, 70%, I can say
you can't trust Simba.
I cannot
Simba
say
like money. Simba like money.
But at least his farm is growing, his poultry is growing. Today, he has more than 5,000 chicken. So, and he started with 2,500. So he's doing fine.
Remy, you know why I said this? Because, if you borrow people money, if they return the money, that money will still be available for other people to borrow.
Yeah,
but if you borrow a set of people money and they refuse to pay back, then the other people that are supposed to enjoy the loan also, they will suffer.
So that is what I talk about followership. So when the government help you that way, and when your business pick up, are you not supposed to pay back? And they are not asking you to pay back the money in 1 year. Maybe they spread it.
But Remy, do you know that people always think that that is their own national cake?
So that's what I'm talking about. When you talk about leadership, the leadership comes from followership. Everybody in Nigeria thinks once I have the opportunity, I want to make it. But I will tell you the truth. It's almost the same to anywhere in the world. But it also depends how government handle this kind of people. I think there must be I think they really did a very wonderful job when they want to give him the loan. They went to his land. It's not just like when you just walking like that and then they gave him the money. It was on it for nearly 2 years before he can get it. So, and how much did he borrow? Did they give him? Just about 10 million naira at that time. So it's not something that you just like walk into the central bank like that and they just hand the money back to you. They also do their due diligence. They will check your farm. They will ask a lot of questions. There's so many interviews you have to do with some of these guys there. It's not something that you just thought that. Actually, because you are not in Nigeria, because I'm just happened to be his friend, he was able to narrate some of these things to me. So actually, there's a lot of opportunity when government bring out some policy. And if you are the right thinking person, you can see, can I make use of this?
But Remy, have you ever checked the payment rate of these anchor borrowers that I just mentioned?
No, I've not checked because I don't have opportunity with Central
Bank. Is a calamity. You can Google it. They have discussed this before. Is the most majority of the people that receive that money, they were not paying back.
Okay, so now what is the punishment? What is the punishment for these people not paying back? Because when you say paying back can be in installment. How many years?
No, when they said not paying back, let me give you. You might not know because you have not done it before. I think I mentioned it on this platform.
Okay.
I borrowed the same amount of money from Bank of Industry at the rate of was it 5 or 9% that time. What they used to do is that, especially for agriculture, they will give you that gestational period for whatever. If you're ahead, like my own now, after collecting the loan, they give me 6 months.
Okay.
Before I start paying, and they have certain amount of that I pay every month. I've liquidated the loan now for about almost 6 months now. And they were even asking me to come and collect my, but I just told them I'm not interested again. What I want to say is this. Because even it was after I collected the loan that I left Nigeria. So if I decide not to pay the money, what would they do to me? Do you understand what I'm saying? We don't have the mechanism.
Because we don't have a good credit rating system.
There's nothing like credit rating. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. In Nigeria, do you have that?
You go arrest your wife.
My wife is not involved.
Punishment for not paying back. Like I said earlier before, when you go to Nigerian prison or correctional service, you see a lot of people are waiting trial, and you see a lot of people that they have sentenced to death because they are handling criminal. Do you know the bigger problem is also most of our governor, most of our leader, because of this brainwashed by religion, they will tell you, oh, they cannot kill anybody, they cannot sign any death warrant. And then when you go to all these correctional service, it's being congested.
Remy, if they start arresting people now, if they start arresting the people that didn't pay back, we will come on this platform and you see people defending them. They after all, is it not government money? Why should they pay the politician? Are they not stealing the money? We justify drug trafficking. We justify drug trafficking.
I am right that the followership has even worse.
We justify every criminality in Nigeria. We justify anything.
Simba, who are the people? Who are the people you are talking about?
No, okay, let me tell you. Thomas, there was a day we were discussing the CTO's this thing, ban on Nigerian CTOs. And we're talking about drug. So, but even Ekene is here. He was here justifying it. He's here today. I'm not speaking behind him. That because people don't have work, because the country is bad. That's why people are carrying drugs. So what can we say? Ekene is here. He justified it that day.
So
like follower
so you can
leader.
See Simba, everybody here, the government are giving money to people to go for agriculture or whatever and they follow it in due process. But the people collecting this money, they have their own mind of their own. They want to use this money for other stuff. They don't want to go for farming. And at the end of the day, people come back and blame the government again that the government is not trying. So sometimes when the government try, let's commend them. I was listening to Abajan Lekoko and one man saying, Buhari is a pyramid of, they put a pyramid of cement there. Oh, wow, why are you so wicked this way?
Oh, sorry, Remy.
What is Remy saying? What is Remy saying? Hold on. Let me comment. Let me respond. Let me respond. Hold on. Let me respond. You have been talking. let me respond to you.
But let me finish now. Give me 1
Okay,
minute to
finish.
finish.
Okay,
Hold on. Hey, let me finish. Ajale Goku, you come
Yeah,
after him.
everything. I was listening, and Baba Janle Koko and one man was particularly saying that it's bag of cement for that pyramid. When that Buhari launched that rice pyramid in Abuja, and Baba Janle Koko was saying, it was a scam, nothing until Bishop Nat came. How come? How are we so wicked, so mean? Even by mere seeing a bag of cement, you will know that this is cement that is inside. Mere seeing it like this, there is no way, because I'm also into cement. I did that one just by the way. So there is no way you say a bag of cement, you will not see that this.
I mean, one of you know, very.
I was.
Where is the rest now? Where is the rest? We're still looking for that.
No. We are not doing that. Please, we are not doing that.
Okay. I was
landing
inhibited by. I know there's corruption, but give a credit to people when they try. Nigeria was not known. At least the international community cannot be lying about Nigeria became even overtake Egypt as the largest producer of rice in Africa. Is it enough for Nigeria? Maybe not enough, because Nigerian food number one is rice, and after rice is bread. Averagely, Nigeria consumes more rice than even the other food. So wherever you like it, Nigerian will eat a rice in a day, maybe for lunch or breakfast or dinner. So maybe it's not enough for the people, but at least for us, within some few or 4 to 6 years, we became the largest producer of rice in Africa. That is a good omen. If we continue to do that on wheat, on beans, on sorghum, all of these agricultural products, we are moving a needle, like Bishop will always say. But here, every time Baba Jale Koko will condemn, and then one man will have his color. So sometimes I just don't. Oh my God!
Hold on, Simba. Yeah, Ajale Goku. Let Ajale Goku go first. Remy, Simba, you come after him. Yeah.
You see, I don't understand it. I don't understand what Remy is trying to defend. Yeah, he listened to me and one man saying this thing is an organized scam. That is what Simba have confirmed now. Simba, who is a participator or how do I describe him? A man that benefited from that loan, is just confirming, a man on the ground is just confirming that ACO program is a failure. What do you want to justify? Is it because your friend said, oh, I took money there and it's doing well? Does that represent the whole situation in Nigeria on that ACO program? Look, we cannot be deceiving ourselves. A program that is designed to achieve food surplus for us and couldn't achieve it. There is no other way you can describe it but a failure. But we like to defend. I don't know what we achieve in defending government failure. We can't get to anywhere defending them. Let us call spade a spade. When they do good and they achieve result, let's say yes, they achieve result. When we can see that they did not achieve result, let us call them that this one is a failure. And what you don't know is that
Baba Koko, can I interject?
Okay, 1 minute.
Let him land. Have you landed? Yeah, Simba. Yeah. Yeah, go on. Go on.
Simba is not talking again.
Okay, no, I thought you said I should wait for you.
No,
That's why I
go
came
on.
for
Go
you.
on. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
But I think what we need to do is, can we analyze why that program failed? Is it because government did not give the money to the farmer, or the farmer did not use the money for what they're supposed to use the money for?
Okay. Let us analyze it. One thing that is identified is that the people in charge of this program, to implement this program, they organize scam in order to.
But Ajali Coco, we can't say that for facts. We can't say
Okay.
that for facts.
Yeah. Let me.
We can say individual that collected the money didn't utilize the money.
No. Let me tell you. You see what they did. They organized with some people to arrange groups of people like cooperative. They will falsify documents to show that these people have been in the business of farming and they have formed cooperative. And when they form cooperative, it's easier to get that money, because they're already in the business and they are into cooperative.
Yeah.
So they will package.
Baba Jericho, how did you know that?
Okay. How do
That's
I
what
know?
I'm saying. How do you know that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. There was a program I watched when some people on that program were analyzing the failure and what the government were able to establish as what was responsible for the failure in many ways. This is one of them. So
you know why I'm asking you? Because let us make it a discussion, Baba Jale Koko.
Yes.
So that when I will just be strategy between you and I. Because I belong to a lot of agricultural platforms. And when this program started, they advertised this thing on our platforms. And people that are interested put in for it. I have a friend that also got this Ankoboro also. That use it for agriculture. So, but what I can see in Nigeria, let me tell you one thing. Once something is out, it's just like politics, and everybody cannot get this loan because it cannot go around. Some people feel aggrieved because they couldn't get it, and those people they can come out and say a lot of rubbish. That's what I'm saying. So we should look at it from that aspect, just like Obedient coming out now the election is a sham. This is all like you also Showore person. Does that make it right? Does that make it the truth? If you hear some group of people saying that, does that make it that this is what really happened? That's the question I'm posing to you.
Okay, let me say this. These people that were saying this are actual. I mean, they are farmers themselves.
How did you know? How did you know? Baba Koko, if not because you are conversant with me, just hold on.
Hold on. Don't query me. Let me land. Don't say, how did I know? How did I know? When you see people that are really professional in professional farmers, and they are saying they couldn't get this money, and what they discover is that these are the things that happen. So you don't want me to believe them. Who do I believe? I should come and believe you.
No, what I'm saying, I'm saying, just hold on. It's not a matter of, we are discussing. You understand? So it's not the person that is mad. It's not the person that is loud, his voice is louder that wins the argument. So what I'm saying is, if you are not conversing with me, at least I've joined this platform now for almost 6 months. So you are used to me. You can even predict to some extent, even if there is a discussion, what I can say. We know ourselves to some extent now. If I don't tell you on this platform, you know me as a doctor. If I don't tell you that I engage in agriculture, you will not know. And if you see me somewhere, you might just be thinking that he's a doctor. Why? In fact, you can even say that it's the doctors that they give the money to. It's not a farmer. That they just give it to people. I even have a friend on our platform who is a doctor that also got the loan. You understand? And so you can make a conclusion like that. But since I've mentioned it severally and I've given you example, and then you know that I cannot be telling lies that I engage in agriculture, you might believe me. But on the face value, if you don't know me and they call me doctor, and you say you can see what we are talking about now, that they just give it to people that just, well, why a doctor even got the loan for agriculture? You can just arrive at a conclusion like that. So what I'm saying, for the fact that you see some aggrieved people, anybody can talk anyhow. There are so many people that read agriculture that do not even practice agriculture. So I don't know what they say or what you see on their body or on their face that make you believe that they are true farmers. That is one. Then to also believe that what they are saying is the right thing. That's the question I'm putting to you. Because anybody in Nigeria can just come up and say anything. That is our problem.
Simba.
We have this tendency to condemn. The very easy thing to do in Nigeria is to rubbish everything.
Hold on, Simba. You see, sometimes we have to, I mean, I don't even know what to say. So, are you telling me that the television program that invited them on their show, introduced them as farmer, introduced their company, doesn't know that they are real professional farmer? I mean,
if you are talking like this, you disappointed me, though. So have we not seen so many things on our television?
Oh God!
Ajalekoko, hold on. Have you not seen people lying on live TV television?
No, we can't be having discussion like this. It's just like they invited you to a studio. They introduced you as a farmer, your company, and then somebody want to say, "Oh, question that how am I sure that this guy being interviewed is actually a farmer?" I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, if they don't know him, if they don't verify his identity and his profession, you think they will invite him to the studio to come and speak? I mean, we have to certain questions we don't need to be asked, and we don't need to be asking some certain questions. I think asking that, oh, how do you know that they are real professional farmers? So television service that brought them
for the fact, okay, I agree they are professional farmers. I agree. Let's all agree.
Even the livestock that is, you know how the livestock is suffering in Nigeria now, poultry and all that. You know how the businesses they are closing down daily and daily out. You know now. You know.
But Ajalekoko,
So
hold on, please.
now Remy will tell you, Remy, because of his friend, that Remy can tell you that, oh, it's a successful business. But in the general aspect of it, it's not. That business is suffering now.
It's suffering greatly. It's suffering greatly because nobody is even making any. You are not even breaking even. Talk less of saying you are making any profit
at all. So I've listened to programs like that and people that are really professional in this. Even there was one day.
Is it possible? Is it possible that the hello, sir?
When he said how much he lost in terms of, how much he lost, he was almost crying on the TV.
Can we analyze why is agriculture not actually thriving in Nigeria now? Especially, you remember during that Buhari, one of the policy they put in place to make that program successful, because they know that the cost of production in Nigeria, you cannot compete with that of the Western world, especially from East Asia, all those Sri Lanka, China, India, where they bring rice to Nigeria. So that was why they banned the importation of rice, and we knew how that one degenerated and people were crying. Because if the farmers produce this and the cost of production They cannot even sell at cost, talk less of making profit. How would that one encourage them, or how would they be able to return the loan?
So, Simba, to add to what you just said now, can you believe that an average Nigerian will tell you that Nigerian rice, I don't like it? It's not
The only people that eat Nigerian rice, let me tell you, Remy, are the Northerners.
They are not buying it.
It's only the Northerners. It's only Northerners that eat Nigerian rice.
White people, they will prefer, and to be frank, I will tell you.
As at that time, Remy, they were still smuggling rice in.
Yes, they were. And in Yoruba land,
to me, the issue we have, well, I will keep on saying it. For our country to make progress, everybody, every garden person has to make their own contribution. But by the time by the time we say it's a group of people, the people that are smuggling this thing, they are not leaders. So they are the people. They will go.
Simba, you are a farmer, and I want you to educate the people today. I learned this in China, because in China they don't eat parboiled rice. They eat rice grow within 3 to 6 months, and they will consume it that way. They don't polish their rice.
The rice we eat in Nigeria, the expired rice. Those are the rice that we eat.
Yeah, I just want to, because they told me that because I was looking for Nigerian rice all over there, like the Thailand rice we used to eat, we could not find. Then I get used to the Chinese rice, which is a fresh rice. You can see that under 4 months or 6 months, the rice is ready. It's white and very, very white in color. It's not as sweet when you compare it to this parboiled rice. And they told me that this rice they are eating is more nutritious and it's more healthier than eating all those rice they parboiled for 6 months, 1 year or 2 years. So as a farmer, I want you to, is that assertion, is it true or is it wrong?
It's true, very true, very true. In Nigeria, you are at least most of us on this planet, we are speaking. The rice we call rice itapa.
Yes, we know that.
The one that used to have stone. Yes. Is more nutritious than that. It's more nutritious than that polished Thailand rice that you see, because those ones they've already removed all the nutritional content of it. They added some flavor. They added flavor, so it tastes better. But what you are just eating is junk. There's no nutritional ingredient inside. It's just junk. But because it tasted better, it tastes yes.
They don't realize. They don't know.
Nigerians are like poison.
The funny thing is, Remy, is if you look at those rice that they bring they imported to Nigeria, they are even expired.
Yes, because they expired from Vietnam.
But our people will fight tooth and nail to go and smuggle all this rice in every day.
So our penchant for consuming foreign goods, using foreign products, is insatiable. Until Nigerians ourselves will decide to continue to patronize made in Nigerian products, because an average Nigerian would prefer something from abroad. How come that you don't patronize our local production, and then Buhari closed the border because of this rice smuggling? A lot of Nigerians cry foul, and now they produce enough rice. And people like Ajale Cook and one man say it's cement. It is not rice.
What do you mean by enough rice? Hello, mean by enough rice? What do you mean? What do you mean by enough rice?
One man said it's a pyramid of cement. That's what he said.
If you start a session with one man, and one man will just be following anywhere you are going. You will just be going. He will be catching cruise. He will just be catching cruise.
But actually, everywhere.
I'm trying to host it,
Who
so
are these two people
sorry,
together?
my Benu.
Hold on. Yeah, Babati.
Forget. I'm trying to bring somebody up to the platform to discuss powering farm communities with solar energy. So it's lead abroad, but it's Nigeria and it's making it work. So I had this talk with him, and he's going to talk about the loan, how to get the loans in Nigeria. I think he was talking about the use of sterling banks for agro farms and stuff like that. So I want to bring him up, but I want you guys to be there, you and Simba at least, because you are into farming and poultry and stuff like that, so that you can at least have that asking questions, and people can learn from that. So I will let you guys know when that. But very soon we'll have that on the platform. Just to let you guys know. You too. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah. Let's hear from Tunaja. Tunaja has been quiet. Do you have Tunaja?
Yeah, I've been quiet because I don't like discussing minutia. I don't like
Stop it. You know what happened? The beating where them beat down for morning session never come up for him. Those South African guys, they beat hell up. They beat head. They beat head for his
What are you
body.
talking about? I came to save you. They would have roasted you.
Poor father.
Those are the people that I know how to keep under control. He saw how the guy was basically crying by the time I'm done. That Lozy guy, I've dealt with him on so many platforms. Because those people, they just go around spewing garbage and causing problems. So you need to see some of the stuff this guy says about Nigerians, so I think Ajay Ngogo, when he came there, I said, "Welcome to the wild." He didn't know what you were walking into, and I think they called him baboon and all kinds of names.
No. You know what happened? When I was watching, I thought that those guys were blaring you from the right to left. That they hit you. I say, now my brother they walking like this. I said, make I go in, go fight for.
Don't worry. He didn't need to because I always dealt with them.
How is your Pan-Africanist thing working now with your South African brother?
So just because there are always douchebags all over the place, they are everywhere.
You know what I learned? You see, we can work with Cameroon and all those guys, but down south is a lost cause. Just forget those ones. They don't mess with Nigeria.
No, actually, they are actually more Pan-African than we are. Actually, look at South Africa moving on his own, doing his own thing. Not
the guy said kill people. I heard you say that.
No, that is him individual. He's an individual.
That is madness, bro. That is madness.
Yes, but maybe we too should be nationalistic. See, the problem is that we are not. See, South Africans have their own voice. They literally have their own voice. Nigeria, one of the videos I sent, Nigerians, they don't even have their own voice. Even our own journalists were saying, we are aligned to the West and we are non-aligned nations. India is non-aligned, South Africa is non-aligned, but yet they still join BRICS. It's like our people, they are far more patriotic to their own people and also have an awareness for the world than we are. So I don't know, but for him individually, he just doesn't like Nigerians because he talks about crime in his country. He even advocates killing people in his country. And the one I really, really despised him for was when he went to the African American channels and was encouraging these people that are these Edos people and FBA people to attack Nigerians and attack other Black Africans in America. When he did that and we went on this big channel, my goodness, I wouldn't let him talk at all. I completely railed him.
Let me ask you real quick. That FBA thing, do you think is sponsored by this there's something to me, I think something behind that FBA movement. Doesn't sound like organic to me. Do you think it's sponsored?
Of course, most of those things, you see, when they sponsor these things, they sponsor it from a feeling that already exists. One has to expect that people that were sold into slavery, you will have people that have resentment towards the people that sold them. And some of them would not want to have an affinity towards this in the continent. There are many of them that have been testing themselves and finding that they have a lot of Nigerian genes in them. And but like Nakmizi, he was present too. He donated that day. We often had a lot of arguments for months. This is an African American. We had a massive argument. And now, when we talk, we respect each other. And we joke about it, because he says we sold him as slaves, and that we sold his forefathers as slaves. But we joke about it because sometimes you have to engage people. Even Lozi himself, you'll be surprised how Pan-Africanist Lozi is. Even he that is advocating, because he's also nationalist, he's Pan-Africanist and nationalist. When he's talking his nationalist aspect, that's when it's very ugly. He talks about killing other Africans. But when he goes this in Pan-African,
No,
doesn't like Western powers.
Let me, hold on. Remember when Madeko brought up Nigeria's role in their independence, and he had no clue what he was saying. He did not know.
Yeah, they didn't know. They don't
that
know.
was sad. Like, listen, you don't even know what Nigeria did for you people.
That's why I brought the evidence to him, to just even humiliate him. Him and Nilotic, they often talk nonsense. Nilotic used to be more balanced, but he is completely lost it. I always said to him that he looks like he's advancing backwards, because he was talking that garbage about the money Nigeria they gave to South Africans. And I should go to one side, Jare. Go to one side. See, he was talking about the money that Nigeria gave to South Africans, and he was saying that it was just tiny pence. Then I said, okay, look at the exchange rate that we are talking about. There was a time Nigeria currency was almost 2 times more valuable than the dollars. When I saw it, when you actually see it, you will be surprised how far we have fallen. Like Nigerian naira was more powerful than the dollar.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
What I'm talking about, somebody didn't
No.
take loan, and this one is
Forget about that. Is your own section. I don't care about what you guys discuss about. This is my own section. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
So
The reason why I came on, let me just say why I came on. Because I just saw a Nigerian this thing. There are 2 things anyway. A Nigerian this thing meeting with the British this thing Defense Department people. They came to Nigeria, and these British officials, if you can hear the way they were talking, they were nervous. They were nervous because they are worried whether Nigeria will turn on them. And what he said was that you should let us know honestly what you want for your people. And guess what that our chief army staff said? You know that landmine this thing that we were talking about, getting Husky mine detection stuff that we're talking about that stalled. Maybe we want that to start again, and maybe you should train our special forces, maybe train us on UAV. I was like, is that where your ambition ends? This is our problem. We don't, even when they ask us what we want, we can't even tell them anything because our minds are completely. The question that I came to ask is that, is there something wrong with us? That is it an epigenetic memory that we have that makes us feel so inferior that we don't have any ambition for our people?
No, we have said it before, bro. We've talked about lack of collective intelligence. That we have individual brilliance, but we don't like we have that cohesion is not there. Where you can have,
but that man is individual intelligence now. That man is individual intelligence. What is wrong with him? Why can't he aspire for more? What about give us a submarine? Give us this. They will not like it. They will go and they will come back again. That is how it works.
No. He has to work with Hold on. Because he has to work with the another brilliant mind to achieve that dream in most cases.
Yes.
And what happens is the Nigerian so-called brilliant minds don't know how to control the society from behind the scenes like they do in the other Western worlds, where you have all these secret societies or whatever you call them, beautiful group, whatever, that will manipulate everything behind the scenes. They come together. Ours don't come together. You don't see Dangote and all these people making things happen. You don't see them doing that. They are on my own. What can I get from the country? And that's it. Screw everybody. That's what they do. So you don't have that coercive mindset within your own elites to make things happen the way it's supposed to be. So they lack that collective intelligence. It's not there.
Yeah, Babati, in addition, look at what Dangote is doing all over the country. We have a lot of billionaires in every region of Nigeria. If they are creating employment like Dangote, they will also receive some incentive from the federal government. Or maybe
was it not Dangote that went and brought Bill Gates to come and start growing genetically?
Let me finish. I am not talking about Bill Gates.
This is the problem with these our leaders.
Let me finish, please, Tunaida. I am not talking about foreigners now. I'm talking about we Nigerians. Now, I often say something like this. Everybody will continue to castigate Tinubu. If we have 6 Tinubu in every region of Nigeria, and it was every of these people were able to at least set a succession plan of what happened in Lagos and that development in Lagos, whether you call it slow, medium, or fast. If we have people like him all over, one in each region like that, and each one take one state, that means we have 6 super states. So nobody will say, for my Nigerian dream to be realized, I need to go to Lagos. I can stay in my Anambra if Anambra is at par with Lagos. I can stay in Borno if Borno is at par with Lagos. So for me, I see things this way. No matter what you do, you cannot eradicate corruption 100%. You can only minimize it because laws are there, but any law made, there will be loophole. There is no 100% proof law, whatever you can say. Now look at Dangote. He has put his hand in everything: cement, tomatoes, petrochemical, everything. Let's say we now have 10 of Dangote, and we have a lot of Nigerians that are even richer than Dangote, but you don't know their wealth. And they are doing the same thing what Dangote is doing, creating employment, creating value, and all what Nigerian can do sometimes just to criticize him unnecessarily. If we have people like him in all over Nigeria, all over region, at least they will create employment. Do you know how many people Dangote employ? Even that refinery alone, do you know how many Nigerians work there? So that's
He
what
employs people. That is true. I think we focus too much on
so
corruption. Corruption is
I
not.
want us to leave
Corruption is not the reason why that our leader didn't demand for something reasonable.
No,
Corruption is not
you do not
what
get it.
is the,
Babati has already replied back to you on that one. That one is just maybe they just have us for TV or whatever. No matter what they say by word of mouth, there's still going to be a written document to be signed by both military angle of both sides, because this is military to the military. It's not from federal government to British government. So no matter what
actually
of
it is so. You can't just sign agreement
no,
without
it's not. It's just not
nation
word
being
of
involved.
mouth like that. Okay, we just want a helicopter, we want a UAV, we want something like that. Do you think just word of mouth and then they will just
Why is he even asking such a question in the public?
Yes,
no, because it's about this is what happens now because they are nervous. See, I
What do you
don't know
mean
whether
by
they know how to.
nervous?
I don't know whether our officials know how to read body language. The guy, when he came to Nigeria, he was saying that he's been in Nigeria before since he came to office in 2020. Then this is the next time he's come. Then he said, "Talk to us about honestly." Then he used the term honestly about what you want. The reason why he's saying that, is because they know they are in a bad place with Africa right now. But instead of our people to be ambitious for our people, instead he's just asking for trinkets, training, this thing. You want to dig yourself deeper into colonization instead of extricating yourself from it. Ask for something that's going to make you independent on them.
The British are very crafty people. They don't even have it in
It's
their
not
mind
only that he wasn't being crafty. He was asking you what we wanted.
I'm telling you that they are crafty people. They know what they want. Don't talk about being nervous. They have a big stake in Nigeria. Their interest is all over Nigeria. Name any discipline.
You don't know how to read people. That's the problem. Our people don't know how to read them. Maybe because I'm in the UK. You need to know because of the geopolitical space. You can when somebody comes to you, not the way Mao Zedong had to go to Russia to demand stuff. They came to you asking you, what do you want?
Do you think now that Nigeria have a myriad of problems, myriad of issues, that they need investment everywhere, anywhere from the world? They even need their ally to be closer to them. We need UK more than UK need us for now.
What? They need us far more.
Oh, come on. You thought
they are dying.
Look. Let me analyze something for you quickly.
Oh God! You see, that's the problem. He's thinking that we need them more. That's the mistake.
But I want to face reality with you. First and foremost, that country of ours is broke.
Like
and when you are broke, I'm telling you, we're broke. Look at our external reserve. Our external reserve 3 billion, less than 3 billion US dollar. And Mayfairly, I've staked about 12 or 15 billion of our
Tuna,
external.
send that video to us. Maybe
yeah, the video is in this thing now. Let me get
So
it again.
they have used some of our external reserve to borrow money from the what do you call that American bank, Chase Morgan. We are broke. Our generating revenue is not.
Yeah, the video is the last video on the private chat.
And thirdly, we need all hands on deck. Any investment from anywhere in the world to pour into Nigeria to create employment for our people, we need them. So the game they are playing, I support Nigeria not to be a member of BRIC.
What kind of thinking is that?
Yeah, I will
what
tell
kind
you.
of thinking is that? Jesus Christ! This is the problem. How can
can you
people like
play
you
that
end up
video
in
for
office?
us?
I will tell you why Nigeria should not be a member of BRIC. If you are a member of BRIC,
Thomas, can you play that video for us?
Remy, hold on. Which video?
The last one on the private chat.
On the private chat. Oh yeah. Yes, go on now. Yeah.
Seriously, you are not going to join BRICS.
As I was saying, the reason why we should not join BRICS are so numerous. When you sit down yourself and look at the world player, among all the countries in BRIC, the only world player I see there is China. In terms of, let me finish. In terms of trade, in terms of business, because the world have moved ahead. Nobody wants to go to war. Ukraine and Russia, they have been killing themselves for how many years now? Maybe going to 2 years. Who cares? My country needs investment. We stay in the middle. You want something from Nigeria, we have human resources and natural resources. China have 1.4 billion people. They need to take their services to Africa to get the required money. If you care to know, Chinese economy is also in bad shape as I'm talking to you today. Before I left, most of their shopping malls are closing down. Most of international organizations, like most of international supermarket, Walmart, or big companies from the Western world have moved away from China. They have a big issue, a big problem. Thousands and thousands of people in China. I would have, if Joel is in this platform.
You know, they even stopped publishing their unemployment. It was
they have to stop it because some of my friends I work in a very big school. I've worked with EF before. If you know EF, they are all over in England, in UK. I worked with them for 6 years. Most of my colleagues are from America, from Canada, they sent them packing because China closed that door. And apart from that, most of the Chinese people that we work together for from different small towns, cities, they all lost their job. Most of big companies in China, Western countries, they move away. A lot of people lose their job. What does the Chinese government do? These people, they started to give them some people that has been handling like 10, let's put it into dollar, maybe about $1,400 in a month. And then the government started saying, we are going to give you $200 to be sweeping the streets. They either take it or go back to their small village or hometown. They have a big issue in their hand. That is for China. But at the same time, the reason why I picked them is because their production base is still going on, but not in full capacity like before. So we can still trade with them because now they are selling their service all over the world. Their train technology is one of the best. So we need them. In road construction, they are good. So we need them. So, and all other services like small arms or small products, we can also need their investment. They can bring in their investment, build some factories so that our people can get employed. India is all about pharmaceutical, and I don't say anything there. Our people from the Southeast, there are so many of them to pharmaceutical industries. We don't need India. So what do we need from South Africa? Tell me.
What do you mean your people from Southeast are into which pharma?
The reason why I said they are into pharmaceutical.
Thank God people like don't end up in government. I hope we don't have people like this in office.
Pharmaceutical
what I'm trying to
let
say,
the man finish.
You see where the problem of our country coming from. Some of us think that we know, but we don't know what
let him
is
finish the point now. Poor
reason
father.
about pharmaceutical.
He's been talking for the last 5 minutes.
It's not even up to 1.5 minutes.
I will call that guy for you.
I
will call your SA friend to come and deal with you now.
We go
What are
call
you talking
South
about?
African for him.
So
We
you
go
guys
call South
actually
African
think
for
he
him.
actually won that debate? Come on, man. You guys stop. You don't
I'm
you
not
don't know
debating with
what
you.
actually happened then.
So
Go
I'm
ahead.
talking about the pharmaceutical industry. We don't really need to rely too much on India. First, we have local industry that are still producing, but maybe not in large capacity. But we can source our medicine from anywhere in the world. It's not only India that is producing medicine. That is that. Then the other one, Brazil. What is our bilateral agreement with Brazil?
Remy, 1 second, please. One second. Can you guarantee the quality of our pharmaceuticals? And number two, even the U.S., their pharmaceutical base is really India and China.
Yes. I cannot totally give you that I can guarantee what, but before the advent of India and the rest, some of the medicine we use in Nigeria at that time, at least majority of them are produced in Nigeria.
But Nigeria has a very good
Remy,
Nigeria has a very good industry. I can
it's
still see
not
that.
true. What you Darati is not true. What you are saying is not true.
Okay.
The pharmaceutical company in Nigeria, hello. What they produce is basically analgesics and things, and then cough syrups. All those over-the-counter medications. We call them over-the-counter. Babati is there. Over-the-counter things that people can just purchase. OTC that you can just purchase without prescription. They don't produce hello. Just hold on. What we call the real medications. The real medications like.
But I'm not. Go ahead.
Yeah, what is your problem? You have been here since morning. You came back now. You want to be oppressing us where you cannot talk against your South African guy. Keep quiet, Joe.
Why is this guy muting me? I didn't even say anything for more than 30 minutes I was here.
You want to be harassing us. Tonight, for your failure, we'll ban you for the next 20 minutes. Just keep quiet for the next 20 minutes. Don't talk.
I barely said anything for about 30 seconds before they took over the topic and then everybody else started talking.
The man is Nigeria. It could not.
You guys spoke for such a long
They
time
are punishing you. They are punishing. Just relax.
That Thomas had to even call on me. I was just quiet here. Then the moment I started talking, I barely spoke for 1 minute. Then the topic got hijacked. I wasn't allowed to contribute again. Now, suddenly is Simba's turn, or is I don't know who else was talking. Remy Coca. It's like, whose turn was it? It was supposed to be my turn. What happened here?
That's all right.
Okay, let me just conclude that. So the real medication like antihypertensive, oral hypoglycemic agent, antibiotics, and all those real medications were not manufactured in Nigeria. And those are the ones that are expensive, and those are the ones that the people really need for their healthcare.
Okay. Simba, before you left Nigeria, all these medicine you mentioned, which are not sell on the counter, OTC, do you often get this kind of organization from India, England, America?
They are from India, mostly India companies, but they imported them. They have rep in Nigeria. It's not as if those things are being manufactured in Nigeria. They just imported those medication and distribute in Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. They don't manufacture those things in Nigeria.
Another question, follow-up. Sorry. This kind of phenomenon, does it happen between the 1990s or started in year 2000s or whatever? Because I'm looking at before year 2000 and after year 2000. Yes, can you answer the question?
At least I've been in the industry since late 90s. So, and I've never seen any Nigeria company manufacturing antibiotics or manufacturing antihypertensive.
It's also India that we normally import all of this kind of stuff from, right?
Yes, even the one from the Switzerland, all these GSK, Pfizer, and all those things. They just have reps. They have their company in Nigeria, but they don't manufacture in Nigeria. They just imported those medications.
So you can say that is the unprofessional from me, because I'm not a professional like you. So I just look at it from the simple day-to-day medicine. You know, when I was analyzing, I didn't
And when you see them, you see their cars, you think that they just is importation. They are just doing distribution.
As a Nigerian and growing up in Nigeria, most time the sickness most nowadays are like malaria, fever, cold, headache, or something like that. And we can go to
as small as anti-malaria. Nigeria company don't produce it.
Okay.
Even anti-malaria.
So thank you for the correction. That is well noted. Maybe we are going to need them on that angle, but I don't see it is so big like we have to now cartel and join BRICS. Now, let's look at our relationship with the rest of the world. I'm talking about America and the Western country. No matter what you say, we have a long-lasting relationship with them that span over maybe 2 or 3 or 4 decades. And if you look at opportunity given to Nigerians all over the world, I can see that in the Western world, Nigeria have opportunity to excel and grow. And you can see that some of our leaders are also coming from America to become governors or senators or whatever when they have distinguished in their career overseas. Just opposed with India, with China, or even with South Africa. So South Africa that we're supposed to be cooperating together because we came from the same continent. We are not even cooperating together. So, and I know why this guy continues.
You know, South Africa is not buying Nigerian oil. They buy their oil from Saudi Arabia.
So, is it not the first? That's South Africa. What we did for them to get independent.
They were not trading with Nigeria. South Africa doesn't trade with us.
Supposed to be their #1 trading partner in Africa. They are not buying nothing, Dodo, from us.
But they have their MTN, they have their shopping. I mean, what's the name of that?
Shoprite.
Have a lot of company in Nigeria. What do you mean that they are not doing
anything? They are hello. Is that what Babajale Koko? Yeah. What they have in Nigeria, they weren't benefiting from Nigeria. Nigeria is not benefiting from it.
Nigeria forced them to raise their shares in the public market. They don't want.
They have already nationalized it. They have listed MTN on the stock exchange so that Nigerians can also invest and get money.
They must nationalize it. They must take it over totally from them. Totally, because they will not.
Market. Nigeria does not have nothing to market abroad. Nigeria have no industry whatsoever to take to abroad to market.
You are wrong.
Well, the only industry we export is banking industry.
Yes. And South African bank are even doing better in Nigeria, like Stanbic Bank and some other bank. They are from
the Stanbic IBTC.
Yeah, Stanbic IBTC. Yeah, look.
And what's this other one?
South Africa
Eco Bank.
In South Africa, anybody? Yes.
As an African bank, we all own it.
Do you have Access Bank? Do you have any Nigerian bank?
Do people even have any sense of awareness? Unbelievable stuff. And you will call your leaders completely lack of behavior and corrupt, and they don't call each other out when people are misbehaving. Look at what you just did just now. This is out of order.
What is out of order?
Somebody else was talking, you hijacked it, and other people enabled you to do that.
Who hijacked? Okay, continue.
And you wonder why your leaders do the same thing. You are your leaders. You are complaining that your country is like this.
Okay,
your country is the defecation capital.
Tunaja, you are not. Hold on, please. Tunaja, you are not the moderator.
I'm also a moderator, you know. Can you just stop muting me?
No. I can kick you out if you want me to do that.
You can't kick me out. You don't have the power.
I am the moderator, please.
You are the moderator. You should be acting appropriately.
Don't tell me how to act, please.
Thomas,
please, let that be decorum. Let that be decorum, please.
Thomas,
yes, brother.
Go and Rarani, kilo day. Yeah, Thomas.
You just come in, just now, Baba.
And the Abiko Lemajade, Ireo Dako Dana. Kilo day, what in this route or Latin Rona. Well, more first all you, that's we see them.
Thomas, JK, please, I mean, tonight, have you kicked me out? He's no longer on the platform.
I'm here.
It's been patient.
Okay, yeah, you can talk now. You can talk now,
yeah.
Tonight.
I've been patient and everything, and he's just been out of
It's
order.
okay. It's okay. Don't mind Thomas. You don't. You know what they call Ogogoro? You don't shaka. You don't drink Ogogoro this morning. That's how he behave. Don't mind him. Now yeye guy. You know he's a yeye guy. Don't mind him. So
Oh,
you can talk
yeah.
now.
Let us hear what's going
Yeah. So as I was saying, every nation that has
Don't
been
drive. Don't drive us to military. Don't go to military because you
say
like
whatever
military.
you like. You
Military.
can
Military.
you are able to talk about whatever you like. So I'm not able to talk about whatever I like. You go into a farm and telling us about chickens and all the rest. We enjoy the food.
to
So, but
Nigeria.
Okay, continue.
To Nigeria, I really want to watch that video so that we can really see the picture of what you are telling
yeah,
us.
he didn't play it. I can play it anyway. Because he saw it there, but he just didn't play. I don't know what kind of bad belly Thomas has really. I don't know what's wrong with him, man.
He
Jesus
has
Christ.
stomach bug. Don't mind him. Thomas has stomach bug.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
It looks like
I
some even busy with, somewhere as
Mm,
in the affair of the show. It looked like he's busy doing some other thing.
yeah, let me see if I can share the screen. Let's see. Boom, boom. Yeah, I should be able to share.
Yeah, if you can take care, yeah, just carry on. Anchor the program. I'll be starting now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, take it easy, Thomas. So.
Thank you. Thank you. This is my second visit to Army headquarters and my third visit to Nigeria since I took post in February 2020. And on all of my visits, and in many visits to West Africa aside, it's been very clear to me that this is a part of the world in which the UK has many great friends, and where the UK's interests are shared by those friends. Nowhere is that more obvious than here in Nigeria, where the relationship between our armed forces, and particularly our armies, is incredibly close. The customs and traditions of the Nigerian army are almost identical to many of the customs traditions of the British Army. Many Nigerian officers have trained or come to study with distinction in the UK. And over the last, over many years, but particularly over the last decade or so, the BMAT and Optaurus have been a fantastic vehicle through which to strengthen those ties. And so I come with a new government in Nigeria and new chiefs appointed to introduce myself, to establish new friendships, and to build on what has gone before. To invite you to be honest and candid with us about the things that we've been doing that perhaps you no longer care for, and the things that we haven't been doing, and that you would like us to do anew.
Did you see that? He literally asked them, tell us what you want, basically. That's what he was basically saying.
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue watching.
Meets your ambition for your army, General, whilst it is under your command. And my team are itching to have those conversations with you and your team to understand what your ambitions are and how we might support them. And then, of course, obviously, events in Niger require a conversation about what the plan might be and what role, if any, the military might take. The United Kingdom's position is that we would expect, hope, that this can be successfully resolved peacefully with the regime in the army agreeing a rapid transition back to a democratically elected government. But it is essential at this time of growing instability and insecurity in this region that the friendship the UK and Nigeria has, allows us to speak to each other about what the plans could be and how we help to achieve the peaceful, democratic outcome that we both hope for. So thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to come and meet with you today. Thank you for your hospitality in Army headquarters. And thank you to the warm welcome you've extended to the delegation. And thank you for bringing out so much expertise from the upper echelons of the Nigerian army to support us in our conversation. It's great to be here. Thank you.
We have two Nigerian
officers, soldiers of the Nigerian Army, and the entire Nigerian Army community. I welcome the UK Minister for the Armed Forces and Veterans to these headquarters this afternoon. And I want to sincerely appreciate you for coming with such a high-powered delegation to visit us at the Army headquarters. And I also want to thank you for the relationship that exists between the Nigerian Army and the British Army. We've had a long history of beneficial relationship with the British Army. Our army is patterned along the British Army in terms of the organization, equipment, and the like. And you have mentioned some areas that we have received assistance from the UK in the past, the BMAT, the training of our officers in RCDS, in RMAs, and other British military institutions. So we want to appreciate you for this. And we appreciate you especially for what you have done to assist us in the fight against insurgency and other forms of insecurity that confront us as a nation. We want to appreciate the BMAT, the OP Taurus, and other British efforts towards our operations in the Northeast and other parts of Nigeria. For the things that we do together, it's not that we don't care for them anymore. we do care for them. And so we are very much interested in continuing the partnership, especially the training, and even expanding on it, where the UK government and the British Army is disposed towards the expansion. And we're open to other areas of cooperation. We're open to UAV training. We're open to special forces training. We're open to so many other areas of cooperation. And we'll continue discussion with the BMAT and the British Embassy in this regard. We are also open to the procurement of equipment on platforms from the UK. We are in discussion towards the procurement of the OSCE mine clearance vehicles from the UK. I know that are stalled, but we appreciate if this can be kickstarted and pushed forward. And in closing, I want to thank you for coming out.
So basically, what he keeps, that BMAT he keeps talking about, it basically training. Yeah.
Do did you just say area of cooperation, open to all area of cooperation? Do you understand?
No, it didn't. See, that term is of no significance because it's just a platitude. What he actually specified is what you should be thinking about.
No, you are wrong. As you can see,
God.
after watching this video, I can see that you do not really understand it very well. All area of cooperation. And I told you, even before you brought this video, that the British guy also said, my team and your team will meet again.
You did okay. Let me talk, please. You just finished talking. You just finished talking. I've not even been allowed to talk. You just jump into it.
Stop talking about being allowed to talk or not allowed.
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. That's why.
What do you mean? You are not a child.
Can you let me talk? You just finished talking, and now you want to talk again.
It's not good. Come on.
Can I finish
Let him
talking?
talk now.
Remy, let him give a summary of his own understanding of this man.
I don't even
So
understand.
before we,
sentiment,
He doesn't want to
here.
talk. I
Come
see.
on, you are
I
not a
just
small
hope people
boy
like
now.
you don't go and build leaders for Nigeria, because we
Yes,
are going to
leave
be
it
in
like
this
that.
mess
You
for
are
a
not
very
a
long
small
time.
child. Go
Because
ahead and talk.
the way you talk, you don't have any ambition
Go
for your
ahead
people
and
at
talk.
all. Can I
Go
finish
ahead and
talking?
talk.
You don't seem to have any ambition for your people at all. You see what this guy said. You heard what the British official said. Tell us what we are doing wrong. Tell us what is missing. All he asked for was the same thing. The only thing that was different was that the mine tracking this thing. It's just a truck that detects mines on the ground. He said that's the one that even to get mines, that's mine tracking vehicle installed with the people that you claim has been helping us. The best aircraft we have is basically a Tucano. When they have typhoon, did he ask for typhoon? Did he ask for submarines? Did he ask for? Do you think if this British minister, this British official was having this conversation with South Africa or India or any other country, they'll be talking like this? These people don't have any ambition for us at all. That's why we're where we are. And now the president talked about BRICS. How any nation that has emerged in the world has to ally themselves with other nations that are actually powerful. The Western nations, align yourself with them, they often don't help you with anything. The only countries that they helped are the ones that they actually defeated, which was Japan and this in South Korea, that they actually were responsible for the defeat of those nations. Then they actually helped them because China is there so that they can use them against those people. Those are the only nations they truly helped. In terms of the other nations I meant, like India, China, North Korea, Iran, all of them that are emerging, they are all aligned to Asian nations. They are not aligned to the West. The West never really helps their allies. They suffocate you, especially we as this in Africans, because for some reason our people think that this type of alliances that leave us destitute. We are the defecation capital of the world. We have one of the highest poverty rates in the world. Our life expectancy is very low. Our people are running overseas to go and get training. Look at the state of the country. We have IDP camps in the country. Our infant death, this in child infancy, death infancy, whatever they call it, child mortality is very high. Every single thing is awful, and you call this a beneficial relationship? Jesus Christ, if you cannot learn from this, I just hope people like you don't end up in power again in Nigeria, because you are going to condemn our children to a future of destitution again that is going to even be worse than what we have now. You guys don't understand how dangerous what you are doing is. This is a very serious matter. It's our life and death here. Look at our nation. Look, if that war goes on in Niger right now, do you know Nigeria may not even survive it? With all the elements the way we are in Nigeria. The Southeast is wanting to divide, and the Southwest is wanting their own share of whatever they have. The North will be very furious with that war in Niger. The whole country could implode, and then the whole West African region, our whole future will be destituted. And when as I said, we have an opportunity right now, because we have them by the balls right now. They need us more than we need them, because they could be kicked out of this in Niger. American military base could be kicked out of Niger, and that will be their last stronghold in Africa. And that's why you see him coming here to talk to us and telling us what do we want. And he goes on immediately to pivot to talk about the potential conflict in Niger. Do you notice one other thing he said? He actually acknowledged that the government in Niger is the government in Niger. In other words, he was talking about transition, rapid transition. But why the French government right there, right now, is not even acknowledging the government in Niger at all. You don't see the nuances between what is going on right now, and our leaders are not taking advantage of it.
Sorry, to Nigeria. Let me say this. No, just remain, please. I don't really know where you are speaking to. One, because I can identify two things from your statement. You are blaming the chief of army staff for not asking them for what we needed. One. Two, you at the same time you are saying they cannot help us. That why are we even?
They cannot. I didn't say they cannot.
No, that's what you said. The only country that they really help is no country they defeated.
No, I also mentioned countries that they helped. Okay, maybe I didn't mention Israel. They did help Israel. You have to make demands of them. Israel was not kidding around with them.
No, what I'm saying, just to Nigeria, hold on. Because if you are saying they are not our friends, that they cannot help us, and at the same time you are asking us to make demand from them. That's what I don't understand. I don't really understand where you are going.
I'm telling you that they will not help you if you keep behaving like this. If you keep
How?
acting weak as if you are a dependent slave, they will never help you. What this man basically did, Roshan, was like, please, just let's carry on with the way we are. We are still how we are. There's no real difference. Let's just carry on. We are like you. That is crazy. Look at your country. You have IDP camps in your country. You can't even get landmine vehicles from them. Even landmine vehicles, you can't even get.
What is no? Excuse me, to Niger. This one came as a military man. He did not come as the prime minister of Britain. And this is not the foreign affair. No, just don't say my God. Why are you saying like? Are you the only one that has brain? Every other person doesn't have a brain, or what? What? You are.
Completely. I've taken it and put it in the white man's bank or something. I don't know. I don't have brain, but
You are. If you ask people now to actually summarize your submission, you'll be surprised that people don't even understand what you mean. And you think you are talking.
Understanding this concept. All you want to talk about is
you are not communicating to Nigeria. It's not by screaming. It's not by screaming. It's not by screaming. You are not communicating.
You don't let me finish what I'm saying. You just interrupt me and stop me from talking.
What I can deduce.
Okay, continue talking. So, because if you are talking and people don't even understand what you are saying, I don't want them to ask you. Then you can continue talking for 2 hours.
Can I interject 1 minute, people?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I interject? To Niger, that video revealed what we did not know about the position position that British want to play is a problem. That stated clearly that they are looking forward to peaceful resolution to this thing. And I mean, meaning that they should give those guys in Niger speedy transition. They should engage with them and let them speedy transition into civilian administration. So the British is not looking forward to war. They don't want. So they want peace. And the reason why they're looking for peace is best known to them.
Yes.
They know that place is not safe. So that guy in that video, the British military guy, hinted the position of British. They should engage with them. They are looking for peaceful this thing, and they should allow those guys to have a speedy transition to civilian administration. They were not talking about Bazoum. British is not talking from.
They were not. They are smart.
They were not.
They are very smart. They know if they talk about that, nobody will agree.
No, they are not talking about Bazoum. They are talking about go and talk with these people. Let us look at their plan and let us, urge them to do it quick and quickly do it quick, the democracy, and return back to democracy. That is what British is looking for. So that is one side. That is what I see that is very important there. So they've hinted us their position, and I believe they will have communicated that to our military and to the president as well. So on the number two, the cooperation between them that our man is asking for, I don't think there's anything wrong in that, saying we need this. It's just so, but I understand where you are coming from. That equipment, as little as that equipment, you look at it as, we should not be lacking. This should not be a problem for us. We should have plenty of this in stock.
Easily.
This should not be what we should be demanding for. That is a little equipment to you from the way you are from your own,
it's toy.
angle.
It's basically a toy.
It is very embarrassing that we are asking for such a little, a tiny it's not an equipment for warfare.
Babajale Koko, you should also, he made mention of something that they have requested for.
Long time.
And they did
That's
not,
what
yes,
we are
and they
talking
did not.
about. That's what we are talking
No,
about.
just
This is
no,
hot
let us look at this. Let us look at it this way. Just hold on. If they have been requesting for even something that we consider as being small, they were not giving. Because what I can see is a double standard that the British are playing.
Yes.
We've made requests. You understand? You did not oblige to our request. You are now coming to us to come and ask for what we needed. Don't you look at it this way that is double standard? That is hypocrisy. You are coming to public space. We have made requests to you. You stalled it. Even on basic things that we want to even pay for. You are now coming into public space to come and ask for what we needed. Can't we look at it that way?
Yeah, that's what they are asking for. That
Okay,
is
in my
it's
own
basically
little
caterpillar with something on it.
in my
That's
own
what we
little
are begging them for.
contribution, what I deduced from that video is very simple. First, the guy asks us what we need, but because this is a public space, is for the camera and everything, this is not the end of it. And I like the way the guy answered him. There was one they requested for, a landmine detector in a war-prone northeast of Nigeria would be as important as a Tucano jet. Because some of these terrorists, they will plant bomb, and the army general have seen that this affects Nigerian soldiers a lot. If you have that kind of landmine detector, you send it before your foot soldier go in, so they can detect bomb.
Oh God! You mean Nigerians cannot
So
build
let me
the thing
finish.
that you are
Just
seeing on
let
the
me
screen?
finish. Calm down. I allow
Nigerians
you to
cannot build
talk.
that.
I allow you to talk.
If we cannot build that, we are dead.
Thank you. Let me finish. Let me just finish. We are dead already. So
If we cannot do that, we are done
I
for now.
see that one, and I also talk. They also talk about cooperation among themselves. And the British guy mentioned categorically that my team and your team are still going to meet. So to me, this is just for saying that is not the end of their discussion. They are still going to meet and have a fruitful discussion about what all the things Nigeria need from them. And I think that I don't think this particular video that does not last.
You're not listening.
Let
The
me
guy
finish.
told him on
Let
camera.
me finish. Just
Okay,
let me
finish
finish.
then.
Calm
Finish.
down. Just calm down. Be calming down, please. This is not a fight, okay? This is a video of less than 5 minutes, and then you want our army general to say, okay, we need a submarine. Like submarine is just like 10,000 naira or $1,000. We need da da da. We need da da da. We need da da da. We need da da da.
Of course, you lack ambition. So why wouldn't you say that?
Continue to don't. What did you say now?
You lack ambition. That is your problem. And
please,
I feel sorry for the guy. If they put you near any power, I feel sorry for Nigerians.
Listen.
These kind of people that have been running the country. These kind of people.
Niger, listen carefully. Please listen carefully. Respect is reciprocal. I did not come here to attack you personally. So mind your language.
You said we are talking about how many videos a moment ago.
I said the video is no more than 5 minutes. Am I lying?
That the guy should be asking for this. The guy should be asking for that.
You?
When they told you that you don't have ambition for your people, then you start saying this.
No, listen the way you are talking. First, I said the video does not last for more than 5 minutes, and you expect him to reel out all the things he wants. And you mentioned he should ask for a submarine. And I said submarine, is it like $1,000 or $2,000? You want him to ask for all this equipment?
Yes.
Okay, listen. What I want to tell you is this: you can say whatever you want, and I'm also free to express myself. But please don't talk to me that I don't have about personal vision.
Okay. Let me put that one back. I will save you that one. All right.
Okay. So in all and all, I think their discussion to me is okay. There's still room for the both teams to sit down and talk about other areas of cooperation and what are the things they are going to need from the board team, they will write it and they will continue. This is simple. I don't know why.
Remy, I don't even say is Tunaja thinking that they will give us those things free or what?
Of course, we are going to pay for it. Now, is it at least you are not buying it for free?
I don't understand. You think that because they are in need now, they will just give us those things for free?
No, hold on.
We don't need it for free.
You guys don't understand, what True Naija is trying to say. What True Naija, from what I can, deduce from his complaint is that the equipment that man mentioned, that equipment is too little, that he should have asked for sophisticated equipment.
No, Baba
strategic technology. That's
yes,
the kind
strategic
of
technology, sophisticated equipment that are very relevant to, fighting
our defense and survival.
Yes, for our defense, like we should be able to have like surface to air missiles and stuff like
you hold on. He mentioned when he started talking.
Tiny. That thing is to look. Don't let us deceive us.
No, we are not deceiving. Let us be objective. Let us be objective here.
Yeah.
He said something. They have made a request for some equipment that they wanted to get from Britain. Not even for free to buy. They did not even give them. Now, this same useless guy that we are thinking that they are ready to help us, that we should be making demand, came to us and asked, what did you need? With the one that we needed, that we asked you to give us, have you given us? Now we asked for something as little as you people are painting it. We were not giving, and then you now want him to come to the public space and be requesting for submarine. Does that make sense? Somebody that cannot give you something that you needed to even when you are in bare need of it is not coming into public space and asking you to say, okay, what did you need?
Sorry, Koka, see what is wrong with our people? They don't anticipate danger until it lands. Then we react like headless chickens. Look at Australia. They have not been at war for how many decades now? Look at what they are doing. Just 1 week ago, they want to acquire this, and look at how they are building. America is they are not only buying. America is giving them the technology to build their own missiles. They've not been at war. They've not even started. This kind of paranoia that you people don't have, it's like what our ancestors did before. It's like our threat assessment is broken, and we lack ambition. And this is my problem. When I say these things, when they mention the word submarine, even to you, the word is heavy in your mouth. Because it's like, oh my God, we are not worthy of mentioning this word. Why not? When you walk into a classroom with that Oyibo people, do they defeat you? Why don't you have ambition? This is why I'm talking about that epigenetics. Is there something wrong with our way of looking at the world? This is why I'm bringing this issue up.
The issue here, because I don't know why you are so agitated with the discussion. Just hold on. You cannot, as Remy said, this is a clip, something less than 5 minutes. And the guy he said they are open to discussion to discuss more issues. It will not end on that video that you just show us. So why are you running to conclusion?
See, the reason why I'm running to conclusion is that when they gave him an opportunity, you saw the guy. The guy was nervous, and he said, "Hold on, let me let you know."
What do you mean by nervous? I'm telling you, I don't know. It's you that needed the mind of the guy that says nervous.
Hear me out. Just hear me out. You know why this is very plain to me? Because I predicted this. I knew we had leverage now. The reason why he came here, he didn't just come and say, okay, they just want to transition to civilian. He also said if the Nigerian military, he said it in a kind of way, if the Nigerian military needs assistance with whatever they want to do, they're going to support them. But if they ask you what you want, and he even went on to say, my team is
eager. The one they asked for to Nigeria, why has he not given Nigeria? The one he said they asked for.
That one is a toy. Forget about it.
He should give them toy. Somebody that cannot give you toy is not the one that give you that will give you submarine.
My problem is that why should you care about a toy? You shouldn't even be asking for that toy. We should be able to build out those vehicles. That's not a problem. So
okay, we have heard you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to hear what the man is actually telling you. He said, my team are eager. He said, speak honestly to us. These are things that I knew will have the opportunity because they understand the importance of Nigeria.
I don't see any big deal about what happened in that video. I think after the 5-minute video, these people will go to meeting and they will continue to discuss further. And what they discuss, I and you, we are not going to be privy to that one. I do not see any big deal in what is going on. No, let me finish. Just give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Okay,
please.
okay.
Now that there is a military takeover in Niger, every country that is futuristic and want to protect their interests, for the British coming down to Nigeria to talk about this thing is part of providing their interest and also getting reassurance from Nigeria. Are we still on the same page? And Nigeria can take opportunity, like you said, that okay, this time around, these are what we have been asking from you to give and didn't give us. Fine. I know what you are saying, but to me, it's not that they're so nervous or they're so afraid. No, I don't see it that way. Anything that happens in the international world, there always be realignment. America will go and meet their interests. The same thing everybody is going on.
Remy, look, if you listen to that British guy, and this is what Nigeria is hammering on. This guy specifically asked our officer, our general, that, be honest, tell us what you really, really want.
So, Baba Dale Koko, my question to you, Baba Dale Koko, my question is that, do you think that 5-minute video, that man should
forget about 5 minutes? This is what we watch. We are talking on what we watch. But we don't care about what happened after what we watch. What we watch is what we are basing our discussion on. This guy was asking him from
what we watch. We must be realistic and we must use our senses. We must use our.
I think, Remy, if you want to move forward, okay, we have heard you. The guy is lack ambition. His far is not even fit to be our chief of army staff.
This is not.
He should have requested for all those things. We agree with you totally, Ajale Koko and Tunaija, so that we can move forward.
I don't like engaging in discussion like this when we cannot really pinpoint. If we want to be dogmatic, after dogmatic to our leaders when they are not doing right, then what do we represent? We can just go to Agbado farm and continue to cultivate Agbado there.
Exactly. Look at Egypt alone.
Can we just move on? We are
we not Africans? Are we not Africans? Look at what Egypt is getting. Look at what Egypt is getting from them.
What are we talking about?
Constantly.
This guy was pushing him in front of camera. He was pushing him.
So then the man should not reel out everything they want in just 2 or 3 minutes. Right?
What he was pushing him, and the only thing he can just say is that okay, the population
is a useless guy. He's not fit for that position.
I don't know what he's doing. So dumb.
The training,
very dumb.
Asking for tiny equipment that I can even buy for them.
I'm telling you, when Mao Zedong went
did you kick around? I donate this to Nigerian army.
We celebrate you. Ajale Koko. Contribute to Nigeria.
what you are doing in the 1970s.
Look, it is
So,
this world is a wall of transactions. This world is a wall of transactions. You have to bargain for something that favors your people far more. This world is a wall of transactions, and you don't get a lot of opportunities.
We are perfected now. It's dumb and done.
See, but I'm trying. Okay, I hear you. Okay, let me highlight one other thing. Let me highlight one other thing that Rufai said on Arise News today. That it goes back to the brick stock that you had earlier on. Arise, the guy said there was this drug that was manufactured, I think, made up from Denmark or one European country for diabetes, and they found now that it's also a weight reduction medicine. That this drug brings foreign earnings to the country, I think one of the European countries, of about $400 billion. That is more than their own GDP even. That this one drug is bringing to them.
So it's how can you to Nigeria? Okay, maybe you made mistake. 400. What you mean? $400 billion?
Yes.
It's not
$400
true.
billion. I'm telling you, that's what Rufai said.
How many pharmaceutical company even worth $400 billion? I don't know how much you are saying. $400 billion.
You don't know the size of pharmaceutical companies. Maybe I'm mistaken, but let me play it then so you can see.
It's a mistake. That's what I'm saying. It's a mistake.
Okay, let's see then. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. Maybe I heard double. So just to confirm, because I don't like to
Don't
pretend
worry,
as if I
they
know
hate
it all.
Rufai. That's their problem.
I wait to Rufai, and if he's quoting wrong statistics, he should not be criticized. He just accept whatever he says.
Simba, you know his principal. He always quotes ambiguous numbers, so like father, like son.
A sponsor, now.
Yeah.
Don't worry now. Let me find the video, the area first.
And all this Facebook and the rest. Did they even worth $400 billion? Or maybe they don't know what he's talking about. $400 billion. How much is the budget of California going to say? 400 billion US.
Don't worry, when I find it,
for just a medication.
And
he said the Babajayoko wanted us to just take it like that. Gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ti negative Babajayoko we willingly accept, but why did just no positive one? I'm a discard any.
Àgbàdo people wọ́n ti like ìjàjù àwọn àgbàdo people.
To Naija, how do you see your principal paying burial bills of Oseni? So as it now we have known now that is the burial bill they pay. That is why he's following Peter Obi. Or have you don't hear that story? Your principal,
No, I'm not following this in details.
Are you obedient?
I am.
He's obedient now.
I support Peter.
He's obedient. Remy, they have English now like rational mind. He says he's not obedient, but inclined.
The question is, how can you support Tinubu's government? Look at what has been better for Nigeria so far. Tell me one thing.
We have been able to save a lot of money from subsidy removal, and the state were able to
bring the video for us now.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Is a lie. Is a lie. We cannot find it. Is a lie.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that? I'm trying to find a Rufai in the video. It seems to have disappeared.
But to Naija, if you claim to be as intelligent as you claim, you yourself, you should not be making this kind of thing. As you intelligent as you claim yourself, how can you believe such a thing?
Play the whole 11 minutes. I can play the 11 minutes video. Okay, that's it.
Àgbàdo people they use video on you, make you not find that.
I'll find the video now so that we can rest. Jesus Christ.
Not reflecting. I think we've said enough about this. I'm not going to react. I wanted to tell the story yesterday because the question is, where do we get Forex from? We can only get Forex from innovation. And I want to talk about the story of Ozempic this morning. Like I said, I was going to talk about yesterday. A pharmaceutical firm in Denmark made research about this drug, put this drug out there. It was supposed to be for diabetes, but they discovered another use for it, for weight loss. And this drug has been a big seller in America and other parts of the country. And what has this drug done? This drug single-handedly has brought more forex into an economy more than ever before, the economy of Denmark. In fact, the market cap of this company is $416 billion as against the GDP of Denmark, which is about...
Okay, so that is me lying.
Wow. Wow.
That is
This
me
guy
lying
is a
now.
liar. He's a big liar.
Where is the lie now? I don't
He's
understand
lying.
that.
He's lying.
So say
Pure
this
lie.
lying too, eh? I don't understand.
You see, Tunaja, you see Nigerians, you see the way they behave. Instead of them to go and do their research,
What do you mean, sir? I've
to
never done
go
research in
and
Nigeria.
look,
Is it not negativity for
Rufai,
them?
okay, hold on. Rufai have said this, so before you say it's a lie, go and get your fact right that you can point out, factually
He said
against it.
more than the GDP of Denmark. Back,
Go. How can you have it? Let me check. No, it's not about gold. Let us analyze it. You have a company. No, you have a company. Just hold on now. You have a company that is even higher than the GDP residing in Denmark, but the company worth is even more than the GDP of the whole country, and you believe such things? How is it possible for you to have a company in a country that the GDP is more than the company? How do you calculate GDP?
The income is from another country, from other countries.
No,
when you are selling when you own the rights to something that is coming from other countries that people are consuming, yes, it can be more than your country income.
Hold on. Let me tell them something to Niger. As of today, if Dangote refinery start working, right? Dangote refinery, by its value and everything, will be richer than Nigeria. Yes, as of today.
So, and it will not be as part of Nigerian GDP.
Look, Nigeria.
No, will it be part of Nigerian GDP or outside Nigerian GDP? The question I'm asking you.
What is your GDP when you are in a debt? When debt already overwhelm you?
What do you mean? There's no relation between debt and GDP now. Baba, you didn't do economics.
Wait. Hold on. What is the GDP when you are in a debt hole that you can't find yourself, you can't find your way out?
We have countries, America, that you are living, your America, their debt is more than their GDP. So what are you talking about?
Wait. Let me tell you this. Go and do your research. Get your facts right again, Rufai, before you start saying it's lying. I believe he's not lying. For him to say
it's not about belief, we're analyzing it. Let us be scientific. You have made two blunders now. You are talking, you are relating debt of a country, and then you say you don't have a GDP when your debt is high. What is our debt to GDP ratio? America has a debt of about 33 something, and the GDP is about 23. So what are you talking about?
Okay, when you can't compare American GDP or American economy rather with that, your economy is not a
Danish economy is as poor as Nigeria.
Your economy does not produce anything.
So what about Danish economy? We're talking about Denmark.
So you cannot. What you are doing, you are not engaging in an intelligence discussion. What you are just doing is just emotional witch hunting. Because if people are listening to you now,
you are not research before you go after Rufai.
Which research? Which research? Common sense. All of us, we have common sense. Somebody cannot just come and just be dishing out wrong things, and you just say something is not logical now. What are you saying? And you believe this thing? This is simple economy. And the guy cannot. He does not even know the name of the medication. He cannot even mention the name of the drug.
Right.
So even if you want to research now, he should mention the name of the drug and let us see it.
Let me share more information about the company so you see what we are talking about here. This is the company's this thing is a Novo Nordics, and this is the name of the company. And look at the total assets of the company, 241.3 billion kronas, which is equivalent to about 30 something to 40 billion US dollars, which makes Rufai correct. This is
You see what he says now. What are you talking about?
He says the capital of the company. Look at the income of the company is even higher than that. Look at the income here. It's even
what
higher.
Is the income?
Look at trillion. This in billions, 500, 100 and something billion.
He said, did you hear what you are saying? Do you hear what you are saying? Can you listen to yourself? Somebody that mentioned about $436 billion.
Oh, he mentioned $436 billion. Let me see. Maybe I should check my own number again. I'm not sure what he said.
Play it again. Play that clip again, and let us, so that you and Babayoko will be shamed this morning.
No, hold on. No, let me check it.
To Niger.
Yeah.
He is referring to the current status of that company. It's a new medical.
You want to change it. You want to change it now.
He's talking about the current status of the company that is talking about.
Not the money they are making is quite different.
And let me see if I can pull the information. There was more information about this.
Adewale, are you on the platform? Can you listen to what Baba Jale Koko is saying this morning?
You cannot be using the platform
Sima, can you hear me?
Yes.
Every now and then you will see the incentive being commercial coming up on the television every day, as if it's the only drug or food that America eat all the time. Here in America, medical products are open for commercial. It can, and every time you visit your doctor, the doctor can prescribe. Every time the doctor is trying to shove down certain medication down your throat, he's selling it on behalf of the pharmaceutical company. Don't take it.
Of course.
You see that narrative of pharmaceutical is what makes that country to be richer and all that. That is bull crap. Bull crap.
How do you mean?
You know how many pharmaceutical there is in America? Give me a break.
No. We're talking about Denmark. It's not America.
So the entire country, the entire country is going to be based and banking on the one particular medication.
If you search for, let me say, Danish GDP and GDP, that should tell you something. This is a 300 and something billion dollar GDP. So most of their foreign income is coming from this drug now. That's what they are saying. And it's not even a kind of a controversial statement because if you search the name of this company.
No, to Niger, you just posted the worth of the company and what the profit, and it is not even in dollar. Even in their own currency, is not up to what the guy quoted.
Yes,
in dollar.
I think from that point of view, from what we've seen so far, you may be accurate, you may be off by some numbers that he used. I don't know where he got those.
It's not some number, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. You know, the guy is just banking.
See, maybe he used the krona as.
That is what he does every time. Nigeria will not go and check. He will not go and fact check.
Hold on now. Now that we checked, is the truth or the whole truth of his argument? Is it inaccurate? No. Most of the argument is accurate. No, it's accurate because it's accurate because an individual company is making most of the foreign income for the nation.
It's not true. You are now switching. You are changing the narration. You understand?
That is the main point he made.
It's not the main point. You cannot be quoting wrong statistics and exaggerating things. For the sake of an argument.
You said one medicine, they are making about $416 billion. Rufai Oseni'S said that. And because of
he said that. He said that. I don't know where he got that number from.
And he said that the company worth is more than the GDP of the country where the company resided.
Yes. No, I don't. I
And
don't know why he
somebody is
said that.
here trying to
I don't know what he said that. He said,
play it now, play it again. You have it.
Calm down. I think from what he said the foreign investment. Remember, he started from foreign reserve investment. That's the main argument. He said this company is able to create a drug because through innovation to bring a lot of foreign income into the country. He's not talking about the normal GDP of the country, the foreign income of the country that's increased. That is the main argument. And if that is the argument he's making,
So, and the foreign income, the foreign income of the country is not part of the GDP.
I think it's part of the GDP, but it's
so what are you? What, you know, you came here this morning and you are accusing me, abusing me that it doesn't have brain, that the Nigerians are. You, we can see from you now, you have a little brain also.
Even more than what
see, what you are missing is that you are missing the key to the argument.
What is the key? What is the key? What is the key?
You are looking at, this is why you like to discuss minutia. You are looking at basic facts. He said the company is making a lot of foreign income for the country.
That is another.
But that is false. Statement. If that is false, then he's lying. He made a false statement.
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. What is
okay, I don't know where this silly thing is. See, Danish company. I don't know why you want him to be wrong. You want him to be more wrong than you want Nigeria to do well. That is the problem with people like you.
I want, because it's already biased from day one. And
we cannot, in the name of say want Nigeria to be great, and then we'll be peddling lies.
Yes.
We can't build. We can't build our country on lies.
Like Danish, they are the one that produce medicine. What about India? What about America? What about
read this now? Read what is on the screen now. Read what is on the screen. Say Novostek, the Danish company behind.
We don't want to read anything.
So you don't want to read New York Times anymore.
What you said, we are just.
Can I just finish what I'm saying? So that you don't want to know this guy. What is wrong with you?
No, I think there's one problem with you. You brought this. You brought it. And you may let us go in here. And we are trying to correct you that Rufai Oseni'S is lying. You have to justify
He's not lying. We know what lying is.
Let us talk. So to justify your claim, you have started Googling and researching. That is not how things are done.
To make the point he's trying to make, I don't know what.
Why don't
you like to accuse people of lying? You know what lying is? Willful deceit. This guy, you won't let somebody talk. Hold on, let me talk. Willful deceit is lying. If somebody gets a number wrong, you don't jump on that and dismiss the whole idea. Even university lecturers don't do that. If you get the method right, you get a number wrong between the method that you are doing, they're going to penalize you very little. You'll be surprised. Very little compared to the method. So let me just finish the point I'm making, please. The point I'm trying to make is that it says reaping huge profits is now responsible for most of Denmark's economic growth. That is one company doing that. And Ajay Lekoko went on to give an example with this is Dangote, that could also happen to Nigeria if Dangote does very, very well with his companies. So I don't understand how this is even
the GDP. Hold on, the GDP of Denmark is $388.3 billion US.
And this company is driving most of its economic growth.
No, and he said, just hold on. And he said this company it's worth about $436 billion. You understand what I'm saying? So on that basis,
for the sales of one medicine.
For sale of one medicine.
What you said.
Okay, let me search the company's net worth. So we've not actually done.
You have showed us before now. You show us in cronies or whatever.
So let's see whether there is a source he got the information from. We don't know.
No, you know the name of the medicine. Then you can now see what their sales looks like. He said,
look at the net. Hold on. Look at the net worth of the company. Are you seeing
the company does not manufacture only one drug. I hope you know that.
Are you listening to what I just said? Are you looking at that data now? The net worth of the company is $417.87 billion US.
To Niger, hold on. Novo Nordisk does not manufacture one drug. They don't manufacture one medication. That's what you.
Mr. Rufai is wrong. Are you looking at that number now? Mr. Rufai is wrong.
That company
Rufai
is
Oseni'S is
making
wrong.
so
Are you
much
looking at the
money
number
that
now?
it's worth more than the GDP of that country. So if we can establish that, that means that Buhari is telling us the truth. So
Buhari?
whether
Who is
that
Buhari?
medication, that one medication is doing significantly well in generating,
Who is
you know, foreign exchange for that company. But that company, as a result of that one medication, is generating so much foreign exchange that, you know, make that company to worth more than the GDP of that country.
You know, another information that you people don't have. Novo Nordisk is not only in Denmark.
Hold on. Look at this. Look at the GDP of Denmark there, $390-something billion. And look at the net worth of the company here.
That's what I'm giving you. Novo Nordisk is in about 9 countries. It's not only resided in Denmark.
But that is the point I've been making to you that you are arguing against.
Look at them. You see the way they are changing now.
I'm telling you, they are now beginning to rattle
they don't
all
want
over
to
this.
Because that information came from Rufai, they don't want to accept because of the hate in their heart against Rufai. You see the way they're changing now.
Let me contribute. I quickly want to contribute.
All these Agbada people, only God knows.
I'm not Agbado, Baba. Let me talk. I'm just interested because, you know, here in Canada, and I'm sure they do that in America too, they advertise a lot of products through the media and through medical personnel, especially the doctors that have their own practices. They advertise all this medication through them. Doesn't necessarily mean that the representation of that medication is true, as at that time they're advertising it. So for like Simba, you understand what I'm saying? For you to say that a particular medication is good for diabetic, it's also good for weight loss. That medication is not good to start with.
It's a side effect now, because if you manufacture, it's a side effect. That weight loss, exactly.
How many people are even buying it in America? How many people?
It's good to have
in the North America. How many people buy it?
Weight loss medicine is going to be a gold if anybody discovers it, and that's why you are saying that.
It's nothing like that. It's going to
to Niger, you cannot be taking anti-diabetic medication just because you want to lose weight, because it's going to cause another problem for you. That's what people don't know.
I'm not saying we should take it. I'm saying from the point of view of the West that did it, they said from the analysis that they found out that it helps reduce weight too. So the Hollywood and all the rich people.
Okay, let me give you.
That is dangerous in itself. By saying that medication helps to lose weight, a diabetic medication, it is dangerous. That's what I'm saying.
No, I think before they started selling it in America, they may have done their tests, because sometimes because they create the medicine for diabetes doesn't mean it doesn't have other properties that can lead to weight loss.
Most of these diabetic medication that helps to lower the blood sugar makes some people that doesn't produce insulin very well, makes them lose weight. If you notice, most of those medications, it makes them lose weight automatically. So when you're now saying by itself that this is a double thing that is going to make you lose weight and going to help you with the lowering your blood sugar, it is dangerous. The advice is even dangerous.
I think the calculation is it might be dangerous. It might be dangerous. I think the calculation is that maybe it is worth the risk compared to actually getting a heart attack from heavy. This is the
which risk you are talking because you are a novice when it comes to this.
Exactly.
Let me tell you.
How do you know I'm a novice now?
You're a novice. You're a novice.
How do you know I'm a novice? How do you know?
You're a novice now.
Don't worry. He thought he is the only doctor we have. He doesn't know that you are a doctor too. To Nigeria. See, he thought he's the only doctor.
To Nigeria is not rational mind now that knows everything.
I know enough.
Nobody that's practicing medicine
that will come and advertise a medication that is working to lower the blood pressure and at the same time helping to lose weight. It doesn't work that way, sir. It's going to have effects on your liver or your kidney. So that is not even good at all. The way
maybe
they're
they've done the
advertising
test,
is bad in itself.
But Dopsy, don't you think that they've actually done the research to find out whether it has any other bad side
This
effects?
is why they're bringing it to Africa.
No, okay. Dupsy, let me explain. Let me explain to Niger. You know why this drugs likely to be an oral hypoglycemic agent. People that are diabetic.
Yes, Simba, can you break it down little by little?
Okay, these are drugs that lower your blood sugar. Sorry.
You know what the lecturer once told me? If you have to use a big language to explain stuff, you are not very clever. You have to simplify it.
That's the medical.
No, it's not.
It's not a big step at all.
If you don't understand what hypoglycemia means, then
You don't understand anything.
so there's no way I can explain to you again. Okay, so hold on. So what it does, some of them, people that are diabetic, some of them don't have insulin, and it's insulin that control blood sugar. So some of these medications, some people still have residual insulin. So they help to boost the insulin level in the blood. That is one. Some people don't even have insulin at all. So what this medication will do is to take the role of insulin in their body to lower their blood sugar. So if a blood is lowering your blood sugar and you don't have diabetes, and you just want to take it just because you want to control obesity. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can see the damage it will do to you. You can even go into hypoglycemia and die from it.
Yes, and that's why they are bringing that thing through Rufai to Africa, because it will not be accepted in the Western world. See what I'm talking about now. It's a very dangerous medication. Just hearing what you're saying about it.
No, we are not trying to sell it to Nigerians. We're just talking about the value of the.
No, I saw the way Rufai was doing. Rufai that doesn't know anything that the obedience listen to. Rufai is a job.
But why are you arguing? The point he's making is still valid. He's saying that
it is not
this
valid.
company
If you are intelligent, you should know that.
Why are you? You see, how are you complaining more than the patient? You are complaining more than the patient.
That does not know the name of the medicine.
Doesn't know anything.
Wow. What is this? Why are people back? Ajale Koko, can you save these people? What is going on here? Can you save these people from themselves?
Dupsy, Baba Ajale Koko ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa support nǹkan tí ò dáa. Wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ṣe.
Just because it's Rufai that said it, they are against the idea now.
You don't know about Ajale Koko very well.
Oh, mama.
Wow. Dopsy, if Nigeria had the opportunity to make this drug and earn 400, have a company that has a value of $417 billion, you will reject it.
Yeah.
No. To Niger. Hold on. To Niger. If he's speaking, let me tell you what he's saying. I like what he's saying, but when you are saying a good thing and you are not backing up with a wrong connotation. Yes, we have to be innovative. We have to be creative in Nigeria, and we've spoken about this thing. Is not what he's saying is not novel. We have discussed this kind of thing on this platform before, so forget about that. Mm-hmm. But if you are not saying it and you are not giving wrong example to justify your assertion.
Tell me what was wrong. Tell me, please.
First, A is wrong. He does not know the name of the medicine. And he is quoting figures.
He does.
That he said, listen, you said it. You said that. He said that for only one medicine alone, that company was able to generate $460 billion as profit. That's what you said.
Oh my God,
That's
oh
what
my
you
God.
said. And because
What
of
he
that,
said
you play
was
us
that
the video.
because of this drug,
listen,
this
from the
company's value has gone up. That is
no,
true.
no, that's not what you said. You said from the sale of one medicine alone, it was
In fact, that was what Rufai said. He said one medicine. Rufai said it from the clip you played to us. He said one medicine.
We know that
But
it's
he
not
didn't
from
say
the sale of
revenue. He said the
medicine.
value of the company is worth
And
400
it is
something
what he
billion.
said.
Can you play it again? Can you play it again?
Let me play it again now, since comprehension class is still on. Let's let's see. I have to find it again. Like, it's not so easy to find that place, that portion.
You see how as actively
Okay, I think I found it now.
CEO for the Center for Functional Federation. No, that's it. It's not now. It doesn't reflect reality. No, but the thing is, this is Muda Yusuf, the CEO for the Center for Functional Federation. He said this will be very controversial because the essence of employment is to earn a living. So if you work for an hour as an electrician and you earn about 1,000 naira a week, should you be regarded as employed? So that's what he should. But still, Nigeria's misery index is still very high as far as when you take unemployment, inflation, and so on. And so it's, again, not reflective of reality.
I think we've said enough about this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to react. I wanted to tell the story yesterday because the question is, where do we get Forex from? We can only get Forex from innovation. And I want to talk about the story of Ozempic this morning. Like I said, I was going to talk about yesterday. A pharmaceutical firm in Denmark made research about this drug, put this drug out there. It was supposed to be for diabetes, but they discovered another use for it, for weight loss. And this drug has been a big seller in America and other parts of the country. And what has this drug done? This drug single-handedly has brought more Forex into an economy more than ever before. In fact, the market cap of this company is $416 billion as against the GDP of Denmark, which is about $406 billion. Now, Denmark is so awash with dollars that Nigeria is in dire need of, that they are using it, to be able to buffer their currency and strengthen their currency and the likes. We're talking about innovation yesterday. We're talking about chip. We're talking about NVIDIA. We're talking about everything. If we do not invest in research for the future, we're not going anywhere. This underground tapping oil economy, crude, will never take us any further, except we start to add value. And how do we have value? We need to go back to our education system. We need to invest in research and innovation, except that we are joking. I will keep begging for BRIC membership everywhere. I'm begging for those.
And I would add that not just research, implement the research for the betterment.
Now,
hold on.
Baba, let me say something before you talk.
Let me say this.
Let me say something before you talk, sir. You're a socialist, sir. You're a socialist. Okay? So you always be on the side of the people. So somebody is talking about a particular drug that they just researched, and the drug is good for both diabetes and losing weight. So this is going to affect the people. I'm saying it now, sir. So we have to be very critical when we're thinking about things like this. So this is marketing through this boy called Rufai that is always collecting bribe. This is marketing a particular dangerous medication.
Wow. Is that where you want to go? Jesus Christ.
Let me say this.
Okay, sir.
Let me say this. You see, Rufai did not say in that video that it is that medicine that generates so much for them.
He said single-handedly. He said the drug single-handedly. He said it.
Listen.
We just listen now.
Don't listen with your biased mind.
He said single-handedly. We heard him just now.
He didn't say single-handedly. He said that medicine is generating so much for that company, and that company, what now, is $400 billion more than the GDP of that country. He didn't say that medicine.
Yeah.
It did not say that medicine particularly that generated.
Am I the only one that heard that he said single-handedly? He said single-handedly.
Naija, play it again.
But that is their
play
main
it again.
drug. That is the main drug that they sell.
He didn't say that single.
If you are biased and you cannot hear that it says
No, you are the one biased.
single-handedly.
Let Tunaja play it again. It did not say that medicine single-handedly generated 400 billion.
When he's talking, okay.
And he literally said something about the capital of the company, not even the medicine itself.
Are you not the one that said?
We're talking about innovation.
We're
We're talking about chip. We're talking about NVIDIA. We're talking about everything. If we do not invest in research for the future, we're not going anywhere. This underground tapping oil economy.
No, go back.
No, you have to go back.
I think we've said enough about this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to react. I wanted to tell the story yesterday because the question is, where do we get Forex from? We can only get Forex from innovation.
Okay,
and I want to talk about the story of Ozempic this morning. Like I said, I was going to talk about yesterday. A pharmaceutical firm in Denmark made research about this drug, put this drug out there. Was supposed to be for diabetes, but they discovered another use for it, for weight loss. And this drug has been a big seller in America and other parts of the country. And what has this drug done? This drug single-handedly has brought more Forex.
Come on.
More than ever.
So stop it.
The market cap of this company is $416 billion as against
the market cap of this company, not
He
the
said,
drug. Of the company, not the drug.
The market.
He said this drug single-handedly.
Let me show you what
single-handedly.
Single-handedly brought more Forex.
Yes,
more Forex. More
to the
Forex.
country, and which is accurate. And look at this. See, look at the amount, the sales of 12 point something billion. That is from the drug, not from Ozempic. That is the drug's name. And look at that, 12 point something billion. This is sales. Maybe, and then there is others. This is.
It's a forecast. So what you are saying now is a forecast.
Oh my
it's a
God.
forecast.
Yes,
Look at
2018, for 2023. I mean, because of
it's a forecast. You cannot be talking about forecast now.
Because
can't you read?
Because it keeps going up.
It's a projection.
Okay.
Hey, how can you be showing us projection? I have it here. Just hold on. Did they achieve it?
But that's what they are saying, that it's going to achieve it, because they
achieve it is like an ambition. You cannot be talking about ambition.
But it's generally accurate.
Let me tell you, it's not only you that can Google. I have it here. Novo Ozempic, a diabetic drug, has been commonly prescribed off-label for obesity. Generated revenue of $3.2 billion, up from $2.1 billion. In 2022, it generated 3.2 as against 2.1 they generated in 2001. So what are you talking about?
You see, 2001. Look at 2022 numbers. That's almost 10 billion. So 2023, they are predicting 12 point something billion. So it's actually 2022. We already know that, don't we? So that's.
So how is that one now? You are talking about let's say 12 billion. And you are talking about a company that worth 436, and you say, is that drug single-handedly that brought them like that? What are you just heard him saying it now? Let me tell you, whatever we are saying here,
oh my God,
Rufai like exaggerating things. Sometimes when you talk too much.
Said was accurate.
Okay, we've heard you. Continue.
See, you are
if you don't want to listen. Initially, he denied that it's single-handedly. Now you heard it, you want to also spin it again.
Let me just distill it down to you. What Rufai said was that this drug alone.
Me, I don't understand English. It's only you that can interpret.
Let me distill it down now so that his viewers can understand what he said. He said this drug can generate more this foreign exchange than for the nation that for Denmark, than any other sources of foreign revenue. Then he went on to say, he moved on from that to say the capital value of the company, not just the drug, the company is worth $400 something billion. In other words, what he's trying to say is that innovation got that company there. It's just simple analogy. Just because Rufai is the one saying it, you completely hate because
they don't like to hear from Rufai now. That is their problem. Anytime Rufai talk, they will all flare up like not of Joe Coco, you know.
You should be dispassionate about these things. Facts are facts, because they are also useful for you.
Baba, so you are supporting this advert now to the African country.
No, it's innovation.
You're
No,
supporting this advert.
Dopsy, come on, man.
Baba will be crying tomorrow now that Tinubu is not doing well in Nigeria. Like
the issue is what is even doing, or what is even doing is wrong.
Dangerous education.
Dopsy, where did you get that one from? The idea is innovation. That is what he's promoting. It's not the drug.
You that it's an advert. This pharmaceutical company.
But you know that the guy is very smart. For you to know that Rufai is a very smart. You see, he didn't mention the name of that product because he doesn't want to advertise. He doesn't want to advertise it on their channel.
I mentioned everything.
I think he mentioned the drug. I think he mentioned the drug, if I'm not mistaken.
He didn't mention. He didn't mention.
He mentioned the name of the company, Baba.
He mentioned the name of the company, but did not mention the name of the drug.
He mentioned the drug. He didn't mention the company. I think he mentioned the drug.
Used for, Baba. That's enough for us to Google.
From what I gather, I think he mentioned the drug. No, he didn't mention the company, but the drug.
No, he didn't mention the drug.
Let me the company. It's the company that
it's the company he mentioned. He mentioned the drug.
Okay, let me do that again.
But Baba doesn't need to mention the drug again. That's an advert right there.
He did not even mention either of the two. He did not even mention either of the two.
Hold on.
He just said the medical. It's just okay.
You can only get forex from innovation. And I want to talk about the story of Ozempic this morning.
Ozempic is not the name of the company. The Ozempic is
the name of the drug. It's the name of the drug.
That is what he did mention the drug, but he didn't even mention the company. The company is Nova.
Okay.
So that's what he did.
So it's not a smart guy, as you said, though.
What is it? Come on, man. Jesus Christ. Come on, Simba, get over yourself, man. Simba, if they ask you to build this, you can't build this in Nigeria. If the Nigerian government gives you money to build this in Nigeria, you can't build this. What are they begging Oyibo for this one for?
You are still taking us back to this. Forget about that one. Let us move forward. We've already settled that now. Which innovation we are talking?
Are we going to even innovate?
Okay, nobody is disputing that to Nigeria. We need to innovate. We need to be creative. You understand? Nobody is disputing that.
So what are you going to tell your brother, your principal, to do about it then?
Oh,
Tinubu, your guy now.
You. What is your own role? What role have you played to develop Nigeria? It's to criticize. The only thing is for you to talk and be talking about military. What have you done as an individual to Nigeria? Let us be sincere. What is your contribution towards development of Nigeria?
You know what I've done. Do you know what I've done? I've given.
Tell us now. Want to know?
I've given everything I have. I try to use it to help. See.
What have you done?
But don't worry, I don't need to talk about it. This thing.
So we want to know so that it will be a good example.
My point is that I put my money where my mouth is because I'm not doing it for charity because it's important for us, for my own survival and my children's survival and everybody, my family.
Don't mind them. You're a military analyst. That is what. You
know what? I wouldn't even describe myself as
military analyst.
What woke me up?
Military expert.
Military analyst, expert.
See, if there's anything I have is that I'm a little bit more dispassionate about things. I look at things more critically. I ask disturbing questions that people don't generally want to ask. And when I looked at our history and look at where we failed, it dawned on me that the area we don't talk about most is our security, and that is the most critical part. Because for a person like me, I'm kind of a bully. If I have power over you, I'll use it. And how is it that
you are a bully?
No. Because you have to understand the power of force.
So you want to bully me, right?
No, I don't want to bully. I want you to recognize the power of force. Because that's the ultimate form of power.
The British give me a submarine that what 100
to Nigeria.
Yes.
To Nigeria. To Nigeria. What you just said now. Let me tell you this. Listen to me. What you just said now. I watched a documentary yesterday and I was weeping. And you can go and watch it. The title of the documentary is Made in Hell. Made as in MAID in hell. You will see the way Africans are being trafficked to the Middle East and the way they were
being maltreated.
You mean
and
maid?
there is this
Almodo.
maid, Omodo, exactly, from Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, all over sub-Saharan Africa.
Especially from
And
Uganda.
then yes, and this Arab guy from Jordan. If you hear what this guy is saying, what you just said is what he said. He said, if you have power over people, and that is the law of this. He mentioned something like that. That then you use it. Yes, that nature. That is what you use. You suppress anybody that is below you, and that is why.
So
this is why I don't care about
actually,
racism. This is why I don't. When people say people are being racist to us, it's not racism. It's just that they have power over you, and if we don't recognize that, that's where we're having problems. Go ahead.
Niger, from what you have been saying and from what Simba said, that if you have power over people, use it. So that means
exactly.
Nigeria, you will agree that Nigeria should also crush Niger.
No, that is no. But that kind of power is detrimental. You're damaging yourself because you don't see the UK crushing France.
So
What you want to do is you want to see what Nigeria should do is negotiate the kick out of the French from Niger.
That is what Nigeria. That is what Tinubu is actually doing. It's threatening a little bit. Threatening a little bit. At the end of the day, what I see is that, to me, at the end of the day, the junta will agree to like 16 or 18 months return back to constitutional order. And everything will be brought back.
But the French will have to leave.
Listen, you are lying. He said the French. No, listen. He said the French should leave. The ambassador or they should leave. They did not leave, and did not listen to him.
They said they've already cut the water off to their embassy. They've already cut water and electricity to their embassy. So watch the space. They will have to leave. Otherwise, that is going to be a clear case of colonization. It's an invasion.
So if they refuse to leave, what can you do?
If they don't have water, let's see how long they will stop.
What can you do? Even with water, they can generate water electricity by themselves. What can you do?
They can't. They can't generate it by themselves where they are.
They cannot.
If they cut, because you need power supply, you need fuel, you need everything to come in there.
Are you sure those people don't have a way?
No, they don't. When you cut it off, they will have to go. That's what's going to happen. They're going to cut it off.
Let me tell you what is going to happen. The French will not leave. If they will have to. If you dare touch any French in that country, like kill one of them or something like that, then he's looking for trouble.
See, let me introduce something to you. You may not notice there is also European tribalism going on here.
I know now. It's between the British and the French. The British and the French are known enemy for life.
So okay, but I'm trying to introduce this in this case. I'm trying to you see the subtleties of what is going on.
So that is what the British.
Can I finish my point? If you don't know something, just hear some other person to talk. You don't have to.
No, I don't want to learn from you. I'm not.
You don't want. You see, that's your problem.
You don't know more than me.
That's your problem. You see why this guy should never lead. Who cares about who has the knowledge?
Yeah. You can talk, but you don't know much.
See, my point is that sometimes just hear people out because it's not poison to learn more accurate information. It's good for you, informs your decision making. So let me finish my point.
Okay, go and make your point. Go ahead.
The point I'm making is that if you notice the subtleties, the US left with their ambassador when the regime asked them to leave. The UK and others left. The only one that didn't leave was the French. And the reason why the Americans even left was because they pretend as if, okay, we recognize your authority, and they pretend as if we are going to leave the French hanging there, because they know the French, what the French are doing there is they don't support it. They don't. If anything, they want the Niger to come into the axis of the Anglos. If you look at Rwanda, the same thing happened to Rwanda. Rwanda is tipped towards the English side now instead of the French side they originally belonged. So from this, there's a slight division between the French and the Anglos. And that is what you are seeing manifest itself. That's why I think that French military will have to leave. They don't have any choice. They will have to leave because the English is not on their side.
Okay, and let me now tell you my own opinion about what is trying. Actually, the British and the French are known enemy for life. And Simba is quite right that the British envoy, or the one that is talking to our chief of staff, is playing a double game. They are just speaking with both of their mouths. What I see that is panning out now is a big rivalry between the Western Bloc, and also China, Russia, and the rest. Of course, America might not be happy with what is going on in Niger and the way the French are treating the French-speaking country. But America left with their ambassador, but they still have about 1,000 plus soldiers in Niger. The same thing with the French. They have about 1,000 soldiers also stationed there in Niger. So at the end of the day, they asked them to leave. They asked the ambassador to leave. He does not leave. And everybody is protecting their interest one way or the other. Because when you toss a coin up, at the end of the day, even the French are out, then the Chinese or Russia, America want to take over. All of them are fighting over what is not theirs. Okay. Unfortunately for the junta, I would have expected them that okay, we are kicking out our constitutional president, and in the next 1 year we are returning to civil rule. Nobody will stop them. Everybody will support them. But the way they are doing, if at the end of the day, they are even going to be worse than Yadema or Museveni of what do you call it? This Ugandan president before and all of them.
Yeah, I mean.
So at the end of the day, so that is why I'm not supporting them. Because if they have a clear-cut program, and if truly they want to liberate their people, you cannot just come here, okay, give us 3 years. 3 years become 10 years. 10 years become 40 years. No, at the end of the day,
I don't like that too. I don't like that 3 years
so
nonsense.
If they have said that, okay, we are here from day one, and we are going to be here for 1 year to restore constitutional order, this president cannot.
I have always had problem with our black. Sorry, let me add to what you are saying. I've always had problem with our black military leaders when they come into office and don't want to put their uniform down. I don't understand that because they can see Egypt right next door to them, that they had a military regime. Within a couple of years, the guy has transitioned to civilian.
And he has been ruling them since.
He's been ruling them relatively well, by I might add.
No, of course, you can say relatively well, but when you look at everything, are they really enjoying? So from
so Egypt is doing better than us right now. Egypt is building their own nuclear power plant. They are getting $2.something billion worth of aid from the US. Their electricity has gone up since that guy came into office. So
they are building a new capital. They are
really advancing.
Actually, what I want
they are transforming into,
what I want Nigerians to do is this. We are not united because of so many factors. Everybody knows the truth. If all of us can come together, there's no reason why Nigeria should not also ask for nuclear power. We can also develop. We have the material, we have the human resources, and we also have the natural resources to do that. Why are we not pushing for that? Like what Tinubu said before, he said the West, they said they don't want us to use coal to generate electricity. Why are they saying that? We have the natural resources in large quantity. We can use anything to generate electricity. I don't know why they continue to stop us, which is not good. I don't buy that idea. I think with our leverage now, these are the things I want our president to be talking about. Let us have our nuclear power. Let us use the resources we have to generate electricity. And when we are done, then we can now start scaling down on those ones you don't want.
Do you know that Nigeria was present when Egypt, African countries went to Russia for that summit, the first Africa-Russia summit, and they all had commitments to, many of them, Egypt, Nigeria, all of them, Kenya, Uganda, they had commitment to go and build their own nuclear power plants with Russia. And all of them that went, it's only Egypt that is actually building it. All the black nations, they talk, they don't do anything. And I don't know what is wrong with us.
Can also build.
Nigeria refused to start. Nigeria they are talking. This is what they do. It's like their job is to ensure our underdevelopment. They don't want to do anything.
Do you know the problem? You know the problem, like we said, like in Egypt, is transforming from military to civilian. All Egypt, I will say this with all my chest, we are not patriotic enough. Because, for example, look at what Dangote did in Lagos, building that refinery. Do you know that some Nigerians still castigate Dangote today? They are talking about environmental impact.
That's just silly. I don't know why they do that.
And if, for example, we want to build a nuclear power plant in Taraba or maybe in any part of Nigeria, the so-called Nigeria will come out and say, oh, it's not good for our environment. This is not good. We cannot do it. We cannot do that. There is no motivation. When the majority of the citizenry are against it, what do you want the president of the country to do? even if he has the willpower to do it, and then the majority now say, no, we cannot do it. Look at, for example, the palliative. I remember quite here that everybody condemned the 8,000 naira. The federal government cannot do it. They gave them money and grain and other palliative material. Look at what the governors are doing. Is it the fault of the president? You don't want this. Now we give it to the governor. Still, things are not being done right. So first, our people are not patriotic enough to support the government of the day. We know we have leadership problem, but if we all come together, our major problem are in infrastructures. And if we want to develop our infrastructures and create more employment, we have to find solution to the problem of electricity. If we do have constant electricity supply, then everything will start to fall in one by one. And if this the present president can try as much as possible a purposeful leadership, I think if we can have 2 or 3 cycles of purposeful leadership in Nigeria for the next 21 years, that country will turn around. And then our
people, Nigeria, can I interject, please?
Go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to interject. I heard you making your point there. I just said, okay, let me come in and say something. You're talking about we as Nigerians to be united. You see the problem I have with Nigeria, right? Nobody can fix Nigeria. Nigeria is not real. It's not real. That's what we're not getting. For Nigeria to be fixed or for Nigeria to work, 2 things have to happen. These 2 things are Nigeria need a reset, and they need to flush out all the bad eggs in that country.
So what are the bad eggs?
Hold on. Let me land the point. These 2 things are impossible, almost impossible to happen. 1, you cannot reset Nigeria. 2, you cannot flush out all the bad eggs.
Before you continue, tell us how to.
You see. I'll tell you. Hold on. I'll tell you. Give me time. Calm down. You see, the foundation that is faulty, you cannot build on a faulty foundation. You cannot build something on anything. The foundation is faulty. That is why Nigeria cannot work. Nobody can. Tinubu cannot fix Nigeria. Hear me clearly. Obi cannot fix Nigeria. Atiku cannot fix Nigeria. When you're talking about the bad egg, that Tinubu number 1 there, that man seated there, is one of the bad egg. Obasanjo is one of the bad egg. Those people that call themselves the owners of Nigeria, they're all those politicians that are sitting in Nigeria, all those people are the bad eggs.
Including Atiku Obi, they are all bad eggs.
Everybody are bad eggs. That's what I'm saying to you now. That's why I say it's almost impossible.
Even the Giro that is talking
you cannot fix Nigeria. It's not real. Nigeria is not real. It's turn by turn. Even your man, the Tinubu that came to campaign, you hear when he was campaigning, he said they've been local. It's my turn. Nigeria is turn by turn. It's not real. So get it right.
That is how other nations are too.
We don't want to lament.
Hey, Jiro, why you not support Shewore that time now?
Of course, I did support Shewore. Shewore has been my man now. He has been my man. I did support him.
I want you to confirm to them.
I did support Shewore. He has been my man.
Leave them alone now. They think say now them politicians go solve their problem. They ask for nuclear weapon. They ask for fighter jet.
Ejiro, you mentioned.
Yeah, well, Shewore is just as bad. Shewore is one of them too. He's being funded by foreigners too.
It's a useless guy.
He wants to use mercenaries in Jesus Christ, man. Come on.
So, Ejiro, how do you want to reset your own Nigeria, and what kind of leadership do you want?
Okay, good question. Thank you for asking me that question. You see, right? The only time Nigeria managed to work was during the time we were practicing regional government. Mark my word, managed. It didn't work perfectly, but managed. It was during that time. So for us to reset Nigeria, number 1, we have to tear down that constitution first. That khaki constitution that the khaki boys gave us, we have to tear it down first. Because the foundation, that constitution is one of the foundation that is faulty in that nation. You cannot build something on anything, my brother.
What is faulty about the constitution? Tell us, what is faulty about the constitution? Tell us. Don't just be... because from the way you talk, Ejiro, hold on. I know you
Go
are
ahead.
from
Go
the
ahead. I'm
Midwest.
giving you audience. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
So, and I've seen that pattern from that side. Because what you are saying, so I'm not surprised. So don't give us blanket statements. He said constitution is wrong, foundation is wrong. So tell us what is wrong about it. Don't just give us blankets.
And in
My
addition,
brother, you've asked question. You've asked question. You go, wait a minute, I'll put answer. Now, you want to ask question, you want to answer yourself. You wait.
It's not me that is talking, it's Remy that is talking, not me.
Put it together. You mentioned we manage in regional time. That was old time. Are you saying, I don't know whether you are going to tell us that we should go back to region? Remember now, we now.
Are you going to ask me question one after the other? You just want to jam everything so that I know what you are. Which of them are the answer?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, you asked me a question. What is wrong about the constitution, right? Was it not the question you asked me? Okay,
yes,
I'll tell you.
The question I will ask is that how do you want to reset your Nigeria first, and what kind of leadership do you want? That's what we'll ask you. And then we now ask you about what's wrong with the constitution. That make it 3 in 1. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone I missed, you have to like resound it again so that I'll keep answering them one after the other. I'll start with the constitution. Do you know in Nigeria, right? We have all the institutions that's supposed to govern a nation. We have all the institutions. EFCC is there. All the checks and balances, Senate, everything is there. But they are not working. They are not working because the people choose not to make it work. So that's another blunder from this constitution.
Is it constitution that is not making it to work?
You go explain.
When you talk about federal, what system of government are we practicing? Is it not federalism?
I don't know. You are just beating. Just hold on. You are not. You talk about constitution. Don't flip around. Face the question that we ask you. You said the constitution is wrong. You mentioned EFCC that yes, and it's constitution that said those one for check and balances. You now said they are not working. I'm asking you, is it constitution that is not making them work? And you are going to another place. I tackled that one first.
The exclusive list we have. Where is it? Where is the exclusive list?
What do you mean by exclusive? We are talking about. Why are you?
No. Because if you are saying it right, I have to be pointing it out for you now.
You are no. Let us finish one after the other.
You want to go back and start talking. I don't know why people always keep going back constitution and this that. It's not going to get you anywhere because there are countries that have.
So what is going to get you somewhere to Nigeria? What's going to get you somewhere?
Confronting the problem that you are facing as a nation. If you are facing a security challenge, you fix it. If you are facing an innovation challenge, you fix it. If you are facing a transparency challenge, you fix it. That's how
a country that you are country that you are giving Boko Haram amnesty, you are scripting them to the military. You are telling me one army want to do one thing.
To Nigeria, you know the problem. People like Ejiro, they don't have a mind of their own. They only echo what they listen other people say, and that's why I ask him those questions. And you can see him now; he cannot even answer a simple question. And you see people like him.
I'm answering your
it's
question.
Not different. Ejiro is not different from Midwest.
No. Your constitution is saying one thing. What the politicians are doing is they are doing a different thing entirely.
Is that the problem of constitution?
Hold on, let me show you what is killing us here.
When you are not implementing what is in the constitution properly, is that not a problem?
Hey, my brother,
is that not a problem? What is in the constitution? You are not implementing it. You are not following it. Is that not a problem?
So if people are not implementing what is in the constitution, does that make the constitution a problem?
Simba, hold on. See, without the constitution, countries do function. The UK doesn't have a proper constitution.
Exactly, I agree with you too, Nigeria. I agree with you.
The whole world with it. So let me show you what is killing us.
The area of each country apportioned according to their surface area on a globe, which means it's a normal map. Okay, so what we're about to do is morph the area of each country according to how much peer-reviewed science research is conducted in that country. Okay, let's do that. So this is a measure of who's doing the most science in the world. Some countries will shrink relative to that area you see here. Others will expand depending on how active they are in science. So let's check out what happens when we do this. Well, the United States is sitting fat and pretty there, I'd say. That's America. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Wait, what's that big purple region away? Whoa, what was that? What's that purple? Whoa. What country is that? Japan, kicking major science butt on the map right there. One of the great tragedies is Africa shrinking to nothing in area on this chart compared with the area it actually occupies in the world. That is a modern day tragedy right there, given the natural resources that are prevalent within it. Europe is huge. They split formerly Eastern Europe, that's in blue, from Western Europe, that's in those shades of pink. So, oh, and there you have Brazil, that's the aerospace industry kicking in there. All right, so you look at this, you say, hey, we're doing pretty good. Tyson, what are you complaining about? Okay? Okay? This is the wrong map. What you want to look at is not how much science is going on. No. You want to look at the change in how much science is going on from the year 2000 to 2010. That's the trend line. That is the future of the world. Compare the difference in published research papers in all sciences between 2000 and 2010. And you get this. Europe is even bigger. Japan is even bigger. China is huge. Africa is even smaller. This is the changing landscape of the world.
That is what is killing us. And Rufai is correct. We don't innovate. We don't do anything. And that is the tragedy of our existence. Any of our people that don't understand this, we are basically a dying race. Clearly, that map is telling you where the future is going. And this is why I keep banging on about security, transparency, and technological revolution. That's the area that has been killing us all this while. That's what got us enslaved. That's what got us colonized. And that is what we still haven't woken up to. All these our leaders, they talk about economy. No. Or if you fix all these things, that is at the core of your economy. Especially when you fix security, you can build economy on top of it. If you fix security, you can build innovation on top of it. You can't build all these things without that security aspect of it. And this is why our leaders have to be ambitious. Because look at that map. We are dead. We are not even in the future at all. We can't carry on like this. Otherwise, all our children know they are slaves. So
any country that does not have a strong military cannot have a strong economy. That is the fact.
We are going to be slaves. If you carry on, maybe even worse.
Yes.
We are not even on the map.
So, Remy that is calling for nuclear weapon, nuclear plant for electricity. People that cannot manage Kanji Dam or this gas, they can't fire their country with gas they are flaring for thousands of years. They can't use that to supply electricity. It's a nuclear weapon, so we go stick our head into nuclear weapon.
Yeah, like I said, Nigeria is not real. Take it or leave it. It's not real.
You are getting it wrong. If in the past we might not be doing it, so today I totally support True Nigeria about this. We can start from today. Nobody stop us. So you cannot say because we did not do it in the past that we cannot.
I'm already doing it.
So Rome was not
I understood this a while ago.
So if we start today, there's no big deal about it. So if you just continue to look at it in a negative manner, that okay, they are flying their gas. Before 10 years ago or 5 years
let
ago,
us use what is easier. not what is so
We can
complicated
use
and
everything
dangerous.
we want. We want electricity. If, for example, they say generate electricity state by state, Enugu State have no problem. They have enough coal to generate electricity. And it will be cheaper for them to generate electricity very quick there. So we should not say because, okay, we should use gas. Before gas pipeline get to there.
You don't have security. How can you have who's going to build nuclear power plant for you?
If you are talking of
but people will go for secure. People, you see, the nuclear power plants can also be used for security operation by using it for nuclear weapons.
Nigeria, can we ask Zulum how he's doing it? At least Borno is not as safe as Enugu. Borno is very dangerous. The guy continue to build school, build road. Enugu is safer than Borno. So don't give us an excuse that they are insecure or whatever here. I don't want to hear that. If that Zulum can do anything to a state in Nigeria, no any state in Nigeria have an excuse. That is the most dangerous state in Nigeria, Borno. And that guy is working there. So if he can pull up together, now to Nigeria, you see what you just shown now. Nobody is complaining about our constitution is not right, or our part of the regional government, or blah, 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 we are practicing. Nobody is complaining about that. Everybody come together to help their country. Look at where is China in 2010? Where are they today? Where are all the Asian tigers? Where are they 20-something years ago? Where are they now? Because their people also sacrifice and they are patriotic enough to support the government of the day. Nobody is saying that man is a drug dealer or that one is a blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Do the right thing for us.
Remy, I want to ask you one question, right? Let me quickly ask you this. Why do you think Nigeria is redeemable? Why do you think so?
Well, first, I am not a person that...
Why should you even come on the platform and say Nigeria is not redeemable?
So
then why are you talking?
No, why do you think? No,
I'm
asking him. Let him answer me. Why do you think? Why do you think Nigeria can be fixed?
People like you that doesn't believe in Nigeria.
I just asked a question. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
We ask you questions. You cannot answer. We ask you questions. You cannot answer. Then what are you saying? You don't. You can't answer. We ask you questions. You cannot answer. Which question did you answer?
We're not practicing
you have not been.
The true federalism we say in our constitution. So why is it going to work?
Calm down.
I beg you.
Let me respond to him. I will respond to you this way. First, I put lamentation behind me. Lamentation or complaining to today, to another 50 years, cannot move a needle. I believe in a little progress, even if it's so small, it's not the same way you are going to see it 5 years ago. I usually go to Nigeria often. I have seen so many pockets of development in Nigeria. Most of Nigerian cities are not like that 10 or 15 years ago. Some develop I'm talking about Nigerian state, Nigeria as a country. I'm not comparing with any.
You see development from the airport, right? Where did you see development?
No.
This guy, I'm such a joke. You're just a joke.
Relax about Janleko. Before I left Nigeria, I've been to several states in Nigeria through my work and through education and also through serving the Nigerian government. And whenever I go home, I've been out for a long time. I'm not just under 5 or 10 years, okay? More than that. So through what I see by myself, I've seen some states have developed. Maybe not in a pace we want, but they are not static. So for me, I put lamentation behind me. This is a new government. What Nigerians are more aware politically. And unfortunately for us, technology can bring everybody together easily. We can voice, and we have a constitution. We have the government in place. How can we improve from where we have? If we start to say, Naira kill us, Buhari kill us, we all know their problem. So this is a new government. Everybody.
If you say you've seen things that have developed, you point it out. Don't just blanket saying. Point those things that you saw that have developed.
I will use Akwa Ibom. I will use Ebonyi, and I will also use Lagos. I want you to go today to YouTube after this class.
My brother, I'm not going anywhere. Nigeria is turn by turn. It's not real.
So you asked a question. Do you want me to respond, or do you want to? You don't want me to respond?
No, he just came here to say Nigeria is leading
Please
evil.
go
So we
ahead,
have made your point.
go ahead. Because you say you
Oh,
can see
You,
development. So I'm asking you to point it
so
out.
the
Please
so
go
issue,
ahead.
I'm not. So let me continue. So you can go on YouTube. You can check Akwa Ibom. You can see the physical infrastructures that have been.
Oh, Akwa Ibom that has the second largest out of school children. That one
Can you
is
imagine? Oh, can you imagine?
after Kano.
Let me
After Kano.
finish. Let me
That one
finish.
is development.
Let me finish.
Eh?
When we
A
talk
school,
about
a
when we
state
talk
that doesn't
Baba Janle
out
Koko,
of school children.
Baba
Because
Janle
when we talk now, people will just
Second.
blah 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 blah
Mm.
the things. Can you imagine?
Can you let me finish? America is a great country, but today, most of their streets, we have a lot of people that have problems on drugs. There are so many places in America you cannot go. You will either be mugged or robbed or
Don't talk about America.
no,
Focus on Nigeria.
I'm building
Forgot
something
about
for you.
America, Jare.
I'm building
Kí lẹ máa máa sọ nípa America? Kí ló kàn yín pẹ̀lú America? Eh?
Now I'm talking about physical infrastructures in
Guys, I will hang up with you later. I want to enter the car now. All right, bye bye. Talk to you. Bye.
don't run away. Don't run away. Oh, you don't run away. Don't mind this guy.
So
He came here and just
what I just wanted to say.
Remy. Just hold on. Remy, I think what we should be talking now is not for people to come. I think the purpose of having this kind of platform is not for lamentation. I think
Yes.
all we're supposed to be discussing is how we can move our country forward. If we lament, if you condemn and say our leader, because I don't understand what we mean by leader.
So
Do you understand? My own belief is that every one of us will have a role in making that country great.
Thank you.
All of us should contribute positively.
What
But I don't know what we will gain by just pointing out bad things that are not good, and not provide solution to it.
I appreciate everybody's opinion. What I talk about development, it does not mean that all facets of development will develop. What is governance? It's a continuity process.
Even there is none, we can always start from a point. If there is no development, let us assume that Nigeria, we don't even have any development. Nothing is working.
Yes.
Fine. Let us start from now. How can we? Those are the things that we're supposed to be discussed. It's not only because it's very easy. Nigeria has the highest infant mortality rate. The GDP is low. The debt is this. Okay, I will agree. We have all those things. What is the solution?
What
is the solution?
Okay, let me say this. The thing is that
who is going to implement those solutions? Who are the people who will implement the solution?
The issue. Let me just hold on. Sorry for yes. There was a time all the people that are there today, they were not a leader. We don't call them leader. And the question I used to ask, because when we call some people our leader, it's just as if God created some people that say, okay, these are the people that will be ruling you. And we put them in a pool and we are just taken out of them. The so-called leaders that we are talking about today, that we are condemning, that we say they are not good, they were followers of yesterday. What I can see that if you have a bad pool where you are picking anything from, if you have a bad pool of orange, you cannot bring out a good orange from bad ones. So if you have bad pools of followers, then you pick your leaders among those bad pools of followers.
So your nation is doomed. So your nation is doomed. That's what
the issue is not doom. It's not doom. Me, I don't believe in no. I don't believe in that. What I'm saying, just hold on.
That are leaders today, they were followers yesterday. Now they are in the position they are bad. That's constitute that we are all bad people and we can't do good.
We can have a reorientation. Anybody, people can change.
Simba. We always like shortcuts. Even if you change the Nigerian constitution to whatever you want it to be, as we speak now,
the people, it is the people, it's a people problem, not the constitution or whatever. It's a people problem. Some of us that are speaking here now, some of us in our position, we have witnessed wrongdoing and we take side with that wrongdoing. We didn't stand on our feet and defend the whatever, the position. Say, no, this thing cannot happen. Some of us would rather we rather try to save our job. We won't do anything. We observe wrongdoing in our presence. We keep quiet. So we cannot come here and be saying Nigeria is doing it. We are the creator of the problem. There are a lot of people here now. They will witness wrongdoing in their position. They won't do anything about it because they are scared to lose their job. So let us not come and be doing this. Even if you bring any document, you call it constitution. With the current people in the country right now, same thing. It will also be a disaster until we change our ways. It's just for us to change our ways and make sure that law are being followed. If not, whatever constitution you create, it will not work. Even if you split the country to different parts, with the people that are still managing the country, they will be the one that will still manage it if you split it into how many number you want. So we as the people, we just need to change our ways. When we see something that's wrong, forget if it's from your tribe or no tribe, we should always stand for the truth.
We have structural problem.
Not when
have
it's not
problem.
Some of us we only complain when it's not when the corruption is not benefiting us. But when it's benefiting, we keep quiet.
That's it. We have structural problem in that country. The way that country is structured, we can't achieve results anywhere until that country is structured to a regional where people
Yesterday, I saw something. I was shocked. There's a YouTuber. He was traveling via the Lagos-Ibadan train. I was surprised. People that they are still issuing tickets with biro. You see, it's always a way for them to steal government money.
That one is sure banker. But some of us will defend it. They will say, "Oh, we are just started. We are just it doesn't matter. We will get there." They are using America did not develop one day.
Yes, really? That's what they will say. Nigerian government took loan for those infrastructure. We have not paid the loan. People are you are operating the facility like that as if we are still in the early 2000s.
Let me just share something about what somebody said about the mind. I think this is something that a lot of people have been talking about.
Sorry to UFC. I'm sorry to cut you short. First, I totally denounce that issuance of ticket by biro of paper. But as of today, Nigeria is still paying their loan to China. We have not default. That's what I would just want to say. Okay.
Yeah, somebody was saying something about us. Let me just play this.
Where Africa currently is unable to fully achieve her potential, how will you distribute the blame?
I'm going to start with, of course, the mind, which is where, at the end of the day, that is where the problem really is. The legacy of colonization remains to be a serious issue for the African. It is the legacy of colonization that makes it difficult for us as a people to push back. Let me give a very simplistic example, and I use simplistic examples because I want people to really understand what's going on. Using the example of Niger, there is a mutiny in the school cafeteria. The students are sick and tired of a bully who's been taking their lunch for centuries. Finally, they've garnered enough courage. They now have enough knowledge to understand, and they're ready to stand up and push back against the bully. The question then becomes, why has it taken the students so long to stand up and push the bully back? It's because the students have been made to believe that you are inferior. The students have been threatened. The students believe that they are not as good as the bully. The headmaster, some have been smart enough and have tried to push back. Guess what? They were assassinated. But finally, the students now have enough knowledge. Question is, why has it taken this long?
So basically what she's saying is our problem is colonial mentality. Like Fela got it right all this while, and it's never really changed. We don't aspire. If you look at our leaders in front of foreigners, they don't have any ambition. It's like, what is wrong with them? They should be shooting for the moon. Like, ask, so anytime people come in front of you, ask for the highest thing that they have. Then when they go, they will come back and they will start offering you more.
To Nigeria, why should we be asking? Why can't we develop on our own? Why do we need to be asking?
I agree with you on that. But I'm saying that when you have an opportunity, because alliances is how nations break out of controls. All the nations.
Nigeria, let me even tell you this legacy of colonization. You know, there was a time Kenya had the bilateral agreement with, I will not mention the country in the Middle East, for exporting meat to their country. Can you imagine? Is that not slavery?
Imagine.
So when they now, no, just hold on, no. They now saw the repercussion in a situation whereby some of these slaves, this same meat, their citizens were being killed, maimed, and they will send them back to Kenya. They stopped it. You know what happened? This country, they went back to Kenya, giving them some soft loan or grant to tie some few rows and all those things. They now sign another agreement. Well, they are not. It's not like a trade agreement to that. Okay, I will be giving you coffee. You'll be giving us this to export their own citizen to go and serve as maid in their country. That was the agreement that they had.
Wow.
So you can see a lot. This same Ruto that you are talking about is the copy to Ruto. This guy that will come and be blabbing whenever they go on international engagements.
Do you know that was happening in Nigeria too? I don't know whether it's still happening today. From that Akwa Ibom, then they export people to Lagos for maid. I know that very well. From Akwa Ibom.
I've been doing my research and observing. Why is it that when it comes, like, I've never seen any black that have been caught, they'll say, okay, for espionage, like trying to steal trade secret or something like that.
God. That is
one.
very interesting you said that, It's really interesting.
It's
because
crazy.
like they are absentee landlords.
Yes,
they are not doing any job for their
anyone.
nations. And that is true. They've never arrested one Nigerian secret service agent anywhere that is a spy. Not one.
Not
they're
one.
Not doing any work for us.
Including our
that
people.
Is a very astute observation. That's a very astute
our people are in a big position all over the world. I've never seen anyone think, okay, let me steal some of this thing. Let's go and replicate it back home.
Wow. So what is our NIA been doing then all this while?
It's crazy. I've never witnessed anyone. I've been paying attention,
It's still boiled down to our patriotism. You understand? The only thing we do, as Rene said, is to lament. None of us is thinking of solution. That is the problem. And you see, you see, even if you mention some of us, the country where we are residing, we see the way we are so committed to those countries, we are so patriotic to it that even if you mention anything negative about such a country, they will come at you. But when it comes to our own country, there's nobody that denied that our country is good. There's nobody that have been denied that anything is working in our country. But what I'm saying is that we should all look and say, okay, what is the problem? And let us solve the problem. Lamentation is not a solution. Pointing out the problem is not the solution. As you said, UFC. So if we have people that are working in high places, they have the opportunity. Why are we not taking it back to our country? I mentioned it on this platform before. Health system in India were developed by private people. The Indians that work in America,
many of them
they
stole
went
information.
exactly. They even all those abandoned CT scan, MRI that they were not using. Those are the ones that they. Let me tell you, they have so many things. I remember I used to have a consultant that I served under that left for America. They have, by the time they have all these equipment, maybe they use for like 2 or 3 years, they will say it's outdated. And they will be looking for country that will just take them for cheap prices. You will never see Nigerians bringing such things to Nigerians. Okay,
You don't know. You don't know. Stop there. Who told you that you never see Nigerians ship this thing? A lot of Nigerians have done that in the United States to Nigeria to help some hospital and health services. Do you know what happened to this equipment? Hold on. Doctors like you stole it now. They stole those
serious.
doctors
like me.
Yes.
Like me. So I'm a thief.
Yeah,
Is that what you are saying? No?
They gave them this thing. They brought them in large number.
I like what you just said. Now look at it now. Those doctors that stole this thing, are they leaders?
So what I'm saying, what we are saying here is that Nigerian people have done so much to help that country, but because we don't have the right leadership in place.
No, the doctors, as you said, they stole these things. Are they leaders?
Yeah,
No. Ajali, hold on. What I'm saying is that it's not stealing equipment. What I'm saying is that
hold on, let me land now.
Hold on. There is an information how to make these things. That's what I'm talking about. Steal those information, those vital trade secrets I'm talking about, not buying.
No, you can't achieve that. Forget that. What do you mean by vital? It's a country that really.
Hold on, don't say no. Let's see. Come. Let us say that every other country.
Hold on now. Wait.
Okay, let me find out.
What you are asking for is not achievable.
Hold on. There's a Chinese woman working for Coca-Cola. You know what she did? She stole their main information, how to make it, the ingredients, what they use, all the details that they need. He stole it. He wanted to go and sell it to a company in China for $100 million, and he was caught by the FBI. I saw the video online. So those are the kind of things I'm saying. I'm not telling you to steal.
She didn't do it on that. Look,
technology.
She did not do it.
This technology. We should speed the technology.
No, hold on. That woman was sent by the state of China to do it. It is not by our own volition to steal those information and go and sell it. But the state sent it. But we don't have a country that want to even develop. We don't have leaders that want to even develop their country. Talk less of sending people to go and spy and steal some vital information from another country.
They don't have the will to do it.
They don't have the will. So let us even don't go.
Okay, let us agree that we have bad leaders.
Yeah.
How do we source for good leadership among Nigerians?
How we can source for good leadership? We have to start it from our electioneering process, our political party process. We have to first of all elect people that are not part of this corrupt system and corrupt parties.
How do you identify a corrupt person?
What do you say, corrupt person?
How do you identify somebody that is corrupt?
Look, it is clear. Group of people. We are talking of political party administration now. We have seen the party that have governed the state for so many years that have not done well. Why must we continue to recycle within those parties?
So how do you get the electorate
for our leadership? So
Let's look another
how do
way.
you change the mentality of the, because you can't talk of a leader, because you cannot tell me that as good as you think Sowore is, it's not as if he has won any election in Nigeria, because people don't vote
Tuna,
for
if
him.
you can put the link, please open the link in the
So
in the
if
private.
the people, the so-called people that we are fighting for, they are the one that elect these so-called bad leaders. Don't you think there's a problem with the electorate also?
No, you see, let me see those people. You see those people that you're referring
those
to.
people?
Yes, you
Good
see
morning,
those people.
everybody.
You see those people you are referring to that
Who are
voted
the
for
people?
these people.
Which one? The electorate?
Yeah, the electorate you are talking about, majority of them are illiterate. People that doesn't know what to do and what not to do.
Okay.
People that have been impoverished by, you know, this corrupt politician. So they don't know other way. They just looking for what to eat. So they give them money, they vote, they just go their way because they have been impoverished, they have been put into poverty by this person. So poverty has
So
been
how do you stop
weaponized.
that? How do you stop that?
So how do we stop that? Is for me and you that are well enlightened to educate them. And to educate them is for us not to, for us to follow another set of politicians that are not part of this corrupting. When they see us and we are telling them that, look, we cannot allow these people to destroy this country today and destroy it for our coming generation, they will listen to us. But you see, most of us that are educated, we just like to talk. We don't like to engage. We don't like to do anything. We don't like to get closer. And we are the problem.
Okay,
A lot of
Babajare
us
Koko,
collude.
let
A
me
lot
ask
of
you
us we
now.
collude.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
You are a Sowore supporter.
Yes.
Let's be honest though. Be honest. When last did you go to Nigeria or participated in Nigeria election? That you say okay, you supported. No, just wait. That I would dedicate maybe 1 or 2 months to go for this cause that I believe in. I will go there. I will go to Nigeria and go and campaign and do the grassroots campaign for the person that I believe can change the country. Have you ever done that?
Well, I've not done that recently. To be
Well,
factual.
I'm asking. I didn't ask you for recently. I said last. Have you ever done it before?
Oh yes, I've done it in the past, long time ago.
When?
Hold on. What is your question to be asking? When did I do this? Look, but what I'm telling you is this: it doesn't matter when I've done that or whether I've not done that. But the fact of the matter is that we cannot continue to package corrupt politicians for the reason of
Babajare
tribe
Koko,
or religion as a
I put it as a challenge to you today. If you are ready, I'm ready to follow you. You are in America, yeah?
Are you ready to follow Showorewe?
I know, not on the platform.
No. Are you ready to
if
follow
you can say that next election, you are going to spend 2 months in Nigeria for campaign, I'm ready to put my vacation towards. I will be you. I'm not talking about Sowore. You. If you tell me that you are going to Nigeria, if I follow you, I follow Sowore. That's what I'm saying. That you dedicate 2 months. It's not this one that you sneak. You sneak to Nigeria, you sneak out. I want to follow you. I want to follow you.
No, I am not contesting. I'm not
Simba and
contesting.
Ajali Koko, can we
I am not contesting an election. I said,
see, one thing I don't understand is some people who want to run for president or want to do something. See, I always say this: That's why I respect Malima. Yes, his aim is to become president later, become president one day, but he started from somewhere. We must know how to start somewhere first. Let's see what you can do in a smaller position first before you move, before you transit. At least that with your current position, people can see what it's like. This guy can do it. Too. Let's push him further. You understand me? Okay. Do any
so what are you trying to say?
hold on, AAC, do they have any local leader in any state, like a state house of assembly, council, or anything? Did they have anything like that?
Did the AAC have anything on the ground like that? Do you people support them?
You see, they don't.
When you see
hold on, when you
hold
start
on,
okay, for
hold
instance,
on,
look
hold
at
on.
Agab, they have been doing their thing in the regional, this thing in their state, in Anambra. Start from somewhere like that. He's from Ondo State. Let him start there first. Let's see.
Hold on. So you want Showore with his level of intelligence to go and start from local government, right?
Which level of intelligence are you
To
talking about?
reduce himself when he is better
What
than
has he
even most of
achieved?
the
What
people
has he
at home.
achieved? Sowore better than me?
Hold on.
What do you mean?
What he's doing? It is not about Showore.
Look,
It's not
hold on.
Let him lead other people to those positions first. It
Hold
doesn't mean it
on.
must be him.
He has never been tested. So how do we trust him?
Let me tell you this. Showore is
Or
not.
he should run for senator.
It is the look. Showore is
Or
not the
governor.
issue. Hold on. Showore is not the issue.
Okay.
But the vehicle that we are going to use to grab power from these people is what really matters. And Showore provided that vehicle for us, but we are not ready to jump into that vehicle.
Because most of Sowore's supporter, like you only talk from America. You don't go to Nigeria to go and do the campaign for him.
Hold on.
And I'm challenging you. I said, if you are ready, I'm ready to follow you. You did not answer my question.
They are not
He
realistic.
provided
They are living in a dream world.
he provided a political party for us to join and then use that political party to wrestle power away from this criminal. But rather, you choose to go the other way. Then continue to complain now. Continue to complain. It is not Showore is not the issue. It's you people that are the issue. And you have seen the country is collapsing on you.
It's you ask just simple question. Simple question. Simple questions. You only talk, no action. I challenge you today. I challenge you today. Just hold on. I said, dedicate your time. Dedicate your time. We are ready to follow Showore. We are ready to follow you. You are not even helping your candidate. We will follow if you how can you do that?
You can't follow Showore. You are Agbado supporter.
Sorry, Baba Jale Koko.
Àgbàdo tó ti yan ni tẹ máa tó ti yan yín jẹ. Àgbẹ̀yìn tó ti yan lágbàdo jẹ.
Tell me, Showore, what has it done to Nigeria? What has it done in the public space?
Tell me what Macron done to be the president of France. Tell me what he did to the president of France.
Macron did not just come from anywhere. He was working within the government before.
He was working. He was working within the government. Okay. As an elected official or appointed official?
Appointed official.
Okay, fine. Appointed. So from no party.
Nothing.
Look at you people. He said he's working from government. He said he's working. He said, what has Macron done before he became president? Before he became president? What has Macron done before he became president?
Government in France, and they also sent him to Nigeria. I spent a lot of years representing France. The French
don't give this excuse. Ready. You guys are not ready to do anything. It's just mouths. You guys are colluders. You go and collude with your with your corrupt politician against the people of the country.
We are not living in a fantasy world. We are being realistic.
Oh, Mr. Realistic, there we go. You have achieved whatever you want to achieve now, Abi.
See what you are saying, right?
You got your country.
Hold on, let me ask
your
you.
country is where you like it now.
Hold on. If you believe AAC the way it stands currently and Showore, they are going to win any election in Nigeria, that means you are not serious.
Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So your party that are winning, they will continue to win and they will deliver a good government. I mean, good governance for you.
Showore himself have not shown any seriousness himself. He's just like an activist.
Okay, tell me who is serious. Hold on. Forget about Showore. So, okay, who is serious that can take this country to the greater height for you?
Currently, I don't know.
You don't know. See, yes,
look at you. I don't know.
Look at you. Look at you. Can you see? You don't even have nobody.
I don't know. You
are Nigerian. You can't point to one person that you know that can be president that can run that country well.
One leader can just come in and fix Nigeria. That's the mistake we keep on making.
Who is your own candidate? Who is your own candidate? Who is your own candidate?
Atinubu is my candidate.
No, forget about him. I'm asking him, who's your own candidate? That said he doesn't know.
Okay, hold on. Let me explain.
Who is your own candidate?
Hold on, let me list the position. Macron.
No. Forget about Macron. Who's your own candidate in Nigeria?
I don't have any candidate.
Forget. Look at you. You are not serious. Remy talk. This one is not serious. He doesn't know anything.
What I want to say is,
hold on. Hold on. It was the
UFC, hold on.
Ready to more far me on the platform. Good. You are not ready to accept me.
Okay, you belong.
Oh,
yeah, the show. Máa sanwó tíkẹ̀tì láti Saudi lọ.
Máa sacrifice yẹn náà.
Naja, please open the link I sent. So let's check where he worked before he became president. Macron.
But Baba Ajayi, don't you think that UFC is making a statement? You know the same question that we asked Prince Adewale when he came here. Let me tell you, you cannot just come and say you want to be when people have not seen you doing anything.
You know, I asked that Mr. That man a very good question. I asked him, "How old are you?" And he said he's out there, and then he told me he's 51. He is calculating for the next 16 years. Added to his state, 51 plus 16, that's 66. If he's still relevant, maybe he can go against the South or Southeast again that time. For Showore, the mistake he did was this. When he had that Sahara reporter, everybody knew about Sahara reporter. At that particular moment, I don't think he has to, I don't know that he has a political ambition. If he does, at that particular moment, I was even pushing that this man, even if I cannot go for governor, go for Senate or rep, you have to build from somewhere. Look at all those leaders that Nigeria have been having since 1999. They are either the former ex-president or a former governor. Jonathan and Gerard are former governor. Tinubu was also a former governor. For you to rule in that country, you must have tested the water first as president. We are not ready for just somebody who just come from nowhere and think that the same way in America.
I'll be telling us about student union government. Yeah, that was a student union leader.
I see the only student union president. So at the end of the day, look at his performance. In 2019, he has 50,000 votes. In this particular election,
I want to mistake vote funny. So in
this particular one, I don't think he has up to 20 or 25,000 votes. So the beauty of it is this. I know it won't come down to say he want to contest for governorship or whatever. Nigerians just see him as just a jester.
The guy is so arrogant. He's an arrogant guy.
Yeah, and the way you even talk sometimes, you are not ruling Yoruba land. Even in Yoruba, I don't even know where you come from in Yoruba land. I'm asking about you, Baba Jaliko. Is it from Kogi? Is it from Ondo? We don't know. Nobody knows.
No, they say it's from Ondo State. Ondo.
You can imagine the presidential candidate. We are not even sure of his origin.
Ask him the question. Says
it's
in
from
Nigeria.
Akure.
No, it's not from Akure. But yeah, I work on party Kora Lutiwa. So I'm exactly if it was
Meye to shoe. Meye to shoe.
Papa Jale kò ti bínú lọ. Àwọn náà lè sọ bí tó ti wá. So at the end of the day, there are two things that is going on. Showore is it's not really likely to become president of Nigeria. And the way Obi was doing, he has just jeopardized the chances of any Southeasterner again, I think in the next 16 years. Because I see him as a very selfish man.
No. To me, Obi really did not do, like, I won't say, he campaigned as a politician, but it was the follower that caused more problem to the guy than any other.
No. If your followers are misbehaving and they respect you so much, there is a way you can talk to them. That is very simple. If you talk to them, guys, relax. We're in court. We still have a shot. Even if we do not win, we can come back in 4 years and still contest. Now, if you want to win an election in Nigeria as a president, at least you have to have 5 regions in your pocket, whether you are competing competitively or you can win outrightly. If you don't have 5 regions in your hand, forget it. If this association of Northwest and Southwest continue in Nigeria, they will rule for a long time. Because they have the majority votes. If they continue and they continue the North Central and South, they have you look at what is going on in Nigeria. South is easily going towards the ruling party. So what are we talking here? And then when you talk about which one again? South, Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, North Central. How can you defeat that kind of ruling party? If not because Buhari that did a lot of terrible things and also all those Naira stuff and the rest, they would have won a lot. It jeopardized their chances because of his own personal, interest or whatever. So, and among the 3 political parties, among the 3 leading parties, if you really put them side by side and look at their achievement, this is not about being Tinubu supporter. He outperformed the other 2. He's the best out of the 3. And time will tell. So UFC, you have the ground. You can go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I get it. But as I was saying before, anyone who is planning to become president of Nigeria in the future should please start from somewhere first. Because if you look at it, you have to impress the power broker first in Nigeria before they can even say, okay, they will give you the support. Because one thing about running for presidency, you need a lot of money. Let's not deceive ourselves here. Even most Nigerians, they will leave their house if you don't give them something. Mostly those that can pay for you, that will be in your team, they will need something. They won't do it.
They won't do it for free now. They won't do it for free.
They won't do it for free. So you need a lot of money.
Obama in the 1990s was carrying a back case behind Clinton. The Bill Clinton. He was behind him carrying briefcase. Everybody, you have to pay your price. It's not easy in some country. You just jump from nowhere and then blah like that. They give you the presidency on a platter of gold.
You said Obama was a senator first before he became president.
The reason why Obi was able to gather that kind of vote, I will tell you.
About it. Sometimes you have to be creative. Look at Trump. Trump, from what I gathered, the first time he became president, most of his funding for his campaign came from the media themselves. Because
also
Democrat Party for a long time.
Yes, apart from that one, Trump has been a successful businessman that was known in the United States.
A lot of money.
Even that is not living in the United States. I knew
all I'm saying is that it can be creative.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
There's flexibility there.
If Showore have kowtow I'm not really bending down.
But to Niger, I want to say something here. See, I always tell people, if you have a political opponent, always be careful the way you pass on your opponent. Sometimes you passing on your opponent too much, you end up giving that your opponent what they call sympathy votes.
Yes.
There's what they call
That's
sympathy.
true. And you may even campaign for him without.
Thank you. Because you are trying to use negative to destroy him, it will rule in his favor. If you look at Trump, I would say if Trump win the current ticket, let anybody not deceive you. He might win the presidency again.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Because the Democrats are giving him all the ammunition he needs.
But to be frank with you, it's not going to be easy for him. Of course, they also know what they are doing.
Because as currently speak now, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, is fully supporting Trump. He's a Trump supporter.
That one. What about those people?
Those are men with big, deep pockets.
The issue here, all of them have big pockets. But what is going to pan out is that if Democrats are unable to send that guy to jail, then there is a lovely possibility that if it's him and against Biden, there's a possibility. It's not going to be easy. Maybe 50-50 chance to any one of them this time around. But I'm damn sure that they'll find something on him and they will send it.
No, the only thing that will stop Trump, if the court rules that he cannot is disqualified, he cannot run for president.
That is what they are going to do now. They will fight dirty. You see, so at the end of the day,
that's the problem. Even if you are convicted, you can still be president of America. But
that is the law. Okay, it's totally different from Nigeria. That if you are
wait, to Nigeria, really?
Yeah,
you didn't know. Most European countries are like that, you know. Most European countries are like that. You know why? Because they consider the citizens to be sovereign. The citizens decide who their leader is. They don't care whether you're a or not.
I see. Wow. That means
our moral angle is going to be a dent on Republican. And a lot of
America don't care about Mura. We are the one crying about Mura. Those people, if they want to do anything,
if grabbing private parts is not, grabbing private parts is not affecting them. God help.
Morality has become a relative term now. They can swing that morality. They define whatever we believe in the world. If a prisoner become a president in America today, every other country in the world will follow.
That's it.
But to Nigeria, I'm not going to lie.
They set standard for us.
I cannot like their constitution there if it's so that the citizens decide who be their leader. I like it. That's full.
It's like that in many countries. It's like that in many countries. Even in the UK, MPs can go to prison, come back and go to the House of Parliament. There's no law blocking them. I'm telling you. Even Jeffrey Archer, he was a House of Lords member. He went to prison, came back, he's still a House of Lords member. Nobody sent you.
And the people still vote. The people still vote for him.
This is why I tell you that in the West, I think we don't even understand democracy. In the West, when the people vote, it's very, very hard to overturn it. In Nigeria, when they just
but you can see, but to Nigeria, see what is happening in Nigeria now. Somebody won an election, then the only thing that we are doing is, is a drug peddler, is a this, and those are the things that we are now championing.
But if you look at it, all those years, when it comes to the court and all those, they don't follow those rumors. They follow what they call it. They follow the evidence. Yeah, they follow evidence. They don't follow rumors.
And that's why I think that when people talk about the court, they don't truly understand. Courts have to follow evidence. They have no choice, just like medicine. They have to follow their prescription parts. They don't have a choice. Whatever is in front of them is what they will decide.
Yep.
They follow the evidence. They also follow precedents. Okay.
Yes. Also, yeah, you're right.
Part of their evidence, yeah.
So at the end of the day, I think that people like that Showore and co, at least if he can start from governor of his state, even in his state, we don't even know him there. Top list of all over Nigeria. It's just an exercise in futility sometimes. Okay? So I don't get it because at the
most of them, like Showore and that Prince, they are very difficult to defend. Well, what will you use to say, okay, vote for this person?
Yes.
What are those criteria that you want to push out to people to say, okay, this is what they have achieved. This is what is achieved. Apart from just talking and say, this is what I have.
When they ask Showore some questions, everything is that I will send them to jail. I will do this. Come on, this is a civilized society. You are not even there, and you are telling people, is it easy to do like that? You don't have National Assembly there. The court are there. Even EFCC that are prosecuting case of corruption, how many are they successful? If today they are successful, before you know, the Supreme Court will release them. Or court will release them.
I said like in the north, there is one governor now. He's becoming popular every day. Governor of Borno State. That guy, since this whole what they call it, removal of subsidy. That guy have done state palliative since other states are still roaming about.
So I made mention of that guy before. Borno State is not a rich state. What are states like Delta, Rivers, and Co?
So what did Borno do?
He paid, for example, before the palliative, we have started giving maybe 14 or 15 Congos of rice. That means half of a big of 50 kg, 25 kg. And then giving to citizens, the poor people. He bought a lot of new buses to carry people from one place to another.
You know that, yes.
Free of charge. He started giving the copper 35,000 apart from what they get from the federal government.
Wow.
He has built a lot of new schools and all the children and also have hostel accommodation for them.
Yeah, Governor Zulum, yeah.
That guy seems to be somebody that with his head screwed on.
With security, very good security. He bought a lot of vehicles for soldier, police, and them to 24-hour patrol.
He even put security on the farm so that the farmer can go to farm.
Thank you. And to protect it. Okay. So if this Borno State guy can do all of these things, what can you say of even our Oyo and Co?
This in Benue State, Plateau, they are just leaving it.
So when we talk,
no, when Otum was during his own tenure of 8 years, was just lamenting and he was just lamenting and lamenting. They did not do anything.
To Nigeria, that guy doesn't stay in his office and distribute this thing. He always there while they are distributing it. He doesn't want any story because he understands Nigeria.
He goes to the war zone. He goes to the war zone.
He will be there to deliver those palliatives to the people by himself. He always there to
observe. We have certain leaders that are capable of doing this. You see Zulum doing this type of things, and you see someone like Wike doing it. Wike is a criminal, but he also is very hands-on. He goes there.
No. People are doing. If Wike play his game very well, in the next 8 years, there's a possibility between him and Umahi that can be vice presidential candidate. You see all of these people.
But, Remy, you see people coming here now, they will say he's one of the criminals, he's a thief, he's corrupt, he's doing this. But the people that have not been tested, are you sure they are not corrupt also?
Remember, Wike was commissioning projects every week, inviting governor of other states to come and commission, inviting people to come and commission. The same money they gave to him.
Even Obi commission for him. Even Obi.
I said everybody. Even Delta State received the same amount as Rivers. What did they do in Delta?
Okowa was the failure in Delta.
That one is a big rogue. That Okowa. They are just eating money left and right.
Some people like Okowa, like the people in the Agbo area, they like him, that they built a lot of things in that area.
Yeah, because if you look at it, in the Buhari 8 years in government, Delta State received the highest allocation.
Nothing to say, my brother.
Yeah, they received the highest allocation.
You know what? To Nigeria is from Delta State.
Yeah.
You should be able to even give us an insight to what happened in Delta more.
Yeah, let me know.
And I think it's from the Igbo side of Delta. What Okowa did was to pull all the resources, everything that he did for 8 years in Nasaba.
I don't know where I'm from. I don't have my school certificate. My birth certificate, I don't even know where it is.
Okay, Tunaja, you visited
Nigeria is having another discussion somewhere.
No, somebody.
He's listening to another thing. He's listening to another thing.
Lie. No, he said lie. Is it lie? You need to mute your.
Muted him.
No. Okay, mute him. Yeah.
So what
I was saying, I don't have my birth certificate. If anybody knows where it is, they should let me know. I don't know where I'm from. I could be Fulani for all you know.
Don't give out your details online.
We already know you are either from Edo or you are from Imo or Abia.
No, to Nigeria, I can bet it with my left ventricle. It's from Delta State.
Yeah, the way you speak.
Okay, maybe I'm from Delta State then. Maybe I'm from Delta State.
You speak more or less.
And even to be more specific, he's from the Ika. He's an Ika man.
Yeah, you should be checking out your left side. Okay. Oh my God.
But whatever, what we are just trying to say is that look at that governor performing wonders like that. So that is an achievement. And that is what he can use in the next 8 years if he's becoming a presidential candidate. That this is what I've done. Look at our Bonu from war-torn city. Look at us. Go and check Bonu now. I checked them on YouTube. New school building, very good. New buses, new everything. Working hard for his own people.
Actually, he also enjoyed. Don't let us be blind to the fact that he also enjoyed a lot of
security,
security. No, it's not about security. The NGO project also. Because of
aid. They also got aid from World Bank
and that's what I'm saying. Because of what is happening.
Give that money to people like Okowa and the rest. Where would they be? They will eat it. They won't do nothing. In fact, I'm even very angry with some of the Southwestern governors from where I come from.
Especially the governor of Ogun and Oyo.
Those two, they are just useless.
Even this guy that is sick, it's only that he's sick, so we should just leave him for now. Even the Ondo guy did not do well.
He did not perform to expectation, to be frank. And our dancing governor have not done anything for the last 1 year. He continued to dance for that. That's what Oshu want. So when you look at the Southwest, to be frank,
dancing governor have shown nepotism in another scale. Appointing a member of his family in local government.
That guy does not even appoint one. No, there are like 3 or 2 there.
Yeah.
That is what is good for that people for
sure. You know what he did? You remember when he was attacked during the Eid Kabir prayer in Oshobo? You can imagine, how can you call yourself a Muslim? I don't even know the kind of Muslim, Nuruddin Jackson. Because I don't know where Jackson and Nuruddin comes together.
We don't even get it.
And you not turn back and you did not pray. How can you justify that? That because of talk did not allow you to pray, you turn back and you went home. Are you kidding me?
Blame if you take that man serious, then that's on you. I don't take that guy serious. I don't take that guy serious at all. If you observe, Davido is not complaining, but if some other person do that, you see Davido will come out and show activists. How can you?
That is why I say UFC that the kind of opposition that we have in Nigeria is not a progressive opposition.
At all.
We just oppose based on, in fact, we can oppose to bring the country to the ground. Now, if it is an APC governor that is behaving the way this guy is behaving, you will see the kind of what arise all those media houses will be bringing and be talking about. But now they are silent to all this.
So you know Femi Falana's son, Faz.
Yes, Faz. Yeah.
Yes, you know him. You know there was a time that Tinubu went to UK or France or where to do knee operation.
Yep.
Yes,
they
yes.
Like, why can't he do it in Nigeria? Blah 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 blah. This same Faz, he also have a problem of knee. He went to UK and do the operation there. I think he just returned to Nigeria, still there, recuperating. So people, hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy, yes, it's our number one.
It's just too much in that country. We don't have the technology to do that operation. So everybody can go abroad and do it. And I think that I like what the federal government want to do. If they can carry it out, that would be very marvelous. Only the Federal Indian Revenue Service will now take all the revenue to one pause. Custom will no longer charge you money before. You already know if you bring your vehicle, you just pay to the revenue service. I mean the tax FRSC directly. That would be very good. Because the custom, they will just do double, and they say you should pay this.
No, they negotiate now. It's something that is supposed to pay 2 million for, they can say bring 1 million. And they will issue you, they will share the money.
And they share the money. So, but now you bring the vehicle and you already know, if I'm bringing a 2015 vehicle and this particular brand, you already know how much you are going
and
to
you pay for a 211.
So it's a lot of way that we cheat ourselves in Nigeria, thinking that we are cheating.
Let me even tell you this, and we can generate a lot of money from that tax. Just recently here, how can a country that has a population of about just 35 million people, they said they are losing from VAT to only VAT, that they are losing about more than 3 trillion naira. I just converted to naira yearly to people that are not remitting VAT, businesses that are not remitting VAT. Imagine, for more than 3 trillion naira. That only on VAT. People that are not remitting, you cannot imagine how much they are getting from VAT alone. But in Nigeria, because when they collect VAT in Nigeria, I don't know how they will collect it from the people that are collecting it on behalf of the government.
See, Nigerian government getting money, this thing can be done. Most of the money they borrow just waste. If they can block a lot of loopholes in Nigeria, federal government can get whatever they want in Nigeria.
I totally agree with you. Block
it. As I said, the train. How can you still be using pen to issue a ticket at this time? That's just a way to steal government money.
Is the minister? That is the work of what's the name of this guy? This Siva guy. Amechi.
Yes.
No. Okay, fine. Amechi is gone. What are the MD there? What are they doing? They can implement those.
Let's wait and see what the present minister will do. Maybe we'll continue this cash collection that they are doing.
But they are doing it because now. It's not sustainable.
Even Lagos BRT, they don't take cash.
Thank you. Because
that was the reason why they canceled toll gates. If you remember, toll fees that time that is
Simba. This brings me to one point that I was really furious about last week. Lagos BRT don't take cash, but our embassy here in the UK asked us to go and get postal order to pay for something.
Just imagine.
What kind of?
But I don't know. I don't know because I renewed my passport here in Saudi Arabia, and I paid. It's online payment that we are doing. I don't know why your own.
They didn't ask you to bring postal order. Eh?
I don't even know what postal order means.
My passport.
I'm telling you, neither do I. Postal order was old when I was young, and yet the UK Office of High Commission makes Nigerians in the UK buy postal order to have their passport.
But I'm telling you, in Saudi Arabia, it's not even our embassy, in Nigerian consulate in Jeddah. I renewed my passport. What I did, I filled all the form online, made the payment online, I just went there for capturing. That's all.
That's all. And then
what is the UK one doing? What kind of racket is the UK one running? Why
Like that, someone need to take it up in the court, need to file a complaint so that they will remove that rubbish. It's possible.
They've been doing it for decades.
So it's not a universal thing, no. It's not a universal thing. So you can't. So forget about it. It's not a universal thing.
Then how is it carrying on in the UK? UK is even more advanced than Saudi Arabia, but yet.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? If you need money, we can borrow you. What do you mean?
Crafty people, okay? I told you.
Eh?
Crafty.
To Niger.
They said $20. You have £20. I mean, you have to get £20 postal order before you can have your passport renewed in the UK. I don't know how that is possible when it's not
even in Nigeria, they don't do that. So why are they doing it in UK?
Then why? Okay, then what is the problem? Because we have.
You understand? So sometimes when we see things, we have to investigate before we generalize it. Even in Nigeria, if you want to, when you got your passport in Nigeria, they ask you for postal order.
Then why are they doing it?
That's the question. Maybe it's a UK problem.
No, it's not the UK problem. It's our embassy that is doing it.
No,
just go attack your embassy.
It's the British that asked them to do like that. Let me tell you,
if the British asked them to do that, so why would you do it just because the British? Okay, why not just hold on? Let's say you wanted to pay the British money. Why not include it in the payment that you make online?
Because
why do you have to make your people go to the post office and embarrass themselves and buy postal order that is something that they used to do in 1980 something? that is not even funny. It makes us look like primitive monkeys looking for old ways to make payments.
And how did they generate it? So you have to go to post office.
You go to a post office, say you want £20 postal order, then they will get it out for you. What's wrong with this one? Eh?
But the postal order, is it a UK postal order?
It's a UK postal order now.
I think it has to be. I think it's something is a way of UK getting money from that too.
Yes, I think so too. That's what.
So then, why would our government agree to that nonsense?
It's not government. It's not a government. Because if we are telling you now, somebody is in Europe.
There is nowhere in the UK. You go to in the UK, they will ask you to bring postal order for payment for anything in the UK. Like literally, they won't.
Even when I was in China,
but somehow for Nigerians, you have to get postal order.
I want to renew my passport. I went to the Beijing embassy. What they did to me was to capture, and I paid the charge in the local currency of that country. That's enough. And under 4 or 5 hours, I got my passport and I flew back to Shanghai. It's so easy. And here in Europe, here the country that is Sweden. I've seen a lot of Nigeria. They travel to Sweden, and within 1 or 2 days, they pay in Swedish local currency because they are part of EU, but they have their own currency they are used, just like Denmark also. They pay the local currency, which is equivalent to what they charge as in Naira, and it's over. And then you get your passport, and then you can fly back to wherever you're coming from. It's easy. I think that's why I always tell you, be careful of those white people, especially from UK. They are the most crafty, very, very corny people. So you can see anything, they will generate money from your hand. That postal order.
Yeah, but is it not our leaders?
No.
The money. It's the process that annoys me more.
What we can do is if we can know other people working in different consular embassy in UK, like America, all of them, if the same thing, that's what they are doing. I think it's going to be uniform.
How long does it take you to renew your passport in Saudi Arabia, as you said, or China?
I forgot, but it's not up to. It's almost equivalent to what you do. I forgot because it's some few years back, but it's not so expensive.
It's about 5 months, so it takes in the UK.
No, 5 months, care.
Yes, in the UK.
Over
to Niger.
Yes,
I got my own within a week.
A week ago.
Yeah, in the UK, I don't know what they are doing to the UK people. It's
let me tell you what is going on. Let me tell you what is going on to Niger. The Nigerian, the immigration officer, they are the one doing the racketeering.
It's possible.
You understand? And they are making a lot of money from it now. And in fact, to me, it's one of those things that the new minister has to curb. They are not only doing it in UK, they are doing it in Nigeria. They will tell you if you want international passport, now they will tell you it takes 4 months. That if you now want express, You understand? They even have grade of express. They say if you want it within 2 weeks, you pay certain amount. If you want it within 1 month, you pay certain amount. So they create scarcity. And what they will tell you is that there is no booklet. But can make booklet available if you can pay extra.
Exactly. I think somebody told me that in the UK, if you pay more, they give you this in relatively quickly, maybe even the same day.
Yeah.
But what
Exactly.
I observe with them is that even to book the appointment, when you pay online, they give you 3 months appointment to show up. 3 months ahead.
So that means there are some people doing racket sales and Simba is totally right.
Then when you go in on the day, and they give you 2 months.
I fill my form, and once you fill your form online and everything is okay, the second day or third day you can go to, because in China they have an embassy in Beijing and they have 2 consulate offices in Shanghai and in Guangzhou. So you just have to fly to Beijing, and even if you fill your form today, everything is okay. You can also pay for it with your credit card or your debit card. They are set in the local currency.
I think what is making it difficult in UK is that we have a lot of Nigerians in UK. So it's a big market. It's a big market for them.
I think there's a lot of racketing going on.
That's what I'm saying. It's a big market for them now.
There's a lot of Nigerians in the UK, especially in the last 3 years. I think we had almost 200,000 come in. But it's not an excuse for the High Commission to be turned into a racketeering this thing, and people should pick up on it by now. Because 5 months to renew a passport, then they will ask before, when you make the payment online, you come to the High Commission, then you have to go to the post office to go and get a postal order. You need to see Nigerians queuing at post office in the morning on the high street, and then they will go and queue inside the post office to wait to buy postal order. People will just be looking at them like, what is wrong with these people? It's like, who uses postal order anymore?
If not because if people are afraid of going to Nigeria, it's better you renew your passport whenever you go to Nigeria.
That's another option. And
but if your passport is expired in the UK and you need it done to travel to somewhere.
No, you can travel. You can travel with an expired passport back to Nigeria.
Yes, I gathered that too. But if you didn't know that, like in my own case, then when I paid before to renew my passport, I didn't know that I can just go. I didn't know it was going to take that long too. So when they gave me 3 months, I said, okay, what if I wanted to just go to Nigeria and have it done? You can't too. Once you have already gotten involved with them, you can't just go to Nigeria and apply for another one again because you already applied. You see what I mean? So you are stuck in the process for 5 months, except you pay the money that they want you to pay. That is the problem our embassies are causing for us here in the UK.
Yeah, and that is why we see. Let me tell you, too, Niger. The issue with us as Nigerians, all of us, we just have to change our ways. If everybody is doing what they're supposed to do, let's say, for example, these embassy people, what stops them from doing the right thing? If they do the right thing, then it will make life easy for everybody. If me, as a doctor, I'm doing my work as a doctor, I will make life easy for Nigerians who require my service. If I work as a teacher, I teach very well. It will make life easy for my student. If you, as an engineer, you do your work diligently. So what stops us from doing all those things? Those are the things that we need. Do we need somebody to push us to do the right thing? We're all not doing the right thing. That's why we're having problems.
Simba, do you know what
I'm telling you, our
Nigerians. You know what is
Nigerians.
surprising me? What Nigeria is saying? Nigeria have a big community in UK. What are they doing? It's a big community.
Ask me. They've been doing
How
this.
can you guys not come together and fight this once and for all? Giving you all this.
You know, there was a time somebody fought. I think there was a time when one Nigerian, this thing was getting so bad once. A Nigerian guy got really close. I think it destroyed the ambassador's car at the embassy there. So they reacted and things improved for a bit. But now it's back again, and it's not changed for almost 2 decades. They've been doing the same thing since I got to the UK. Anytime you go there, you see Nigerians complaining.
There are 2 things going on. UK government is making you by buying that postal order, which is must stop because they don't do the same thing in Nigeria if they want to renew their British passport in Nigeria. So UK government is making you. Nigerian government official is also making life unbearable for you. So, which is not supposed to
I
be.
think it would have just been better get a cash machine, payment machine at the embassy. You just pay. The UK government can take it. What is the use of postal order?
You
Are you
cannot
doing
pay
money
online.
laundering?
You cannot pay online.
You cannot pay online. You cannot pay that money online. You can pay for your passport application, but the postal order one is different. It's like, why didn't you just, when we go to the embassy, why not you just have a machine? We just pay for it there.
No, you know why?
Send us to
To
market
Niger,
and a cake system.
to Niger, you know what? You know the solution to your problem. We are ready to accept you are coming to Saudi Arabia.
So this rate, everything I'm hearing about other countries right now, I begin to think that they are better than
They
the
won't
UK
give
right
you
now.
because they will see that it's residing in UK.
I like China now. I'm beginning to like China. It's just that it's too far from Africa. I want to be able to return to Africa
From
quickly.
UK, if you are traveling to Beijing, at least get ready for about, at least roughly if it's a direct flight, under 10 to 12 hours. If not direct, it's about 19 hours, one stopover.
If I was in China, Jesus, what I would do there. China is one of those places when you are there, you can almost do anything, especially if you're into tech. They have it all on the ground.
No, Baba.
What do you mean, no?
To Nigeria, I will tell you one thing. Chinese are not as open as the Western world. Even if you're a qualified engineer and if you are trained there, they don't sometimes give you job.
No, it's not about the job. It's about the technology you have access to. You can use it to build in Nigeria. Who cares?
Yes. Oh, if you are talking about on business.
Oh, yeah, I'm not coming to work for them. I'm coming to take the technology and send it to Nigeria and use it to build in Nigeria.
Of course, you can do that.
They manufacture everything. They have access to everything. So you can buy any components, send it back.
I've been to several cities there, more than 15 cities. Do you know what I learned? If what Nigeria can do 50% of that country will turn around. What they do is very simple. Like, for example, if you go to a city in China, if that city is, there's a city, they call it Shaoxing. That Shaoxing, what they are doing there is manufacturing of lace and fabric material. All those laces that Nigeria like, that they used to produce from Holland before. Now, that city is as big as maybe 60% of Ibadan. And there, everybody is producing different lace. You can go to every factory. You can, any design you want, expensive, not expensive, you get it. And when you leave Shaoxing, you go to like a province, they call it Shandong province. There is a city I went there. They have natural resources for glass, and there you can buy different kind of glass made products. So what they do is that each city, if this is what you are doing, like for example, like let's say your state now, and let's say on your town, what they do is just to craft, art and craft. Everybody in that city will be doing that job, and government will support them. They can even give them soft loan. But in Nigeria, you cannot say, okay, this city is known for this. Everybody want to do everything. So they use that advantage very well.
Do the Chinese did they wear lace?
No, they are producing for Africa and
Imagine that. Can you imagine that?
Every Chinese wear t-shirt and short and normal.
Imagine.
Making garri now. They are even growing garri for us now.
Yeah, they can package it.
And
so that is what they do. And
Shenzhen,
what I like,
Shenzhen is the one I'm interested in because of the tech.
Shenzhen is just like the Silicon Valley of America. In Shenzhen, they produce a lot of that. That is where they have the biggest factory in the world. They call it Foxconn. This Foxconn have its own city with almost close to 500,000 people working for them.
Wow.
In this their place, they have their machine never stop. They have hostel for their workers. They will give them breakfast and dinner, and they have recreation facilities. So people work there. They are the one assembling all those things we are using, like laptop from Apple, from HP, from Samsung. Samsung is not included. All of those famous were except Samsung and mobile phone, iPad, whatever. Anything you want, you get in Shenzhen. Shenzhen is another city in Guangdong province. So anything you want, you will get it in China. If you want, a friend of mine came from America, and then we went to from where I stay in Shanghai, we went to another city. What he did that we went to go and do logo because it's a redeemer. We went to go and do a logo for face cap, for tie, and for clip like cufflinks, just to put the logo there. The guy spent about roughly $3,000, and when he went back to America, he sold everything for $21,000. It was crazy. In the next 6 months later, he came back again. It's a good friend of mine. So you can see opportunity abound there, which that kind of opportunity can also be in Nigeria, big population. But one thing I learned from these people is that no matter what happens, they are country first. Nobody is abusing leaders. They can abuse, but they're not going to it. They love one another to this. This is business. Oh, Jimmy, Thomas, Simba, Junaja, let's come together and do business. Not that we want to outplay one another or cheat one another. So the patriotic something is there. But when you look back into our home country, it's not the same thing at all. If we truly love ourselves and we take ourselves as one, then the sky is the limit. If we follow this kind of example, I think that they have done very well for themselves, really, to be frank.
Yeah, they did very. In those guys, they are manufacturing this thing, man. If I was there, my God, I would have built a very, very large institution right now. Most of the companies you see in the West, that's where they do their manufacturing.
But now they move out. If you really want, I don't know what you want, but if you want to produce lace or fabric material now, China is not the end thing. You have to go to a country like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and also Indonesia. But China is moving from that manufacturing base to more technology and service-based industry.
Yeah,
and they're into robotic and AI now. They're one of the best in the world.
That's what I'm interested in.
Yes, all these things you are seeing all over the world. When you see electric bus in your city, try to check the back of that bus. You will see something like Yongkong, Chinese wall. They are the one producing them from China. So they have really moved away. So they don't want to be manufacturing hub anymore. They are moving to high-end technology services. When you see things they have done or they have acquired over years, but that's also telling me that a country must be relatively stable. And then you are right, not a lot of interference from the external world, but that depends on the people themselves.
Yeah, I think what they've done is a strategy. They said they are trying to start their own hardware manufacturing, especially in robotics, and in building hardware instead of just software alone.
Do you know that in Shanghai City, if you go out from your apartment, as you are opening the door of your apartment, you want to go into the elevator, there's a camera. Of course, everywhere the camera will catch you. And once you step your feet on the road, anywhere you go, there is camera everywhere. I've never seen a large chunk of camera like that in my life. Any alley, anywhere, they will catch you. Camera will catch you. As you are leaving, going to bank, just they follow you all around.
And they have facial recognition with it.
Yes, I wanted to say that they have been using facial recognition for a while now.
The facial recognition is one supermarket in a city close to Shanghai started that one. So you go into this supermarket, and once you finish whatever you are doing, they already capture your eyes. You just use your eyes to pay because your eyes is already connected to your wallet. Your wallet can be on your phone. So nobody carry cash. Nobody even carry card. So you still carry debit card, credit card. They don't need that, okay? All your money is on your phone through their WeChat application. Through that application, you can buy your train ticket. You can buy your boat ticket or whatever, and you can pay for anything. Everybody use that in China. Nobody carry cash. So your money is already on. If they want to pay your salary, they can pay directly to your wallet on your phone. That's all what they do. So it's so easy. Yeah.
When it comes to technology, Asia countries are far, far, far ahead.
No, they are number one.
They are
far ahead. Yeah, they are good. They are good. And they continue to innovate. All this TikTok you are talking about, TikTok is from China. They used to call it Douyin in China, and in the outside world they call it TikTok. If you know that app alone, what they use it to do in China, it makes life easy for everybody. Anything, you can even make money through it. You even can get some, if you shake your phone, you can get some 0.05 or so many things. They have a shared bike. Before I want to introduce that shared bike to Nigeria, I went to a company by myself, thinking if I can bring that shared bike to Nigeria, that would be very good. But what they told me,
bike.
yes, yeah, they use that one a lot. They have a lot of shared bike stations. You ride the bike as low as as low as 1 RMB, maybe to naira is around, I don't know now, maybe around 100 plus or 200 plus naira per 1 hour or more than that, or for 30 minutes or 1 hour. So the more you ride more, the more they give you incentives. So people can ride bike from one station to another station. You can ride now and then you put it at another. Let's say, for example, Lagos. Let's say you ride from, let's say, from National Stadium in Surulere in Lagos. You ride to Yaba. And in Yaba, there are several stations. You just park the bike, you lock it in, and then once you use your phone to unlock it. And then once you put it there, you also use your phone to lock it back so that you are finished riding. They will not continue to charge you money because you attach your wallet to that app. I mean, you put your debit card or credit card information there so that they can take their 200 naira, 300 naira. So once you do that, another person can pick the bike. So there are different stations around the city, so you can ride your bike easily. There is no need for you to steal it because so many of them in the city. But the reason they discourage me is that they said that Nigerian people, maybe if they can destroy, I said that it destroys not, they won't destroy your thing, but they are afraid that maybe the government will not give them that opportunity to set up that kind of thing. But I think we should try, talk to them, but at the end of the day, it's like they are not interested. So there's no way I continue to do that. All these things we are talking about, there is no fuel, no blah, 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 blah. If we have that kind of platform in big city in Nigeria, who cares about car? And our road are motorable. In China, there is a road for people to ride their bicycle by the side. And you can ride an e-bike or this shared bike. You don't need vehicle. Why you're going from Yaba to, you can ride a bike, which is healthy. So Nigerian people will love that, but unfortunately, we must have people should also change their orientation. Initially, when they start this kind of business in China, people also destroy their bike. Sometimes they take it to, they will throw it into the river or into the lake. But what they do is very simple. In connection with the police, before you register on their platform, they have your identity. So once you pick the bike and then you are unable to return it, they already know, oh, it is Simba, and they go and arrest you. Okay, it's easy. So because we don't have that database in Nigeria, we are just making life unbearable for our citizens. There are so many ways we can do or copy a very good system. Here in Finland, they are using the same system too. You have a shared bike here, but I think their own is a little bit more expensive. Even here, they have what we call shared, that kind of, what do you call it? That kind of, it's a scooter, electric scooter that you can just stand on and then it will take you from one place to another. They have it here. I think probably they have in America or England too. It's also shared scooter here. People can also ride it from one destination to another destination. So many opportunities and so many ways you can make. If we do that in Lagos, for example, who cares about paying 1,000 or 2,000 for a bus? You can just from one point to another, maybe 10 or 20 minutes with a good road, you are already there where you are going. So when you look at it, the way they make life easy and meaningful for their citizens, fantastic, really.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm frustrated with our own leaders, that they just seem to have signed up to this is our way of life, and they don't understand that
all this I've been talking about, all these companies, they are private companies. Government just have enabled platform and regulation. It's not that it is government provided this bicycle. It's all private company. And we can have 2 or 3 types in a city. And they also give incentives. They might tell you, if you just register now, the first 2 or 3, 4 hours of your ride is free. And after that, you pay money. If you ride for so kilometer or so something, then you pay €1, 1 RMB, or you pay 2 RMB. It's so cheap that everybody can afford, okay? And so I just don't understand our people. even all of this thing, I'm thinking about introducing this kind of service around universities area. What they do in China is that they have what we call university town. So those university town have like 2 or 3 or 4 universities around that place. Not like you have UI here and then we have another one there. So, and their university are extremely big. In fact, when you look at their high school self, you talk less of university. So many opportunities that you will be amazed. How do these people do this? University has tries of size of UI, different faculties, and they have laboratory equipment. You would love to go to school, or you would love to work there. Everywhere is just maintained, and school for most of them in the university is nearly zero tuition fee for them. And then they give them subsidized meal, just like the whole Nigeria. How much do they pay for eating their lunch or dinner in the university? The library is super equipped, and they continue to encourage you to study. That is why you see most Asian kids, they can study very well. Averagely, you can see them wearing glasses, studying, and they come out big. And they are men. They like something like mechanical engineering. They like something like software, mechanical engineering, hardware engineering. They also like computer and IT services. But there are women, they prefer to go for human resources management, and something like teaching, education. So, and everybody is living fine, no problem. It's a very good system, really.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we want to be, wanting for our own people to, instead of, settling for rock clearing, mine clearing vehicles. When you have opportunity to change your country's destiny, for me, when I heard that guy saying, "Just tell us what you want, be honest," then he says, "My team are eager." Yeah. I don't know how many times you're going to hear that.
Okay, guys, I have to go. It's nice talking to you today.
Yeah, it's been nice having you on too. I appreciate your time and all. And to
Welcome,
everyone, I think
Simba.
we should be rounding up actually. I'll be rounding up in a moment. So let's just
Okay,
carry
you
on.
are
Let me
This
you are the
Finland
host.
man, the Finland
which,
man,
which Finland man.
is the one talking about China but lives in Finland.
Yes, I used to live there, I used to live and work
Why
there.
did you live? Why did you live in the first place? Why
It's
didn't
for
you stay?
it's for education. I want to further my studies.
But if the education is so good, why didn't you stay back?
But I have a better opportunity here, so I came here.
So that means no matter how you try to paint the China, you still have
Mhm.
some deficiencies, right?
Yeah, of course they do. I don't want to talk about their immigration policy and some of the other
Why
difficulties.
not?
We'll
Why
talk
not?
about it.
Let's
Maybe
put
another
something
day.
in service.
But for now, I am going. I have to go to work. So
You know
Okay.
that novel idea that you just talked about now, the
yes,
uh,
yes,
bike business. You
yes.
know, as novel and as nice as you painted it, even if the government said today we are going to give incentive to whoever is trying to bring that kind of business, you
Mhm.
know the kind of culture we have in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know they are
It-
afraid about that one
that
too. Yes.
that some people will be praying that let it die, die, die. They don't mind burning the entire bike in the whole street for you.
Yes, it's possible.
That is the kind of
So
mentality and
that's
culture
what
we
I'm
have.
trying to say, that we must develop a very good database that have
Government,
record of Nigerians
government,
and ID and everything like that. Because
government built.
mm,
Even if you like, have all the data of even the ancestors and even unborn children. Go and have their data. Some people in Nigeria they are hell bent in destroying. Did you see the video of those people destroying and removing the iron cast on the rail line? Did you see that video?
yeah, of course. And you see what happened to Second Niger Bridge, a newly built bridge, and
Oh
they
yeah,
oh my God! And
yeah, they're
inside
already vandalizing.
they burnt the
Yeah.
BRT buses on the case of their
Oh
protest.
yeah.
The
Oh
mindset
yeah.
is terrible, really.
That it's not those people that said it's a poverty mindset. That's a lie. Oh.
That's the,
That's
like,
not a poverty
the
lie.
mindset is terrible. The mindset is not good at all.
It's not. It's not. Can you imagine? Government will build infrastructure. The one that we won't beg them to build.
and here we are destroying it with our own hand. I mean, just to scrap metal. Did you see the collapsed building in Abuja? Those scavengers bombarded the place and started cutting the iron rod and everything. Sometimes when I imagine that whatever it is that we're complaining about in Nigeria, we deserve it. We do. Because, and these are the kind of people, we don't obey law. We we're kind of this kind of human being that when we're abroad we obey the law, but when we are home we don't. It doesn't apply where we are home, but when we are abroad in a foreign land, we obey their law, we abide by it because back home at any time. That's the kind of person people that we are. Our mindset is whack, you know. But when you have society that value things, that are open-minded, that are open to development, that they know that their lives and the generation to come lives are going to be transformed, they will embrace it. They will welcome it. They will pay the price. I was watching a documentary when Rockefeller's building was built in New York. It was one of the most iconic building in New York there. The tallest building actually in the entire world. People are coming everywhere around the globe to come and look at it. Till today, it is still iconic. But people paid price. People died. People volunteered to work on that building. That's the kind of vision and kind of people that we're talking about. But unfortunately, we don't have that in Africa, not just in Nigeria. We don't. Because somebody is thinking of how he and she alone can benefit at the detriment of others. So don't bring back, if you bring back and say government want to introduce that kind of scheme and people to invest their money in it, guess what we will do? Tomorrow you will see it on the pages of newspaper. We will come on a show like this. Or on our sleep television, we will criticize this that other countries are building infrastructure, building light rail or fast speed rail. And here we are saying we should be riding back. So you'll be criticized. That's kind of people we are. So sometimes we decide what we get, Jerry. We'll be all right, last, aren't we? To Niger, to Niger, Simba, who they here? Hello?
Oh, I can hear you.
Are you gotta be kidding me. Nobody answered me. I thought, why are you guys always asleep? Whenever it's time for me to talk, you guys will just go to sleep.
No, I think it's because it's beginning to round up. That's why you didn't speak for a long, long time.
I was
And
listening to you guys. You guys were making a lot of sense. I was listening. You see, I like to listen to people. I like to, hear people's mindset. Just to, it's good.
okay.
Listening is good, but we talk most and we don't even hear each other's out. So it's part of our
Mm,
problem. But it's good. Active listening is the best. Is the
yeah,
best teacher.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Listening. Yeah, I
listen.
need to do some more listening actually. So
Yeah.
listening is harder. And that's the problem.
It's it's not easy. It's not easy to
Yeah.
and habit to inculcate, but when you start practicing it, for
Yeah, it's
example,
very interesting. That's what I
if your
do
job,
on Twitter. One thing when you go on Twitter, it show you what go through people's mind when you when you yourself don't tweet all the time. Like you just pay attention and read through tweet. You see what now. I get what you are
yeah,
saying.
to
Yeah.
Nigeria, if your job involves talking to people, interviewing people, psychologically reading their mind and picking from everything that they say, you before you know it, it becomes part of you. You listen more than
Yeah.
talking. It's something that you practice. Instinctively, human beings not capable of doing that because before we even say something, we formulate our answers in our head. So as you're receiving it, you're having your own mindset, your own opinion, forming it with a little bias, and you give the answer. But most time when you listen, uh, you gain more.
Mm,
You gain
yeah.
more. That's what I do most time. But if they call me, then I'll respond. If they don't call me, I'll just be quiet. Some occasions I'll put in some jara just to keep the conversation going. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I also think
mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I think some other people on the platform too does this most time. Um, if you notice Rudolph on the Dr. Danuji show, he does it too. I think he's being trained as a journalist or he's
Yeah,
training rather.
yeah,
He
that's why now
listens to
it's good
people.
at
He
listening.
picks,
Yeah.
yeah, he picks from people, and it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. It's a very good attribute where you listen to people because
Uh, uh,
90% of
but
our communication is yeah.
but let me say one thing. What yes, it's good, but one thing I don't like, sometimes some of our people we allow things to just slide. When someone lie, we don't stop them to correct them. We just allow it to
Mm.
slide. It's not to me it's not good. I don't care if you're a
Yeah.
journalist or what. You need to stop people when they are passing out fake news. It's very, very important. It may disrupt the conversation, but yes, at least correct that person instead of allowing him to
Yeah,
just pass fake news.
the technique to that is simple. There'll always be a time for you to respond or to have a rejoinder. When you respond, immediately that person is making that submission. Guess what you're doing? You are kind of like you're foiling that person because it's going to be defensive. Now you are putting him on the spot. Now, when it comes to your turn, I remember the quote of this John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis, and it was the one. Was it John Lewis or the other man? I forgot. It might be the
Is
other
it
guy, but
is it late John Lewis?
yes, Louis
Oh,
John Lewis. I think it was John Lewis or the other man, the other guy from is it South Carolina or North Carolina? Both of them are dead now. It was talking about having the opportunity of 3 minutes to make submission House of Assembly, and said this opportunity, if I don't make of it, I'm done. If I make of it, good for me and humanity. Now you have to wait for the appropriate time to make your rejoinder, because if you respond immediately, that person will become defensive. An argument will ensue, and nobody will be hearing each other's out. But it's not about letting it slide. As long as you know there's opportunity that is going to come your way, then you can make that correction in a way that is a little. It's not coming from a biased place, but you have your fact and you are stating it. You'll be surprised most time when a journalist or a broadcaster makes some submission on here and they come back to correct themselves or they argue, maybe the following day they come back to make that correction. It's
you're right.
because you bite and you let it cool
You're right.
back
I
and you
agree.
now, yeah. So they do that a lot. It's something that is an attribute that we have to learn to practice. Myself, I'm still learning. I'm still, I mean, I'm not saying that from time to time I don't interject to correct or to correct some impression and all that, but it's good if you well, this our show is not regulated, so anybody can say anything. Sometimes people even get tested and get a little bit all worked up because of what somebody said and all that. For what you are not going to get paid for what? It doesn't make any sense. In as much as you disagree with that individual, it's all about opinion, not necessarily that what he or she said is correct, right? So I always have that at the back of my mind, and I listen to people. People are really smart. You'll be surprised what people say, the fact and information that they have. You know, there's a saying that when you
Adewale,
keep yeah.
Adewale. See, I noticed one thing. Even our leaders do this thing also. Because
Yeah.
when it comes to the issue of Nigeria, when people want to solve any problem, what they don't do is that they don't factor in the Nigerianness because we have because our people are different. The way they do, the way they behave. So some people they don't factor in that. That's why sometimes even when government pass good policy, it end up not working. You understand me? We don't always factor the Nigerianness. Let's forget the big English and all those things. But the
You're correct.
Nigerianness of it.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. We,
But
you know,
anyone
we
in
have our.
government knows that though. Anybody that goes into government knows Nigerians, and yet they still make policies for Nigerians expecting it to work. They should have made a plan that takes Nigerians into account, because they know anybody that goes out in Nigeria and wants to do anything, they know Nigerians. So we always factor that in. We go to hospital, we factor it in. We take taxi, we factor it in. We go and meet people, we factor it in. So I don't understand when suddenly they get into office, they pretend as if, oh, they don't know Nigerians. They know exactly what
Ah,
Nigerians are going to do.
you're right, they do. It's just that, you know, for any public office holder or elected leader, they have a power interest behind them and also some power interest that is against them. So they contend with that. They also contend with fake news, rumors, because they want to make sure they do the right thing and get accepted by the people. But they also have this powerful, you know, group set of people that are hell bent in derailing whatever good plan that they have for the people that they're elected to serve. So these are the kind of things that they contend with. That's why you see, you know, politicians come into office, promise something during the election or during the campaign, and they get to the office and they're doing the opposite because it's all about bargaining, it's all about cutting deals, it's all about winning for them. But at the same time, they have to contend with those forces. Don't be surprised. You know, the union laborers or the labor unions, uh, those pressure group, so to say, they will come out to say something in the public and they will go behind to negotiate their way. Those are how society works. It's just that our people, our own leaders are a little bit brutal about the way they govern. They don't have the how do you put this now? The they don't have the grace to help people or to make life easier for people. They just don't care, about even if you come to Washington or you go to London, it's the same way the policies is being played. It's just that some have just been brutal more than each other. And in our own uh, part of the world, it's even more brutal because those people are deadly. They will go at any length. If they can't get you, with PR, they will take you out live. They'll kill you. Okay. Assassinations everywhere. You have mercenaries that will carry out their dirty work. So that's how deadly it is in our part of.
Yeah,
But
I think they will try. I think this is where when we want to approach, they will try to kill you if they know they cannot sway you. Then you have to make arrangements for that. I really hope our people are kind of more patient, the ones that are going to be looking to do some of all these things. And I must say, some of them are already taking risks in Nigeria every day, and they are
yeah.
putting their lives on the line, for Nigerians. So I think sooner or later we are beginning to start realizing that you have to make sure you survive most of the time. And personally, if I was the one doing it, uh, I will try my best to make sure I secure myself and make sure that I at least exercise enough caution.
Yeah.
Because you don't put yourself in vulnerable situations, and prepare for anything that. See, the idea that you want to go and do something for your people genuinely without getting swayed, if you want to go far, you have to be prepared for almost any sacrifice that is needed, including your own this in life. They might even blackmail. Was it not a Wheeler that they kidnapped her mother? So
Mhm.
you have to be prepared for everything. I think did she back down because they kidnapped her mother?
Because she had the backing of the federal government. That's
No,
why.
she did not back down. No, she did not.
You see what I mean? She was willing to sacrifice her own mother for it.
No,
That is
no,
the
no,
kind of
no. It's
stone
not
it takes.
necessarily. The federal government step in for
What do you
her.
mean not necessarily?
If
Yeah,
you look,
federal government stepped in.
the
They
fed,
rescued her.
the
What
government
if they
step
what
in
if they
for
didn't
her.
rescue her? Would she have backed down?
I mean, you're not gonna see Michael Zekome, was he not kidnapped?
Did
Hmm?
they back down?
No, no. What I'm saying is that you are not going to show weakness in the project, but at least when you know that you have a government agency that are ready to help negotiate on your behalf, somebody is going to step in for you, and you're not going to come out in the public looking weak. As if your
So
life
you,
is
so
over
you,
with.
so you, are you saying that if they had like said the government wasn't available to help her out, she would have like, you know what? I give up Nigeria. Give me my mother back. Oh. Do you think that's what she was gonna do?
Well, I mean, we all know the reason why her parents were, kidnapped in the first place, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
she wasn't willing to play ball. It's not just that. One thing is in any country, anywhere in the world, the worst enemy you could pick a fight with is with the government. If government doesn't have your back, talking about the government apparatus having your back at the end of the day, anytime you're on the wrong side. I'll give you an example. Um, Nnamdi Kanu right now, he's on the wrong side of the government. If anything happens to Peter Obi tomorrow, the government will rise up and defend him or protect him. Let me put it that way, because it's not because he's into politics. It's now a prominent Nigerian, all right, happens to be in politics. This game called politics. But the likes of Nnamdi Kanu will not have that kind of protection from the government. So the worst agency or the worst people you can have or pick a fight with is with government. If you doubt my statement, ask Emefiele and
Oh,
EFCC
no,
guy.
I know that now. Government has the power of the people by his side now. So it's a very dangerous game. Even in the Bible, you were warned now. Don't mess about with leaders, man. Because
So
they are ordained from
Mama,
heaven.
Mama Okonjo-Iweala, has the government backing. So that's why. But that is just the way it's been done. It's been played. These people are
But I
deadly.
was trying to find out whether she was willing to sacrifice her mother. Do you think she was
No,
willing? You
I
don't
don't
think
think
she was
anybody
willing?
would want to do that. I don't think anybody would want to do that.
So, are you telling me if your mother was at stake, and then the problem of Nigeria was on the other side, you are going to solve all the problem of Nigeria, and your mother was on the other
No,
side, you would choose your
you will
mother
be
over the.
surprised.
Many Nigeria will not do it.
Yeah,
They will not
to
sacrifice their
Nigeria,
family.
to,
I am telling
to
you.
Nigeria. It's
Mm-hmm.
two working.
They are not enough.
If the government willing to back you, yes, you want to come out appearing tough. But if not, there's a way you play it out. Your
But you're not.
parents
But that's
too.
not the question. The question is, you are the government. You have
Yeah.
the power now to fix the entire Nigeria's problem, but somebody kidnap your mother and say you have to stop what you are trying to do to fix all Nigeria's problem.
Oh,
Would you
me
back off?
personally.
Because yes, would you back off? Okay, I shouldn't make it personal, but what do you think people should do when they are put in that kind of position?
I'm trying to pick my brain. Well, if I happen to be in that position to make that call, it must have been the country that uh, are willing. I mean, anybody can die for, but Nigeria won't care good about you whether your parents are dead or not dead. No, I won't make that call. I will not
So you can solve
make that call.
Nigeria's problem, and you are willing to sacrifice your mom. That you're
No,
willing
I'm
to
not.
keep your mom alive
I'm
to and keep
yeah.
leave
I'll keep
Nigeria's problem as it is.
that by the grace of God. My parents will stay alive to raise the fruit of our labor. Not me sacrificing them for what in Nigeria. But if the
Nigeria,
country
this
have
is a good, like
if,
this is a good one.
if the country have my back,
Oh
then
my
I will tell
God!
my parents.
Even your
Yes.
mom will tell you, "What are you doing? Let me
No, no,
go."
no. It depends. If you have benefited from the country, let's say the country has been good to you. Don't get me wrong, the country has been good
No,
to so many of
see,
us.
the
One way
country
or the other.
is gonna. You are about to have the power to fix the country. That's what you forget.
For example, the
You are gonna
position
save
where upon
millions of lives every year because of what you are gonna do. But because of just your mom or the
okay,
proverbial mom, you are gonna say, okay, fine, let that millions of lives be lost every year just for one person.
like I said, erosion has to do with give and take. If the country has been good to you and the country has your back, of course you
But
want to
you are
give
the
back.
country now. That's what my point.
No,
You are the
no,
one
no,
in
no, no. What
charge
I'm saying,
now.
no, no, no. I'm still going with the situation
No,
Okonjo-Iweala
Adewale,
found
let me tell you
herself.
something. No, hold on, Adewale. For you to even be in Okojo-Iweala
Yeah.
position, the country have done a lot for you already.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
Well,
For her to be in that position, the country have already done a lot for her.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me? So there's no you are not going to escape
How
this.
about the life
It's
you
either you
have?
choose
The
this
very
or
Yeah,
the
life
but
other.
you have is given to you by that man.
but as good as the country was to her, she was not willing to sacrifice her parents for Nigeria.
She wasn't
All right,
willing.
she was not. She
How
was
do you
not.
mean? She
But
backed off and she was like, ah, I'm not doing anything until you get my parents back. Is that what she said?
no, no, no. The government helped step in to rescue the parents.
But how do you know
Okay,
that she was not willing to sacrifice her parents anyway?
she okay. Being as she was as a prominent Nigerian, there's no way she will come out and categorically say, "Look, my parents first, country second." Okay, she's not going to say that. Nobody, no public office holder is going to do that. Okay, because that would be detrimental to her career, detrimental to her status in society. But behind the curtain, she's not going to or willing to sacrifice her parents, no matter how old they are.
Okay,
But
now
we can only try.
now that you said that, so and you also said that even with your own parents or anybody, you shouldn't advise you or don't advise them to sacrifice their parents to fix a
Now,
whole nation. Okay, now I'll go to this. What do you think somebody like Putin would do? What do you think somebody like Donald Trump would do? What do you
see,
think somebody like Saad of this in Saudi Arabia would do? You can answer. What do you think they would do?
those are selfish, egoistic, devil incarnate kind
They
of
are
people
all
that you
like
have
that.
mentioned.
What do you think Rishi Sunak could do?
No, no, I'm just saying. Some people have some level of compassion than another. Like your uncle, your friend in the UK, your former peer.
But is it about compassion or about just being too selfish?
It's not about being too selfish. You have to weigh your options. For the entire country, you know that some sacrifice you will make. That you know that even though, for example, like the one carried out by this Dr. Adedevo, you remember her name, right? The one that isolated after Ebola.
That save us from Ebola.
Exactly. Those are the sacrifice that you can make that it involves you. But we're talking about the parents, all right? Look, if it involves you, you can say, you know what, after all, I have kids, I have family, they'll be fine. But I'm gonna do this. But we're talking about your parents. You're now being able to make a choice for Nigeria and to your parents. My loyalty first is to my parents, not to Nigeria.
But your loyalty to your parents were given life by Nigeria itself, and given that Nigeria, you are representing millions of people, not just your parents. Isn't that a bit of a
So
betrayal? You are putting one
I think
person's life to be more important than the life of millions.
so I should let my parents stay in the den of the kidnappers and die there without making any move
I-
for
I-
any sense.
no, no, you will make move. That's no. Don't make a mistake. You will make move to try to save them. But what it
Okay.
comes down to, whether if let's say you lose your parent or you lose the nation, which one would you choose?
As far as Nigeria is concerned at this moment, save my parents, lose the nation.
Okay, that is quite a choice. Personally, I
So
think that
Naija, so Naija, so
any
Naija,
leader that is
so
worth their
Naija,
salt, that calculation is not even
so
that hard
Naija,
to
let me
make.
come in here. I kind of understand the Adewale's position because if you look at Nigeria, anytime you even try to save Nigeria, Nigeria would later turn against you. You that's made ultimate sacrifice or to save them or to help them. They will always come back to bite that hand and feed them. So I don't blame Adewale
No, I think
That's
that
crazy.
for picking his parents first.
I don't think it's about them. It's about what the person wants to do that has the power to change the country. Because if you it didn't, you wonder why our nation never changes, because we have been lured to think that our lives are more valuable or our thoughts are more valuable than the thought of others. We forget that as a community we are an entity, so we are the expendable. We as because we are always going to be expendable. We are all going to die eventually. So what difference does it make? If you make the necessary
Yeah, but
sacrifice and
you are
your children
dying
are
for a
better
You are
off,
right.
cause.
That's guarantee. That's
Yeah, but
guarantee.
listen,
because you
uh,
are dying for a purpose. But if you leave your mom and the mom, okay, let's say you save your mom and the nation suffers, your mom is still going to end up like everyone else, pass on peacefully on her bed, but for no purpose. The future of your people have just been imperiled or a kind of diminished because you were acting illogical. Because it's not logical. You put one person's life over the life of millions of people. You see what I mean? And this person's life you were talking about is somebody that has already had children, that has already lived a full life. You put
Yeah,
her
but
life before the life of
but
millions
so
coming.
Niger, I think for me, I will pick. I will choose Nigeria because if we save the country and solve the problem, at least everyone will be in a good position. So I will pick solving
Millions of
the
lives will be saved.
you
yeah
know,
Millions
you
of
know,
children will be saved. Your own children,
yeah
because you are not thinking about your children now. You sacrifice your children,
yeah.
your
You are
mom,
right. Your
UFC,
children.
your
Hmm.
own children's
UFC,
future. You sacrificed it on top of that too.
UFC,
Yeah.
UFC. Let us be practical, okay? I know in some instances we want to sound like, okay, yeah, this is what we would do in any ideal situation, but let us be practical here. You know, as it is right now, the scenario of Madam Okonjo that two Nigerian youths wasn't in that situation. She was working on behalf of the government, but the government has her backing, and I bet you if the government doesn't have her backing, she will find a way to, you know, pay ransom or even stop that idea that was even the reason why she was kidnapped in the first place. So the scenario I want us to play is this. You know, don't let us be too naive. Even people in government, those who are holding forth their constituted authority, they are selective in what they do and what they get involved in. And if we are not careful enough to know the kind of battle we will fight, there's a chances that we will lose whatever fight we pick. The reason why I said we should be pragmatic with what decision we make is that there's some instances where you don't have to carry the entire workload of the entire country on your head. Even right now, the most celebrated politician that we think might be an hero will tell you we're wrong when uh, um, that time comes. But if you're not selected, there are some fight that is not worth fighting. Now, why do I say this? In every time you find yourself in the public arena, you are between the uh, saving Nigeria at the same time rescuing Nigeria from the people that have ulterior motive or mindset. If you had worked in a public office before in Nigeria, you will realize that Nigeria is the most difficult society to govern because you have people that are hell bent in ensuring that whatever plan you have, Joel, not quite long ago, those uh, those lawmakers in the National Assembly, they were given humongous amount of money, and that causes a lot of uproar in the media. You guys remember, right? You guys remember that the
Yes.
two
Yes.
million
Yes.
US
I
dollar that
did.
was given to them,
Yeah.
and everybody was
The
shouting,
allowance.
"Oh, yes!" And everybody was shouting, "Oh, look at them! They are dividing the money among themselves. They're sharing the money. That's all what they know to do. They don't do anything." When I said, look, these people did not come from the sky. They were sponsored by a certain group of people that belongs to a political party. And these people, every now and then, I don't know if you know any politicians that you're familiar with. You know what they do? Every now and then, you will see crowd in front of every lawmakers, every politician, waiting for them to collect money from the politician. As they are coming into their constituency or to their community, guess what happens? those people are going to collect money from them. But these are the money that they use to give to these people. So in a situation where you are being, because I have family member that found that as himself in that situation now, he had to run to the state capital because he was going from his hometown to the capital every week and come back in the weekend. But he found out that not even his salary or whatever they had been paid is enough to satisfy the uh, uh, the appetite of these parasites that does nothing but just to suck you dry every week. Some will come to you, they need their children need school fees to be paid, burial, medical bills. Every time somebody is going to have or need something to be done. So when they collect this money, guess what? That is how the money will be shared and distributed. So in a situation where you found yourself as a lawmaker, but you are also answerable to your constituency, and your constituency, you have people that are there every day just to beg and help from you, right? But here you have to save Nigeria, you have to make laws, right? I hope you guys are listening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have to save Nigeria, you have to
Yes, yes,
make
we are
laws that will
listening. We
apply,
are listening.
that will apply to everyone. But the constituency that makes you, that presented you, that you're representing, are coming to you every day, knocking at your door, begging for alms, and they want the money. And if you don't give them, and the godfather, they will go back and wait for you till the next election, and that is when they're going to have their pound of flesh. But here you are trying to save the country by ensuring that law is being enacted and money is being disposed appropriately and spent judiciously. But here you are between the red blue sea when you have your constituency at your jugular. What would you do? What would you do as a politician and as just a regular person? What would you do? Would you compromise by giving them money or stand your ground and not giving them money and not get reelected and nobody political wise or amount to anything political wise? So what would you do? So that kind of situation we're going to find yourself if you are, you know, involved in politics. But of course, you know you are dining with the devil. You are involved with all these people, right? So when you want to make sacrifice, you have to look at the price you are going to pay. But if it's easier for you and I to answer the question by saying, of course, I won't give them no dime because hey, that's not what I've been elected for. But you that you are going into public office, you know you're going through the democracy where people will be involved. And when people are involved, you will have diverse view, diverse idea. Sometimes those views can be a little bit uh, something, scary, right? Because the mindset of people. So those are the kind of situation we find ourselves. And that's what makes it a little bit hard for the public office holder, coupled with culture, this culture of beggy beggy, this culture of entitlement. You know, if you've been elected into a public office and you don't have something to show for it and say, this is what you are able to put down while you are serving your people, you are being seen as a failure. That's the kind of culture that we have. So you want to present yourself, you want to look good, you want to be, amount to something politically. So what do? You start putting your hands in the cookie jar, right? And the chef will give us is who people are going to draw closer to. If you are a stingy person, forget about OB. OB is still going to spend money. Don't listen to all those rhetoric. politicians spend money one way or the other. They may not be stealing, like others, but they know they have a way of spending money on money, exchange hand. But that's the kind of situation you find yourself. And every day you be caught in the middle to defend the country, to make country right. But at the same time, here you are compromising. So I think the best choice is not to even go into it in the first place so that you would not find yourself in that situation. Or if you go into it, you go into it with your eyes open before you get your hand burnt. You can go back to your shell and remain who you are. You lose nothing, you gain nothing, right? So
I think you are using
that's
a
what.
lot of words to describe even simple sacrifice. You understand that this world that we are in is the nations that are leading in the world right now. The sacrifices they made is beyond like words, really, for their people. And if we can't, if we hold on to too, we hog life without understanding that life for you to succeed in this life and make it livable, you have to also be ready to give it up at your own time and choosing, because you will give it up. That is one thing for sure. It's always going to come calling, but you have to be proactive about it, about what you do while you are alive. And I think this is this dying for nothing thing that we do. We don't know we are dying for nothing. We are just dying living for one day at a time, while other people are dying for something. Hence, they control our futures. So I think that's what the life is all about. It's about saying, you know what, you're here in this life, you're gonna die. What do you do in between? Are you just living for living sake, or you are living to make a difference? And the ones that should live to make a difference are the ones that go on to this to control the world. I think I shared a video earlier on about innovation in the world and what is going on all around the world, from America, Europe, and the Asian countries. Africa is zero. The entire continent of Africa just disappeared, pew, completely. Like they don't even belong inside any innovation. So you have to have purpose for life. There is no purpose to our lives. So far, our purpose is to suffer and hopefully procreate. And even procreation, we don't even do it well. We are in a continent 12 times the size of India, but with the same population of India. So even in procreation, we don't even do it as well as others. So what is our purpose? Are we a done people that are just going to fade
Al-
away?
Also, also we have arable land we cannot feed
You,
ourselves.
you, you can't make
If
it up. You just can't make it up. Foreign finalists, none of them working. There is no purpose to our lives. And this is something that our leaders have taken away from us. And they've ensured we remain like people somebody cast with a voodoo spell in that state, like zombies. No purpose to our lives. Where a foreign minister of another country came to your country. This is people that colonized you. They came to your country. The guy was sounding so nervous. I like, and I knew. You see, this what makes it so poignant is that to recognize it, you won't recognize it until you know that it's going to come. I knew these opportunities are going to show up, but in the front of our military official, they were telling him, "Tell us what you want. Be honest. We are eager to help you." And all he can come up with that, that
Oh,
truck
I
with,
didn't watch the video though.
yeah, I can show it to you. I can play it again so you can see now. Like, what else do you want people that used to oppress you to tell you anymore? They are telling you, tell me what you want. Because they know we have some advantage now. Because if Nigeria moves away from them, the major nations in Africa has moved away from them. Ethiopia has moved away from them. South Africa has moved away from them. Nigeria moves, they are done. Egypt has moved. So let me see. What is this thing again? So, so for me to be hearing that, and our military official is just sitting there like, those husky tanks we're looking for mine detection. Maybe you people should carry on with the process because you stalled. This thing seems to have stalled. It's like, is that all? Don't you need nuclear weapons, submarine missiles? Ask them for everything. They will get upset and walk away, but they will think twice. Next time, when they think about you, they know you have ambition. They're not going to come here and start talking to you about stupid truck that you are trying to buy that you didn't get from them. That is how you have to show ambition for your people. So let me see if I can get it.
with you and your team to understand what your ambitions are. What we're doing is the stuff that meets your ambition. And candid with us.
Him talking about, are you hearing him talking about meeting our own ambition? Ew, I didn't even put the words well. Literally, the guy is begging. Tell us something. Tell us something so that we know we are working with you. Because they are nervous. They know they are nervous. Let me. It's like he's telling you about your own ambition, not for you, for himself. It's your own. And the guy, our guy wasn't even ambitious.
New government in Nigeria and new chiefs appointed to introduce myself, to establish new friendships, and to build on what has gone before. To invite you to be honest and candid with us about the things that we've been doing that perhaps you no longer care for, and the things that we haven't been doing, and that you would like us to do anew. Because I think it's important to us that we don't, that what we're doing is the stuff that meets your ambition for your army, General, whilst it is under your command. And my team are itching to have those conversations with you and your team.
See, itching more.
Team to understand what your ambitions are and how we might support them. And then, of course, obviously, events in Niger require a conversation about what the plan might be and what role, if any, the military might take. The United Kingdom's position is that we would expect, hope, that this can be successfully resolved peacefully with the regime in the army agreeing a rapid transition back to a democratically elected government. But it is essential at this time of growing instability and insecurity in this region that the friendship that the UK and Nigeria has allows us to speak to each other about what the plans could be and how we help to achieve the peaceful democratic outcome that we both hope for. So thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to come and meet with you today. Thank you for your hospitality in Army headquarters. Thank you to the warm welcome you've extended to the delegation, and thank you for bringing out so much expertise from the upper echelons of the Nigerian army to support us in our conversation. It's great to be here. Thank you.
On behalf of the officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army and the entire Nigerian Army community, I welcome the UK Minister for the Armed Forces and Veterans to these headquarters this afternoon. And I want to sincerely appreciate you for coming with such a high-powered delegation to visit us at the Army headquarters. And I also want to thank you for the rather long history, Shami. Our army is patterned along the British Army in terms of the organization, equipment, and that we have received assistance from the UK in the past, the BMAT, the training of our officers in RCDS, in RMAs, and other British military institutions. So we want to appreciate you for this. And we appreciate you especially for what you have done to assist us in the fight against insurgency and other forms of insecurity that confront us as a nation. We want to appreciate the BMAT, the OP Taurus, and other British efforts towards
You know, when he's talking about BMAT, it's basically training and advisory. That's what it means. So you would think they are giving them equipment.
operations in the Northeast and other parts of Nigeria. For the things that we do together, it's not that we don't care for them anymore. we do care for them. And so we are very much interested in continuing the partnership, especially the training, and even expanding on it where the UK government and the British Army is disposed towards the expansion. And we're open to other areas of cooperation. We're open to UAV training. We're open to special forces training. We're open to so many other areas of cooperation. And we'll continue discussion with the BMAT and the British Embassy in this regard. We are also open to the procurement of equipment on platforms from the UK. We are in discussion towards the procurement of the Husky mine clearance vehicles from the UK. I know that are stalled, but we appreciate if this can be kickstarted and pushed forward. And in closing, I want to thank you for coming around.
That's it, oh. Husky. Oh. You know what Husky is? Let me show you the Husky that is asking for. This is the Husky mine clearance. It's basically asking for a glorified caterpillar. That is the extent of our direct ambition. Basically a caterpillar that has got something attached to it. That is our ambition. When somebody's telling you, tell us what you want. We are eager we are itching to meet your requirements. You notice when the guy was saying these things, he wasn't even looking at our military official in the face, because this is one of the few times you see our officials talking to British people and they're not talking down to them, and you don't even see our officials taking advantage of it. Like, they were not talking down to our officials. You can tell the guy, they knew. In short, they already understand. You have to admire British people. I really like those people, because the guy came there. He knows full well he doesn't have any advantage anymore. Not at least not that much. They know they need Nigeria. Look at how humble they become. Look at how humble he has become. Tell us what you want. Tell us your ambition. Be honest. Tell us.
To Nigeria.
Yeah.
To Nigeria. It's like Nigeria is in a good position to speak regarding this issue on Niger and all those stuff.
Yeah, we're in a good position right now. But we're not taking that advantage. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Tinubu, I was saying it weeks ago. I said Tinubu can literally say, you know what, French, and maybe that's what he's doing, because America and the British, if you notice the way they are talking, it looks like they've abandoned the French to their fate in that country.
Yes, they invite the president. Biden has invited the president to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And if you notice what this guy said, he's talking about transition. So it's like they have forgotten Bazoum and whatever the French is talking about. They've already recognized the legitimacy of the Nigerian regime right now. Yes, because he's talking about transition. The moment you start talking about transition, it means you are recognizing the regime that is there right now. But the French haven't. So you see the difference, the tribal thing that is going on among the Europeans there. They abandon this thing, and I think that's what Tinubu should play on. Tinubu should be like, you know what, remove this French colonial nonsense that has been. You know, the French were the ones hampering Nigeria. There's a video that I have that shows that the French were the ones even funding Boko Haram.
Yeah, I don't doubt you, but
those people have been messing Nigeria up for such a long time. This is the time for this Tinubu to be like, even if you do it in the background, maybe that's what he's doing. Who knows? Tell the French to leave African countries alone. Let them go, and then work closely together.
I think I heard this word from a American politician. I don't know the politician that said it. He said in an interview, he said, as a politician, they have what they say behind closed door. They have what they say in public. So they always have these two positions. They might come out and say something in the public that will that the majority will agree with, but behind closed door, they do what is right, what is best for them.
A glorified truck is something that our military can build. Our military is able to
we don't need all this equipment.
I tell you, what do we need with the truck?
No, we
Ask
don't
them
need
for
that.
submarines. Ask them for nuclear missile technology. Ask them for nuclear
Thank
technology.
you. Missile technology, yeah.
Ask them
I
for their
agree with you.
best stuff. I don't care. See,
Mm.
they will not like you, but at least next time when they see you, they know you have
Mm.
taste.
Anti
You have
air,
real taste.
air defense system, uh,
Exactly. You
gun
know,
gunboat and all those things, or ship, good, all those things.
exactly. I'll be like, UK. I will be like the UK. I just learned recently. You guys are just built a spaceport in the northernmost point of your nation. Maybe we can cooperate with on that. What do you think? You are asking a question, but it's a demand. If you want to cooperate, then you have to share technology. You have to exchange with your own this in space research scientists in Nigeria too. This is the kind of things you do for your people. But what is he asking for? Truck. This is why the question I was asking was that is it something to do with epigenetics that or brainwashing that our people don't seem to understand they are also human beings on this earth, not just slaves. Even when they are the so-called master that people serve is begging you. Literally, he was begging. I'm not even sure I've seen the UK beg like that before for anything. Like tell me what you want. Tell me, I will fulfill your needs. And all he kept talking about was training. What is this training thing that they keep talking about? We've been training for decades in Europe and in America. How is it that all the people that they train cannot train other people? Why do we keep needing training from them? I don't understand the logic.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
In as much as what you said are not far from the truth, I also want you to understand that this is just for the optic, not necessarily because when it comes to the nitty-gritty of bilateral relationship, uh, through defense or any other sector of the government, they have their way of working the modality out. What is being said, of course, you say something that, they say something in the front of the camera and they go behind and cuss each other out
Thank you.
behind
Yeah.
everything. So they do that. You don't expect, I don't expect a government official from both sides to start negotiating in front of the camera and say, this is
Camera,
what
yeah,
we
yeah.
want.
It's wrong. It's impossible
They
for.
No,
speak
actually,
generally.
actually, you speak this about things in the open. That's what, like, when you are. That's why you say it in the open, so
No,
that it will be open
no,
that they've said it, so they don't
no,
go back on
no.
it in the background. That's how it is done. To be
See,
fair,
no, no. See, let
why do you keep
me
telling me no? Do
that
you want me to show you evidence of this? That's when they
see.
wanted to share. Hold on now. Let me show you evidence of what I'm talking about. When America wanted to share nuclear missile technology with Australia recently, not long ago, they made it public. That is how you behave when you want to do
And
something.
what is being shared in the public, it's going to be slightly different from what is being worked on. There's a possibility of saying something in the public in front of camera and change, the like your mind afterward. Some things may not work out, just like the way it is in real life. I think if I'm coming to your house to visit you on a courtesy visit, do you think I'll be coming to your house to make demand? No,
Okay.
I'm
Let's say,
coming
let's
to
say, let's
I'm
say you are
coming
right.
to I'm coming
Hold on now,
to
Adewale,
patronize
let's say
you.
you are right. Let's say you are right. How do you
Mm.
think somebody can move from caterpillar to nuclear technology? He tells you that his ambition is limited. He's not talking about
Adama,
anything else. He's not going to move from this caterpillar to suddenly saying, "Oh, I need missile technology. I need submarines. I know you have a few. Can we share it? Me and our soldiers and your soldiers can be using the technology, the missile, the submarines. Nothing. You think he's going to move from this to that? No, he's going to move from this to maybe a truck with 6 tires
so
instead
if
of
if
4.
you're the if you're the head of government and your chief of army staff, address and say what he said now, are you going to fire him for saying that?
See, if I was in charge and I appointed a chief of staff, he will know what we are looking for, and that is period. What you're going
No,
to ask.
it was pretty courteous. That's the chief of army staff right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, my chief of army staff should know that we need a lot more than that. I'm
Yeah,
not going
but
to have my chief of staff.
you don't expect him to start itemizing everything that they're gonna need right there.
No, you
They,
said the flagship one. Do you notice that even this one, he said this one in passing. It's almost like he didn't even know what we needed. He said this one in passing. It was later on he said,
So like
no,
that.
he remembered, then he mentioned this one.
So like that. If at the end of the whole exercise, both countries sit together and they formalize the agreement and of what they are going to do for each other, and nothing concrete comes out of it, and we are the receiving end of it, that's when I can criticize. But for an optic
Why do you okay? Look at what you are saying now. Like, look at what you are saying. You wait to the end of it, you see what happens. Then the next person comes in, is doing the same thing again. You say, let's wait to the end of it. When are we
because
ever going to
I
see anything?
because I
When you keep
believe
waiting
it
for to
goes
see to the end
beyond.
of it.
I be,
But to Nigeria, sometimes if you want to achieve anything, some of the deeds that are made behind closed door, they normally come to fruition than those that most times they just say it in public. You understand
exactly.
me? Because we are serious
Actually,
now.
all I've seen in this life is that so far, all the deals that are made in the open and the ones that are made secretly, the ones that are made secretly are very rarely
Let me tell you, sometimes
big
the
deal.
one you
The ones
see
that are
in the
open,
open, the deal has already been done. They just come out to formally announce it most times.
no, let's say
Yeah.
that is true. We are not saying it's not a deal that is they are asking him to demand. They are asking him to say what you want. It's
But
not like we're signing a deal.
I,
What is your
hold on,
aspiration?
I believe after the camera people leave, they will have private meeting where
Oh,
the
so he's
guy
going
will
to have
give
other
you
aspirations suddenly when, when the cameras are closed. Anything far more than that truck he asked for.
So like
That's
that.
my concern.
So like that. So like that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
You see, government and business are quite different from each other. In the business world, yeah, we can say that. But when it comes to government relationship with another country, it's not just the chief of army staff that is going to be involved in the negotiation. The high power delegation from presidency, Ministry of Defense, all of them are going to be involved in negotiation and negotiating whatever they're going to need from the British government, not just from chief of army staff or even the chief of defense staff. So that's why I won't criticize him for sounding the way he sounded. Um, he's not the only person that's going to make that demand or submission. Others are going to contribute, and that is where I think that you have to wait
See, there are certain
for
things.
whatever.
There are certain. The reason why I find it problematic is if you are ambitious, there are when he says, "What is it you want? And what is it we are doing wrong?" He could have like, "Oh my, there's a lot that we want." That signals something. But you can see he's groping in the dark, trying to find what he's going to say that Nigeria wants. Like he didn't even have any real list of things that he wanted. Then he went on and said, "Yeah, we're going to cooperate in many areas." There is a way somebody would say something. That many areas means something. But you can see he's just saying it for the sake of it. He doesn't really. He's not thought it through. Maybe he has objective. Maybe he has ambitions, but he has not thought it through. It means the British seems to be ahead of him when they should be ahead of the British on this one. Because I saw this coming. I knew this was an opportunity for our people. But as always, UFC, I've had this conversation with you, or maybe you were watching it on the damages. When I said I fear that our people are going to squander these windows that will keep popping up over and over again. The second show that I made on my channel was about this opening window that is going to show up. And we are just going to squander it as we squandered it in the 60s and 70s. It will keep showing up, and our leaders need to start becoming far, far more ambitious. I don't understand why they are so scared. What are you scared about? What are they going to do to you? They need you.
The thing is that the people, like sometimes our leaders, their advisor are the problem. They don't see the bigger picture to tell the people, okay, to persuade the president, let's do it like this, let's go like this. This is very important for the future of the country. No, they don't.
Yeah. One man, how come you are two now? One man is hovering around. He like his spirit. He's two in the background now. So yeah, that is true. The
Like I
way he came
said,
across, I wasn't impressed at all.
you're the one picking holes in what he said. To
No,
me, I won't
that's
criticize him.
not biased. Chimaja is just trying to
Yeah, I won't criticize him for that because you can never tell. Maybe the British government already gave the other visiting
Let me show you. Let me show you what's going on in Australia. Australia deal with U.S. military.
let me go and sleep, Jerry.
Oh God. Access military equipment. Australia gains priority access to U.S. military equipment under Washington proposal. This is just a month ago. This is
Yeah,
just
but
a month.
each country have their own different agreement that they will sign. So
Because they
we can
are
improve.
ambitious.
Listen, we can improve on what we have. You cannot say the way Australia to America, their relationship is quite different from the one they have with Nigeria. I want to believe that Australia also have a
See,
strategic.
Nigeria is even more important to the British than Australia. Australia is a long
Huh?
distance listen.
No, don't say that. Oh, these are the same
Tell me.
people. They
No,
are
no,
the same
I mean
Chimaja,
strategically and
you live
strategically in
in.
terms
I
of
think you live in
the
alternative
resources that
world
Nigeria.
sometimes.
Hold on. Now, the reason why I say that in strategic terms, yes, obviously, it's their people. That is very, very important to the UK. That's true. Obviously, to be fair, from that point of view, maybe I'm mistaken to just say it's not as important to the UK. But strategically, in terms of what they contribute strategically to the UK, Australia is not there to defeat the Chinese. Forget it. And Australia doesn't generate too much wealth for the West. Generally, but Nigeria is important not only because of what Nigeria can generate. Nigeria is important because of the influence it has in West Africa
Nigeria.
and many other African regions too.
Nigeria. Australia also have some of the world rare minerals. They also have it in abundance. So Australia got
Okay,
a
fair
lot.
point. That's a fair
Yeah.
point. I agree. I
Good
agree
night,
with you.
Josh.
Australia is important. Yeah. Good night. Good night. Thank you for coming in, Adewale, and as soft spoken as you are. So we do disagree now and again, but it's all good. Welcome. I'm not biased. I don't know why people are saying I'm biased.
Nigeria
If
see, for us to have healthy conversation, sometimes we need to disagree and agree. So it's normal. So I get what you are
yeah.
saying. I see everything you are trying to do or say is like you want our leaders to do better, to do more than they are doing. So I get it. Except
behave like Mao Zedong
thank
when he
you.
went to China. Behave like that.
The people
Don't
who are saying you are biased, they don't think.
ask for the best thing that they have. That should scare them first. You think about some of the most advanced things that they have, bypass all the other things, go ask for that thing. That's the one that will shock them. Because that
One
shock
man,
value is important.
one man is looking for super chat.
What man doesn't mess about now? What are people doing? He has to pay money to maintain this channel. And they are just watching for free. So the super chat should be rolling in now. I think that's quite a good thing, marketing. For him to be doing. And this guy seems to be getting a lot of super chats lately. What's his name? Kezo and all.
Yeah, because
Kezo,
you know why? Kenzo know how to spice things up, and when he spice things up, he normally make a lot of people donate. You see, people want to make their comment, they will just spend super chat.
you
So
think it's because of the spice up? That's why they donate.
yes,
I
because to
think
look
maybe
at
it's a
it,
cultural
sometimes
thing.
when the conversation is heated, you see normally Kenzo normally receive more donations. The last time he received almost about 1,000 something. It was because of Nigeria and I think the Black America. They were like we had a disagreement, so the Nigerians just started donating. I
Ah,
donate 500. Yes,
you
Prince.
donated 100. I didn't know it was up to 1,000. He almost got. I thought I saw
Yes,
around
I
200.
donate 500. Nigeria Prince 300. Then one Black America
Oh my
donate
God,
200.
that's a
Yeah,
lot of money.
yeah,
Well, Keso channel on balance is not even that big, but
yeah.
given how much he received a lot of money.
Kenzo is making a killing, though.
I don't even think that the damage is ever got anything close to 1,000 before, really. And I must say that, and I'm not even sure. One man has gotten big donations, I think. The people some people encourage people to donate, and I must
The
say,
thing is that
Case
Dr.
does
Damage,
encourage people to
if you look at
donate.
it, a lot of people would like to come there to speak, but they don't want to put their face out there. You understand me? Because what they want to say might be controversial, and because of maybe their current position where they work or what kind of
It's
business
true.
they won't allow. You see.
And I think I will have a word with him about it, because there has to be room for other things too. But he feels like because of the policy but I think it's something that, because the original policy that they came up with was that should be the case. And there is also the idea that you can curse and you can, have more robust conversation. So the conversation is going on now about, whether we can expand it to allow, certain segments. Like they know that if this person is coming to stream, they know this person is, they tend to
Also,
have robust conversations. So
Naija,
it's one, yep.
Naija, let him do it like this. Dr. Damage have another channel.
Yes.
It should see that channel should be a channel where you can say whatever you want, and you'll be like you won't turn on your camera and all the
I
stuff.
think
So
he, I
people
think he, I think he said something like that too. I think he
should
acknowledged that,
do.
and he already has another one. That,
Yeah,
but
you should do that.
it's
Yeah.
something. It's an ongoing conversation, because the
Yeah.
Dr. Damages itself is not even meant for this. From what I gather, it's supposed to be like some kind of comedy slash, conventional interview channel kind of stuff. I think from what I'm seeing, because he does it Dr. Damages
Also,
sessions and
the thing is that Dr. Damage's
segments. I mean, yeah.
segment most times he hardly requests for donations or
Oh, he doesn't. He doesn't promote himself at all. I even had to
thank
do
you.
a lot
He
of the
doesn't.
promotion. Sometimes he doesn't promote himself at all.
No, he
And
doesn't.
even the first time one man came on Keizo, he wasn't even promoting himself. I was the one that promoted him. I like, you know what, this guy has 40-something thousand subscribers. So some of all those things. I guess sometimes it's good for other people to promote you. I like to promote our people. Like when I was on Niger Watch too. And then I went to speak to Peter B, and you took the opportunity to promote Niger Watch too, because I feel like if we are all having this conversation and sharing ideas, it helps us understand each other a bit more. I've learned a lot. My goodness, I've learned a lot. I don't know whether knowledge is a good thing. Sometimes knowledge can be a curse if you learn too many things. You see too much. I don't know whether it's a good thing, but I've learned a lot, and I'm grateful for it. I think it's going to help me. If I'm lucky, I'm in a position to make any decision. Every decision I make right now is in that kind of direction, to try to change things and improve things for people in Nigeria there, and generally for Black people.
And
You can.
also create awareness. Yeah. But another
Mm,
thing we also need to be doing on this platform is see, because if you look, many Nigerians don't know how the system works. Because sometimes, okay, like yesterday I saw it, someone said 20 million children out of school, but they don't know that is not federal government this thing. It is state responsibility. That is not federal government responsibility. So we should sometimes explain to the people how the system work, who to hold in a certain in some certain
but
areas.
the government does set a standard though, that says they can ensure that every single state meets a certain standard. They will leave them to do what they want to, but they say, you know what, every child by law have to be in school, like in the UK.
Yeah.
They do that. So there are certain things you can
Also,
do.
to Nigeria, also why the president don't drag some of these governors a lot is that because those governors have power. Because
They
president
have
will
the
run for
immunity now. That's
re-election.
the
If
problem.
you have any problem with any governor, so that's the issue. So the governors in Nigeria are very powerful, but Nigeria don't put it in constitution. Very powerful set of people.
Nigerians don't know that.
Very powerful. The
Most
immunity.
Nigerians don't know about politics. So
Yes, many of them don't.
if I was National Assembly members, I would remove immunity from governors, because that
Yeah.
immunity is a dangerous thing that they are playing with. Is weakening the center from
But
changing things.
to Nigeria, it will make them sit up. They will start working when they
Yes.
know they're not immune to anything.
Yes, because you can remove your immunity and just give them legal support and say, you know what, if anybody sues you, we are going to defend them. But you know, the idea that you are not allowed to be prosecuted for your this year until you leave office, that is dangerous. 8 years straight, they can literally kill somebody. Nobody's going to touch them. That's crazy.
Yeah, you are right.
Oh man, can you imagine arguing with somebody that can kill you? They can kill you and just walk away. That is terrible thing. Terrible imbalance of power.
It's crazy. And before 8 years, Nigeria will forget about it.
Exactly, that's the problem. You know, when I this stuff really dawned on me that one official was on, I think, either Arise News or something, and this guy, I don't know what is an official, it's like a senior Nigerian, and he escaped from River State. That Wiki is trying to kill him. So I thought about it, like, but why would he escape? Is there no police station? Is there no this? Then he occurred to me that, you know what, the Wiki can literally kill this guy. Nothing's gonna happen to Wiki.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna happen. You can't prosecute him.
Judy, I mean, to Nigeria, if you have a company, the governor can just decide to revoke your CFO. They will destroy your property. You lose all your this. So it is crazy.
It's excessive power.
Excessive, yeah. It will just revoke your
too much power
CFO.
at a local level. They need to remove that kind of power of immunities. That way, they can at least be prosecuted for whatever they do wrong. And if they catch them cheating, they will be arrested. But you can't touch them.
Did you see what happened in Kano when the new governor came in? It was destroying a lot of projects the previous government did.
I don't know why would they say we are running a presidential system of government. The fundamental aspect of our system is this structure of power. And this structure of power, the governors are basically their own self-appointed regions. And and in US, that's not how it is. Yeah, states have a level of autonomy in the US, but the governors are not immune. You can't have governors that are behave like semi-presidents, really. You can't touch them, and they can do whatever they like until they leave office. What is that? That cannot be allowed, man. They have to be able to be arrested, jailed, and tried for whatever they've done wrong. That way, they are going to they will be more and they, as a matter of fact, they will listen to the president more. When the president says something, they will be more amenable. The president can pass rules that they will have to obey. But instead, it's the opposite now. They bully the president. Look at when this is the body about the currency when Rufai just went and defied the president's order.
Thank you.
Nothing the president can do.
Yeah,
that is anarchy. I'm surprised we even managed to remain calm till now. I'm surprised that whenever the president says something, every state governor doesn't go and say their own. It's crazy because it's just chaotic. There's no hierarchy of power. There has to be, the president may have hierarchy, maybe senior citizens of the country, but he doesn't have that much power over a governor. He really doesn't. The only thing he could do is withhold money. And if you withhold money, they can sue you. And the governors will win. They'll win because the constitution says that you are supposed to release the money. What are you going to do? It's a very, very strange state of affairs, you know. And some people are arguing for regional government. What is regional government going to do? We already have regional government in these governors we have now.
No.
It's okay anyway. I think I need to close out. We've been here long enough.
Hold on. I was on call.
Was it?
Yeah. I said I was on call before, but I'm back now.
No. I need to close out anyway. I think it's about time now. We've done 10 hours, and you know the day is moving on in the UK.
You are right. Yeah. So let's start our day.
Yeah, let's start the day. Thank you for coming in the UFC. I appreciate you coming in here, and you're always talking for Nigeria all the time.
Yes, I'm from Nigeria because I want us to do better, and I know our potential. I just want our leaders to see it also. It's not all about stealing. If we grow and expand our economy, secure our country, we'll be in a better position.
And I will say this in passing, our people should be ambitious. Let's not be so ambitious that people laugh at us for demanding stuff. Better that than being timid, I say. Be ambitious. Ask for the sky, and if you get the moon, you take it and walk away. But if you don't ask, if you go and ask for a rock, they will give you a rock. You will be throwing rocks forever. So
right.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
One thing I also say, although our leaders, they are messing up, I need to thank Nigerians, because most Nigerians are doing great things in their individual capacity. So they represent and Nigeria in every way, anywhere they are. So I respect those Nigerians, not the one that steal and do all sorts of bad things. No.
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sure Nigerians appreciate you for that too. So thank you for coming in, and till next time.
Okay,
bye.
Take care.
Hapa you don't come Hapa oh night oh